Before you look at the length of this video and decide, screw this, I can watch like 2 of Joseph Anderson's videos in the time this guy needs to stroke his own ego, and you know, you wouldn't be entirely wrong in thinking that, but, and no shade to Joe or anyone else for that matter, but I don't think you'll find another video like this one on The Last of Us Part 2. There are a plethora of videos that have been made regarding this game now, and many of them are really good. But after having watched a bulk of them, I can't help feeling like they're all missing something. Something that I think I've captured in this video. Just so you know, I'm really not a boastful or arrogant person, and it was honestly quite cringe and difficult just recording this. But I really do think that if you give this video a chance, you'll see what I'm talking about. So welcome to a complete critique of The Last of Us Part 2's story, characters, design, systems, and gameplay.
We could have killed you. Maybe you should have.
The Last of Us Part 2 has now been out for a little bit more than a year, and to very mixed reviews. Game critics seem to universally adore the game, giving it almost a perfect score. However, the user reviews tell a very different story. Some people seem to love it, and others seem to hate it with a passion for one reason or another. There is virtually nothing in between those two stances on the game. The early reviews basically equated to most people rather wanting to think about burning flesh than spend another minute in this $60 feminazi fever dream. Or that's how it was at least, with the bulk of people having a negative view of the game early on after the release, saying that the story and the characters are hot garbage and ruins everything the first game built up, and that the gameplay doesn't showcase anything interesting that can't be found in other games today. While the people who love it disagree with all those sentiments. It's a very interesting divide, seeing as the first game is invariably panned as a masterpiece of storytelling through video games. So what happened in the sequel? Did Naughty Dog really go that wrong with The Last of Us Part 2, or are there actually redeemable qualities to this game? In this video, we will be exploring this topic at length, reviewing the entire issue. The way I see it, the best way to figure this out is to go through every aspect of the game with a painstaking attention to detail to get to the bottom of this. If you haven't seen my previous video on The Last of Us Part 1, then this is where I shamelessly plug that. I would recommend that you watch that one before watching this video, as to better understand where I'm coming from on certain parts of the story. But if that seems like too much of an ordeal just to watch this video, I can sum it up in a short paragraph. To me, The Last of Us Part 1 falls short of becoming a masterpiece as the story and characters outshine every other major part of the game. The gameplay mechanics and AI systems' main goal were to service the story and the characters, which they succeeded at to some degree, but they cannot stand on their own as fun or well executed aspects of that game. Naughty Dog's intention with the first game was the forming of a relationship from apathetic to loving through clever use of the gameplay and certain systems together with the story. With Part 2, Naughty Dog has explained that one of their intentions were something not all that different from what it was in the first game.
Well, that's one of the exciting things of wanting to make this game, is it felt like, at least in the space of where we make games, it felt like something fresh to say, we know you're going to start this journey hating this character. Can we bring you back? That's the challenge. And for this game, we said, if you don't buy into Abby's journey and why she's done what she's done and the relationship she has with the characters, then this game falls apart. And admittedly, right, for some people it does.
The Last of Us Part 2 is a considerably messier and thematically denser game than the first game, almost to its own detriment, since it's hard keeping the player's focus when you have so many balls in the air at the same time. Like the first game, the sequel is about love, but as we saw, it's also about hate. It's about tribalism, about revenge, war, and traumas. These are some of the subjects we will dive into during the course of this video. But before getting to that, we have to address the elephant in the room. Being, of course, the last of waifus that effortlessly delivered on everything that The Last of Us Part 2 was trying to be. The player can escape from zombies, and even run if they get too close. You can shoot zombie, explode zombie, even stealthily shoot zombie with bow. And don't even get me started on the visuals, they are just amazing. All the while telling an intricate revenge tale about the very last waifu. Now that's some deep soul-wrenching stuff. But with that out of the way and my respects paid to the last of waifus, let's get started on The Last of Us Part 2.
Okay.
The game opens with Joel recapping what happened in the first game, with the twist being that he's telling it to his brother, Tommy, letting him in on the secret of what he did to the Fireflies in St. Mary's Hospital to save Ellie. Tommy is a little baffled by the story, he pauses and says they should be heading back to Jackson. Okay, so already from the get-go, we have to address the fact that the Fireflies were going to kill Ellie to make a vaccine, something that was a huge topic of discussion regarding the first game. This is canon now. Some people tend to be pretty stubborn on the subject and will likely get a little pissed off by me saying this, but in the first game the matter was only ambiguously hinted at, and is only now confirmed. It was done this way to spark discussion about whether or not the Fireflies were actually going to kill Ellie for the vaccine, which is exactly what Naughty Dog were going for when they made the game. The fact that this was never said out loud in the first game created this morally grey area that was very ripe for discussion. Was Joel right in slaughtering the Fireflies, or is he a monster for committing such an atrocity? The ambiguity of it made it very interesting to talk to other people what they thought was the right choice for Joel to do. What's interesting though is that it doesn't really matter. The answer to both these questions is yes. He was both right in saving Ellie for himself, and he's also a bit of a monster for doing so. With the addition of Part 2, one can speculate that if Joel didn't kill the Fireflies at that point, he surely would have done it afterwards, when figuring out that they murdered Ellie for a chance to make a vaccine. But let's not get too into the weeds this early on in the video. After having told Tommy about what happened, they both ride back to Jackson. My first impression upon gaining control of Joel and moving around in the world was an audible holy fuck. The game looks stupid good. I'm surprised my PS4 isn't on fire running the game, although it may sound like it is at times. The insane attention to detail in this game is legitimately concerning, so much so that I can't go through the game chronologically and bring it up as we stumble upon them, since it would ruin the pacing of this video essay. For that reason, I've decided to dedicate a whole section to just show off how cool areas of this game are later on in the video, at a time when some positivity about the game might be needed. When they arrive in Jackson, Tommy, after having thought about it, reassures Joel that he approves of his decision by saying that he wouldn't have done it any differently had he been in Joel's shoes. They give each other an understanding look, and Joel heads over to Ellie's cabin while Tommy puts the horses back in the stable. Joel wants to give Ellie the guitar he was cleaning in the first scene, as he promised to teach her how to play it, but he is Michael Scott levels of awkward about it, like a teenage boy approaching a girl and forgetting how to act and talk like a human. It doesn't help that Ellie is very unresponsive, but it's all very believable considering that this is just a little bit after they arrived in Jackson and Joel lied to Ellie, something that she has clearly picked up on. Things are not normal right now between them, and this scene is trying to put a magnifying glass to that fact, making this scene a little hard to watch. Luckily, it comes off as silly and more like a loving father's awkwardness, but pretty awkward nonetheless.
Oh shoot, no, I forgot it. Something about a clock. How do you...
Joel, it's pretty late and I gotta...
Before giving Ellie the guitar, he plays a song for her. The player has to strum the first chords with Joel for him to start playing. It's a nice interactive tidbit to attempt to draw the player ever so slightly more into the plot. Let's leave it at that, as we're going to talk more about this addition later. As Joel starts playing, I think most people will pick up on the significance of the song, Future Days by Pearl Jam, but not to the full extent that this song means for the story. At first anyway, because this song, the one playing right now, is a large part of the story of the game. I'm very sorry to keep repeating myself, and you will also be hearing this quite a bit here early on in the video, but I will be discussing this more later on in the video, when it's more fitting. But before moving on, let's make a clarification about two words you'll be hearing quite a bit of in the coming hours. Those two words being plot and story. The plot is the foundation and building blocks of the story. It's what happens in the game, all the twists and turns and developments to reach the climax. That's the plot. Whereas the story is the idea or the theme of the game. The same story can be told over and over again, but with the plot altered to make it a different experience. An easy example to point to show this would be TV sitcoms, like Friends and How I Met Your Mother. They reuse the same story, but change the plot up ever so slightly to keep it interesting. So, after playing the song for Ellie, Joel gives her the guitar and leaves, but not before Ellie asks him something. She almost blurts out something she isn't quite ready to ask, but she manages to stop herself from asking that question, and instead asks for a joke that Joel forgot. Coming from the first game, it's quite apparent that Ellie is skeptical that what Joel told her happened at St. Mary's Hospital was not the truth, and she wants to ask him more about it. The reason I think she's hesitating asking Joel more about it at this point is that she's afraid of what she might find out. Ellie is new to Jackson, and Joel is still the only person in this world that she can put any trust in, even though that trust has been severely damaged by Joel's lie and Ellie's suspicion of the lie. Asking more questions about it could end up ruining their relationship, and she's not ready for that. So she waits and lets Joel go out that door.
Good night, kiddo.
The screen cuts to black, and suddenly it's 4 years later. Ellie is woken up in her cabin by a lad called Jesse. She's scheduled for a patrol and overslept for the appointment. Apparently she had a bit of a rough night in town yesterday. As it turns out, another friend of theirs, Dina, who also happens to be Jesse's ex-girlfriend, kissed Ellie, and they got into trouble when someone at the party found it to be indecent of them to be doing that. The player gains control of Ellie in her cabin, getting ready to head out. You have as much time to take in the surroundings here as long as you like. And there's a lot to see here, so you should. Her room is wonderfully realized as being a space that reflects Ellie's personality, much like how Joel's house is to him. But again, we're getting ahead of ourselves. Ellie's room shows off several relics of the past that returning players will likely pick up on. Things that define the old, younger Ellie from the first game, such as the Savage Starlight poster hanging over her desk, and the action figures she gave to Sam, and the arcade machine right underneath. These are still things that are part of this older and grown Ellie, but to a smaller degree than in the first game. She still reads comics, evident by the volumes of Changed by the Titans lying on her coffee table, and the PlayStation 3 shows that she's still playful, maybe a little childish like she was in the first game. But what stands out the most are all the new unforeseen additions to her room. How she's changed from how we knew her 4 years ago. She has 2 posters of punk bands, with one of them being a not so subtle nod to a popular alt-rock band. The main course of the punk movement is individualism, with a nice serving of distaste for authority on the side, conveying that Ellie, now in her teen years, maybe has become a little more edgy. This is something that I find to be very natural for someone in Ellie's position, who, after the events of the first game, had to realize that she can't put her trust in authority figures anymore. But in addition to that, she has a poster of Crooked Still, who, in universe, are called Blazing Blizz. Their discography is more folk country and bluegrass, something that I would guess fits Joel's musical taste on the dot, and therefore also Ellie's, as she's naturally taking up quite a bit after him. Over her bed we can see she has pictures of her friends and loved ones, and also some drawings, presumably made by herself, as she is taking up painting after all. Tellingly, she has a whole picture devoted to Dina and Shimmer, whom she's quite infatuated with. Moving over to her desk, we can see that Ellie is obsessed with astronomy. She has an astronaut figure sitting over her workplace, 3 thick astronomy books, a spaceship pin on her bag, and a whole frickin' awesome painting of an astronaut hanging beside her desk. And lastly, let's not forget that Ellie, like everyone else, is a product of the post-apocalypse, so on her desk she has her gun, and right by the door her trusty switchblade. It's a fine introduction for the player to get a feel of who this new Ellie is, while also reminding the player of the younger Ellie. The house tour ends when the player picks up the switchblade by the door, at which point Ellie heads out the door. The player learns that Joel and Tommy are outside of Jackson scouting the perimeter right now, followed by a walk with Jesse around the town. On the walk, Jesse recounts the events of last night with Ellie. Dina kissed Ellie, some old man called Seth got riled up, Joel pushed Seth, Ellie got mad at Joel. Pretty straightforward, nothing to read into there. In town, the player gets the choice to pet or not to pet a dog, which can trigger a game over if you make the wrong choice. If you choose to not pet the dog, Ellie has already lost her humanity even before the game's events are set in motion. Jesse is leading Ellie into the Tipsy Bison, where Seth works. Maria, Tommy's wife and the leader of the town, is waiting for Ellie there. She has set up a meeting to settle Ellie's and Seth's dispute, to ensure that there isn't any bad blood between them after last night's ruckus. Seth explains that he had one too many last night and is sorry for the way he behaved. He even made her some steak sandwiches, knowing that she has patrol duty today. And just like that, all is forgiven. Ellie sure is good at forgiving people. Dispute well handled. High five, guys.
What you got there?
Bigot sandwiches.
Never mind. I guess Ellie is one to hold grudges. Shortly afterwards, the player is introduced to Dina, as her and Ellie are scheduled to do the scouting duty together along the creek trails, but not before absolutely destroying some kids in a snowball fight that also doubles as the player's introduction to basic combat. Press triangle to pick up item, snow in this case, and press R2 to throw held item. The game auto-aims the projectile for you, so it's not much of a challenge. You can crouch and use cover to avoid getting hit by incoming snowballs, and the kids will switch between engaging you and running away to hide. As you will have a partner with you for a large part of the game, Dina will assist you in ruining these kids' childhoods. Very basic stuff, but it's a fun way to frame a simplified combat tutorial. It's Ellie and Dina versus the kids. First one to connect 10 snowballs, win. If you win the game, Dina gloats and is then crushed by all the little monsters. And if you lose, well, this happens.
Ow! Yeah! I can't believe it! No! No! Get her! Help me!
Not really much of a difference. That being done and over with, Ellie and Dina head on over to the stables to get their horses. It cuts to black as they ride out of Jackson accompanied by some beautiful guitar strings. The screen comes to life again, looking over a snowy overlook. Inside are a group of people sleeping, but the camera pans and stops on one person in particular. A woman. This is Abigail, but everyone calls her Abby for short. She wakes up distraught early in the morning, only to see another person of the group calmly staring out of the window. And that would be Owen. Abby notices the snow on his shoulders, giving away that he's been outside recently. And as it turns out, he's found something that they're looking for. Owen doesn't want to tell Abby what it is that is found, and instead he wants to show her. I guess it's something just between the two of them, and not the rest of the group. Or maybe he just wants some time alone with her. So they gear up to head out, and the cutscene ends. To my surprise and many others, the player gains control of Abby. This is a huge departure from the first game, where in that game the player only had control over Joel and Ellie and Sarah for a very short time. Characters that were all connected to each other in one way or another. In this game, however, the player is controlling a character that has never been seen before and has no apparent connection to any character that are known to us. With an introduction to a character in this manner, the game is telling the player that this story is gonna be about more than just Joel and Ellie this time around. It's a very unexpected and jarring decision by the developers to pull the player away from Joel and Ellie, considering that the first game was centered around just those two people and the characters they meet, but never forcing the player to relinquish control of Joel and Ellie to focus on someone else. This topic will be discussed at length later, like so many other topics, but for now we have to focus on finishing the prologue. While following Owen through the snowy environment, both the mechanics of the game and parts of the game's plot is introduced to the player. Let's address the mechanics first. The player can vault over or crouch under obstacles. Holding the crouch button will make Abby prone, which is a very welcome addition that greatly improves exploration and stealth combat. Tight spaces can be squeezed through in the environment, and a proper designated jump button has been integrated into this game. And thank God for that, since the jumping in the first game looked and felt absolutely abysmal.
Okay, come on, jump.
As for plot introductions, we find out that Abby has an interest in Mel, another person in the group, and that Owen is in a relationship with said Mel. It is hinted at that Abby has feelings for Owen, but nothing concrete is said about it. However, when Owen tells Abby that Mel is pregante, it's evident that she's very upset about it. During the hike, it's shown that Abby has vertigo, a fear of heights. Through dialogue, it's shown that Abby is a bit of a tough lady and that Owen is a bit of a smartass. And lastly, we find out that their whole group is looking for something around here, and that Owen thinks he's found it. And that here is actually Jackson, where Joel and Ellie are living now. And what they're looking for turns out to be a person. And what they want with this person doesn't seem to be on the altruistic side of things. Abby suggests that the two of them march towards some patrols Owen spotted holed up in a lodge and make them give up the location of the person they're looking for, using any means necessary. Owen disagrees, saying that he wants what Abby wants, but not at any cost, and suggests that they wait. They should tell the others and wait for a better opportunity, but Abby can't wait. She refuses to go back with Owen to the Overlook, and sets her eyes on the lodge, alone. So there we have our connection to our protagonists. The player continues to control Abby as she makes her way towards the lodge where the patrol is. On the way, the player is tested by the mechanics they were just introduced to, and then thrown into a combat tutorial against infected. Although you have your gun in this scenario, melee combat is highly incentivized here. The infected come at you one at a time, so you have a lot of time to get familiar with the new combat system. The game also literally tells you to try out the new melee combat system by throwing a pop-up screen in front of the player. You see, a dodge mechanic has been added in this game in an attempt to deepen the combat. Dodge when an attack is incoming, and you'll avoid the damage, and get a chance to counter with an attack. It works quite well and is largely a success in my opinion, but not without some glaring issues that will become more evident later in the game, so we'll circle back to that when we encounter it. Otherwise, the melee combat is very similar to how the first game approached it. Button mash the square button until they're but a sentient pulp, but now with the occasional inclusion of a dodge. I should mention, since I've seen people bringing it up, that the first game had a system that came close to this with a triangle counter that would counter an enemy's incoming attack. But that was a significantly more scripted event than the inclusion of a dedicated dodge mechanic in this game. In part 1, the counterattack could only counter the one enemy you were locked onto, and only in very certain instances when the enemy got a chance to attack the player. It had no other purpose outside of that. In this game, however, the dodge can be used at any time the player wishes. Any melee attack can be dodged, and you can gain distance from the enemy by dodging. Because of this addition, the developers could also stop dumbing down the AI, like it usually was in the first game, where only one enemy would engage the player in melee combat at a time, as if Fight Club's 4th rule applied in the post-apocalypse, and there could only be 2 guys to a fight. With the dodge mechanic, juggling several enemies at once without it looking strange and clunky is possible, most of the time. There are still instances of jank where the AI just bugs out, but just by the inclusion of this one mechanic, the opportunities of player agency and engagement in combat are vastly improved upon, and it can therefore not be compared to Part 1's counterattack in my opinion, and is also why I for the most part consider it a positive addition to the game. Anyway, having disposed of the undead in the combat tutorial, you have to cross through an abandoned cabin. If the bullets, or on grounded mode bullet, given to you before having to squeeze through the crawl space wasn't a big enough red flag that the gun tutorial is right around the corner, quite literally, then I'm sorry to have to break the news to you that you're maybe not cut out to be a bull. The game literally strips the player of the option to use melee combat here, forcing the player to use the gun. There's no way around it. Despite the lack of player agency here, I quite like this. It's a simple but effective way to assure that the player learns how to use the gun, and it feels very tense due to the claustrophobic situation. Afterwards, the player is faced with an encounter that's designed to make the player familiar with stealth gameplay. First, there's an infected that is meant to be stealth killed, as to introduce the players to the concept. The intrigued player will find out that exploration is often rewarded, as there are bullets on the nightstand in the room next to the one you enter through. Downstairs is another infected that is easily taken out by stealth, which likely triggers a last infected to notice you, which can be gunned down with the newly found bullets. But a barrage of fists works well too. Lastly, the player is led out into an open environment with several infected, where all the tools you have been taught can be used according to the player's own wishes. Use stealth when you can, or if you're not in a rush or any imminent danger, melee to conserve ammo, and shoot whenever necessary. Or, of course, just play however you find most enjoyable. Getting through the area, Abby finds some horse tracks left behind by a patrol that she can follow, at which point the game cuts to Ellie and Dina riding on horseback. So there you have it. That's the last of it Part 2's mechanics and major gameplay loop condensed into 3 encounters, not counting puzzles. I'd say it's a great improvement upon the first game's tutorial, or that's what I would have said if the tutorial was actually over, but sadly that's not the case, because apparently Ellie needed her own tutorial of sorts. Ellie and Dina are riding along the creek trail, on their way to the outpost. First they talk about Dina's relationship with Jesse, where she assures Ellie that she's over him. Afterwards the conversation flips on to Ellie, and her previous relationship with a girl named Kat. Dina comes off as having asked about Kat with intent of figuring out whether or not Ellie is open to having a relationship with her. And when Ellie says it was never anything serious with Kat, Dina latches onto that to throw Ellie the first hint that she is interested in her. It's important to remember that they just kissed last night, and this conversation that spans the whole chapter with varying intensity is one flowing from that kiss. It's not just sappy will they won't they for the sake of teenage drama, but one that comes off as natural considering the circumstances. Having crossed through the creek trail, they arrive at the lookout where they tie up their horses and head in. Naughty Dog doesn't hesitate to signal to the player that this is the new relationship the game will mostly revolve around, by pulling out the big guns to give Dina and Ellie a quiet, scenic look over the environment, something the game did twice with Joel and Ellie in the first game. It's an established event that shows the coming together of two characters. This is supposed to signify Ellie's change from being with Joel to now focusing on Dina.
You can't deny the view, though.
After having taken in the view, the both of them head inside. We learn that Dina used to do this route with a chap named Eugene, who passed away recently, which is why Dina and Ellie are now doing this route together. Thereupon, the player is introduced to a new mechanic, the rope, and its most basic feature, how to climb up and down it. This mechanic is later built upon to allow the player at times to throw a rope to open up for new routes to traverse the environment, and also swinging from a rope to reach otherwise unreachable areas. This mechanic is great, and I love its inclusion. I just wish Naughty Dog went even further with the idea. Not quite as far as they did in the Uncharted series, but a more grounded approach that would fit The Last of Us' world. Imagine if Ellie always had a rope on her, and the player could find their own inventive ways to traverse any environment, allowing the player to tie the rope to any heavy object and then throw the rope over a pipe or something else suitable in the environment to get up somewhere would greatly improve upon each player's experience traversing through the game. Don't get me wrong, the game already has many options for how to progress through many of the areas in the game, with lots of verticality to it as it is right now, but with the addition of a rope, this could be improved upon even more. It would liken the exploration more towards how it is in Zelda Breath of the Wild, letting each player carve their own way through any environment. The rope could also work as a tool in combat, allowing for the creation of simple traps that would trip enemies, or more advanced traps later on. I'm not a game designer, but it really seems like a missed opportunity for Naughty Dog to improve upon the exploration in this game, which they clearly spent a lot of time and resources on this time. Much more so than in the first game, just by looking at the size and secrets hidden in the environments. There's not a lot to do inside the lookout except for being served some not so subtle foreshadowing, and looking at a ledger showing the previous people that have done this route and what they have encountered, and most importantly of course, inspecting Dina's bong.
His neck level's over 9,000!
That being done, the two of you head out towards the town. You cross through an evacuated neighborhood on the way where there are no infected. It's an area that only serves as exploration for the interested player. There are lots of parts and pills that can be found here. Parts can be used to upgrade Ellie's weapons, and pills can be consumed to upgrade Ellie's innate abilities. If you decide to look through the neighborhood for resources, you're treated to some extra exposition where Dina asks Ellie what she's doing tonight, and as it turns out, Ellie was considering asking Joel to watch a movie with her. Dina's reaction shows that she's surprised by this, as it's apparently known that Joel and Ellie aren't on the best of terms at the moment, to which Ellie follows up by saying that things are getting better between her and Joel now. But what's important here is that Ellie and Joel were going to watch a movie, and that it's a capital B big deal. Other than that, there's just some more dialogue concerning Ellie and Dina's relationship like everywhere else in this chapter. It's cute and playful, if not a little cringy at times, but if that's not teenage infatuation for you, then I don't know what is. Moving on from the neighborhood, you find a half-eaten moose carcass that's definitely the work of an infected. Dina and Ellie, being on a patrol, they go on a search for the infected to clear the area. The building right beside the carcass is infested with infected and serves as the player's proper introduction to combat with infected. And yes, believe it or not, this is still part of the tutorial, something that can't be overlooked by the game's constant hand-holding and pop-ups to ease the player into combat, as if you didn't just play as Abby for 15 minutes. For the most part, the game is incredibly open, but here the player has only one way to enter the building to find a single runner with its back turned on you. Then the game stops you in your tracks to show off that you can press R2 to quick throw an held item, being a brick or a bottle. This wouldn't be all that annoying to me if only the game hadn't already gone over that in literally the first mock combat versus the children. There really isn't a point in breaking the player's immersion to show off this once more, and it would be totally reasonable to call this padding on an otherwise lengthy game, more than a lot of the other stuff I've heard people pointing out. Importantly, it also introduces to the player the fact that bricks and bottles will stun enemies, leaving them open to a melee attack that will KO them. But regardless, I think it's a waste of time and does more bad than good for the player's immersion, and therefore should have been cut and replaced with Ellie getting charged by the runner, followed by the player having to react quickly to not take any damage. The bottle can still automatically be picked up by Ellie as she squeezes through the door, so that astute players can use that to their advantage, and maybe figure this out for themselves. I'm open to other suggestions as well that wouldn't stop the player in their tracks just to show off an old mechanic. Just to further drive the point home that this is still part of the tutorial, after killing the infected with the bottle melee attack, there's nothing. Just an empty room for you to explore. It was all a setup for the player to learn this. Leaving the room, however, the player is thrown into a more open-ended fight with 5 runners. 2 of them are patrolling and 3 of them act as sentries. This can be approached in any manner the player feels most appropriate, and is the point where the game finally opens up without being too much of a challenge for any new players. As you enter the encounter, you're unnoticed and can take out several of the runners before getting spotted. Having cleared this, you're introduced to the boosting mechanic, which of course had to make a reprise. This is a Naughty Dog game after all. Shortly afterwards, Dean and Ellie find some alcohol and rags that can be fashioned into a medkit used to restore health. Something the game regards as so important that you can't progress the game before creating one and pretending to use it, just like in the first game. I guess I can't fault them for that, as it is very important that the player knows about this. But it feels so unnecessary to stop the game and force the player to craft a medkit, and then use it right here and now. A simple pop-up explaining how to make a medkit and how to use it would have done the job. This kind of needless explaining goes a long way to make me hate a tutorial, and only hurts the replayability of a game. Oh, and if you're wondering, yes, all the things I've been harping on about up until now are also present in a second playthrough. I find it funny though, on a second playthrough, that if the player decides to craft a Molotov instead, which requires the same resources as a medkit, the game just says fuck it and lets the player move on. The next area is filled with spores. If you haven't picked up on the small clues already, Dina doesn't know about Ellie's immunity, as she hasn't told her yet, or mostly anyone for that matter. Only Joel, Henry, and Maria knows about it. We'll get back to this later on, but for now all this means is that Ellie will be wearing a gas mask when entering spore-ridden environments, as to not give up the jig. Although this first area might make you feel like danger is nearby, you're totally safe for now. There are no enemies lurking or hiding in any rooms. The true purpose of this place is to show the player the search the environment to find the code for the safe puzzle type puzzle, a puzzle that you will encounter a lot in this game. I've seen this getting quite a bit of flack for being bad or unoriginal or just plain boring, but I found myself liking pretty much every one of these puzzles, no matter how stupid they were. Like, well, this one. The combination is the month and year that a dog was rewarded Employee of the Month, and the answer is just hanging on a pinboard outside of the room. Inspect it and you're done. Kind of funny though, but downright ridiculous at the same time. Nevertheless, just searching through the environments for clues to the safe combination made me interact with the world in ways that I otherwise wouldn't. In addition, it made the environments feel like they were really lived in at some point. Something that the details of mostly every environment already does, but this just added another layer onto that, which is something that I really appreciated. It worked really well for me, and it might not work as well for others. Every safe also has a lot of valuable resources in them. Anything from ammunition, to stuff you need to craft upgrades or pills to upgrade Ellie's abilities. And some select saves have holsters that allow the player to more quickly swap between weapons. Regardless of whether or not you liked or disliked this addition, at least it doesn't intrude on the gameplay in any gross manner, making it a win-win. If you like it, interact with it. If you don't, keep on moving. After this, Ellie falls through the floor, and considering this is a spore-infested area, there are infected enemies that have been here for some time and further progressed in the infected life cycle, so this serves as the player's introduction to clickers. They have very sensitive hearing and will track the player using echolocation. Crouching and pushing the left stick very lightly to move slowly will make Ellie move quietly and allow you to sneak up on a clicker. If the player stands in front of the clicker as they bark to echolocate, they will notice you. Their heads are protected by hardened fungus, acting like armor for them. If you destroy the fungus plating, they get stunned, opening up for a strong melee attack. It won't necessarily kill the clicker though, as it did with the runner, and if it doesn't, you should run away. The next challenge after the 2 clickers is a room full of infected. Both runners and clickers are here. This is the ultimate challenge the tutorial has for the player, and you're free to approach it in any way you like. But Dina gives you a nudge in which manner to approach this encounter, as she gives you a Molotov cocktail just before entering the room. And it is a bit of a challenge if you get spotted and decide to not use the Molotov. There are 2 clickers and several runners. The first runner is a freebie as he's standing with his back turned to where you entered the room, but the rest are patrolling around, and getting spotted by one means all of them come for you. I like this trial as it adequately tests the player on the mechanics he or she has been taught recently. Even though I don't necessarily like the way the mechanics are introduced, it all comes together in a very neat way here. There are bottles in the area to use for distraction or to stun enemies, depending on your approach. Stealth is heavily incentivized, as it often is, but will likely get you spotted considering how many infected are patrolling around. And if you do get spotted, you have to battle it out with both the infected types that were introduced at once. The whole chapter's combat all tied up in a nice little bow. Onwards from here, the player is shown that sometimes ropes can be thrown over obstacles to traverse the environment. Doing this, the player can access the roof and get back to the horses. Now that the infected are taken care of, a storm is picked up, and you have to follow Dina on horseback. She knows of an outpost just a few minutes away from here where they can seek shelter from the wind and cold. As you ride on, you lose sight of Dina in the snowstorm, and if you've been paying attention to the promotional material put out before the game, I'd forgive you for thinking that Ellie loses Dina in the storm here, and something horrible happens to her, which acts as the catalyst for Ellie's revenge journey. This is something that many people thought before the game was released, if you had not been exposed to the leaks revealing what actually happens, of course. Something that had not been spoiled for me, so I was pretty sure Dina was frozen toast as soon as I lost her. But lo and behold, Dina returns for Ellie as soon as she notices they've lost each other, and thereafter they ride together to the outpost, which left me with no idea of what's going to happen, and my mind started gravitating towards something I consider to be much worse than what actually ends up taking place, something I think Naughty Dog very purposefully set up for the player to think. We'll delve into the subject of Naughty Dog's subversion of expectations a little later on in the video, when the last major piece of the puzzle is revealed, but for now let's continue chronologically with the plot. Dina and Ellie safely reach the outpost. Neither Dina or Ellie has been inside this abandoned library before, so first on the agenda is making sure that it's clear of any infected or other threats. Turns out that this library doubled as Eugene's hideout, something he kept a secret from Dina and presumably everyone else. Looking around the place, they find Eugene's firefly pendant. Back when, before the fireflies were wiped out, he used to serve with Tommy. Together they got into some real dark shit, to quote Dina. There are lots of memorabilia from Eugene's firefly days scattered throughout the safe house, making one think that maybe there are still people looking for the light out there, even after the fireflies have disbanded. The final nail in the coffin is inside Eugene's bedside table. A note from his wife, pleading for him to come back home to her and their daughter, an ultimatum that Eugene clearly didn't heed. He rather chose to stay here as a firefly instead of going home to his family. It would seem that remnants of the fireflies are still alive and around in the world. Having totally glossed over that fact, as I know I did on my first playthrough, you move on to find a generator. Turning it on reveals a workbench where you can upgrade Ellie's equipment, with the parts you've scavenged so far. As I did in my video on the first game, I'll spend quite a bit of time going over every single upgrade and the strength and weaknesses pertaining to each weapon. This will mostly focus on the damage each weapon has against certain enemies, determining which weapon is optimal for which threat you're facing, but will also take into account the fire rate, range, ammunition, stealth and capacity. When we've collected more weapons, we'll get into this. Moving on, Dina and Ellie notice that there are lights coming from under the floor, and that there's a path leading down there behind a bookshelf. Scholars have long pondered what Eugene kept in his hideout's basement, and finally, we have the answer.
Oh my god.
Northern Lights, White Widow, the Green Lady, OG Kush, good old weed, lots and lots and lots of weed. He really knew what was important in the post-apocalypse. Being chilling out and having a good time, apparently. He truly was a genius way ahead of his time, or maybe I should say after his time, considering the game takes place in the post-apocalypse, which is still a couple years away if we keep up the pace we're at, but that's neither here nor there, so let's get back on topic. Most of the herbs Eugene took care of have withered and are no longer viable to smoke, except for some pre-rolled doobies he kept in an airtight jar. Bet you can already tell I smoke regularly. Neither Dina or Ellie can open the jar, and I'm not really sure what the purpose of this is, but it comes off as a low blow towards women, perpetuating the stereotype that women are too weak to open jars and needs a man to open it for them. I don't really know though, it's weird. The game is very far from harboring any thoughts or messages of that kind, which makes me think that the game is trying to draw the player's attention to this stereotype, but then again, for what reason? I have no clue. I'm probably wrong about all this, and the jar is probably just old and therefore hard to open, which serves as a bit of comedic relief in between the story, but nonetheless, it's kind of a strange inclusion. Anyway, as both of them really needs a fix right about now, but can't seem to get hold of the goodies, Dina resorts to just break the jar to solve the problem. They're effectively marooned in this library until the blizzard settles down, so might as well kill some time by lighting up. And without skipping a beat, the game jumps at the opportunity to further the romance plot that is so heavily integrated in this chapter. I'm not complaining about that. It's important that the game shows the player the people around Ellie and how she relates to them, and Dina just so happens to be a very integral part of the story the game is trying to tell. Dina asks Ellie to rate the kiss they had yesterday on a scale from 1 to 10, something that Ellie doesn't know the answer to. When Dina says she'd rate it as a 6, Ellie jumps too, exhibiting a behavior more like how she was in the first game, energetic and childlike in the face of all this bleakness. This is what Dina can bring out in her, what love can do for her. They have some back and forths about the kiss and how much they lovingly hate each other, before they finally act on their feelings. Having reached this chapter's climax, very literally, an act break follows as the screen cuts to black and leads us into the next chapter. The player once again gains control of Abby in the midst of this blizzard while following the horse tracks that tail-ended her previous chapter. There are quite a few infected around where you spawn, with only the horse tracks left behind by the patrol to lead you forward. The issue is that the tracks cut right through quite a lot of infected. As you move along trying to walk in the direction of the tracks, you are inevitably spotted by infected. Your first instinct might be to kill the incoming infected, as the tutorial training has taught you by now. That only lasts for a couple of seconds though, before you're either murdered by a congress of infected, or you're lucky or aware enough to see the horde running at you, prompting you to flee yourself. This section alone, in the very first act of the game mind you, rivals the intensity of anything that happened in the first game, and that of many other games I've played in my opinion. The sudden shock from being in control and having a clear-cut goal in mind, just following the tracks left behind by the patrol, is in the blink of an eye turned on its head, where you are now suddenly hunted without any goal but staying alive, something that diminishes the longer this section goes on. It's set up in a way that makes the player feel like they're scrambling to just stay alive, but in reality this is all very scripted. The infected are coming from everywhere, charging behind you, breaking through structures, jumping down hills, just following you relentlessly. Good observations of where to run and split-second decisions is all that's keeping you alive at this point. This is quite the change of pace, going from cush mellow to zombie nightmare in the matter of a minute. And I have to say I'm enjoying the pacing so far, much more than I did in the first game, despite a couple hiccups in the tutorial. As the set piece keeps on going, it seems like your luck is going to run out after you're chased into one confined environment, one after another, each one smaller than the next one, until you're finally caught with no way out. Abby had a good run, I guess. But wait, someone saves her. And it's no one else than Joel. You may remember him from such roles as just 1 hour ago in this game, or as the protagonist for most of the previous game. The player is still controlling Abby though, following Joel and Tommy while all three of you defend against infected trying to find a way out of there. This section can be a little difficult due to how long you have to defend Tommy as he moves a gondola lift to access a window you can escape from, but using the white space to your advantage to stall and isolate some infected makes this encounter a lot easier. Finally, when getting out of there, the three of you get into Joel and Tommy's safe house, which explains why they were even there to be able to save Abby. Tommy introduces him and Joel to Abby and asks for her name in return. This might seem like a small and insignificant detail at the moment, but it's important to mention for a reason that will become clear shortly. As they talk, the cabin is getting swarmed by infected, so they can't stay there for long. Abby suggests they ride out to her group, who are hiding out in a mansion just north of this safe house. The mansion is fenced in and they have the whole perimeter around it secure, so they agree that it sounds like their best bet and go fetch their horses. Abby looks visibly distressed from all this, something that is likely interpreted as shock by someone who's playing this for the first time. She was almost killed by 100 infected just 5 minutes ago after all, so it's only natural. That's not really the case though, and we'll see why very soon. The three of you ride out of the safe house, just barely escaping the infected by the skin of your teeth. At which point the screen goes black, and we're back again with Dina and Ellie. They've just had some fun and are now just laying back and enjoying each other in conversation. Dina talks about how she got a scar on her stomach from falling off a skateboard onto her knife. Afterwards, when it's Ellie's turn to share, she tells Dina about a chemical burn that she gave herself to hide the bite mark left by an infected when she was 14, revealing the fact that she's immune to the virus. Dina naturally thinks this is all a crock of shit and responds accordingly.
Ow!
Fuck you.
What? Hey! I told you a real fucking story.
I did tell you a real fucking story.
Oh, you want a bite mark?
And just as things were starting to heat up again, professional clam jammer Jesse walks in on them and ruins the magic, souring the mood by talking about responsibility and the importance of their patrolling work. Oh yeah, and the fact that Tommy and Joel didn't show up at the lookout like they were supposed to. Jesse had waited for an hour without either Tommy or Joel showing up there. So yeah, turns out he had justifiable reason to build a dam between those two beavers. Someone going missing and not reporting in at their post is obviously something that doesn't usually happen, which replaces the frivolous mood with one of urgency. Ellie thinks that they should all split up to look for Tommy and Joel, something that Jesse protests as it could be dangerous, but his warning goes unheeded, so they go with Ellie's proposal. Dina is to go south to look for them, Jesse takes the west, and Ellie goes east. With no time to waste, they head out the door, with the camera focusing heavily on Ellie's face, as she's clearly worried about this. The screen once again goes pitch black, and we're welcomed into the next scene by rhythmic horse steps galloping in the snow, while the cold winds blow past Tommy, Joel, and Abby. The three of them are just arriving at the outlook that Abby was talking of in the previous scene where the rest of her group are hiding out. With the infected horde on their heels, Abby's group barely manages to let the three of them in before shutting the gate in front of the horde. 3 Molotovs make quick work of the infected banging at the gate. A waste of resources in my opinion, as they could just melee attack the infected through the gate and save the Molotovs for later, but that's not really all that important right now. What is important is that Joel and Tommy are safe now, because boy was that a close one. This Abby sure is getting them into a lot of trouble. I only hope she will handsomely repay them for saving her ass back there, because let's be honest, they really deserve it. She was toast back there if it hadn't been for Daddy Joel and Uncle Tommy finding her at the nick of time. If you've made it this far into the video, I'd like to issue a small disclaimer for what's coming up next. If you haven't played the game, this is probably your last chance to turn around. Okay, moving on. Abby's group leads the three of them into the outlook, where Joel and Tommy can hitch their horses and gather themselves before heading out again. They share some pleasantries, you know, stuff like, are you guys okay, and if they can help them with anything. Meanwhile, Owen pulls Abby aside to talk to her in private, to scold her for risking her life going out alone like that, bringing a whole horde of infected literally to their gates. Owen says she's lucky to be alive, to which Abby replies,
You have no idea.
Owen naturally wants to know who these strange men are that Abby brought with her, at which point Joel and Tommy enter the common room, where Owen took Abby aside to talk to her. The camera at this point stops following Owen and Abby and instead prioritizes Joel and Tommy. Now, with half the question having already been asked by Owen, the player is now likely wondering who are these people, being Joel and Tommy, to them, priming the player for the upcoming reveal and very efficiently building on the tension that leads up to it. With their entrance, the mood drastically changes, not just because of the camera's intense focus on Joel and Tommy, or the music looming in the background as they enter the room, it's also because of how the plot's structured, with us, the player, having been with Ellie and seen how worried she is for Joel, wherever he is, and the player feels that with her. It's because this is The Last of Us, where people who welcome strangers with open arms generally don't last very long. And this right here seems like the exact opposite thing you would do if you'd want to survive in this world. The game hammered this point home several times in part 1, and here they are doing it anyway. It's also because after Tommy is done chatting with Abby's group, because he apparently enjoys socializing a lot, and they ask for their names, he willingly gives up his name, and puts Joel in the awkward position of also having to give up his name, at which point a deafening silence comes over the room. You could sharpen a knife with the tension the game has built up at this point, and it all erupts with Joel asking,
I like you heard of us or something.
Straight out of left field, Abby shoots Joel in the knee with a shotgun, incapacitating him. They try to restrain Tommy, he fights back, but it's useless, they're too many. After Tommy is knocked unconscious, they pull Joel over to the wall and hold him there by his hands. Abby walks up, speaks his name, almost like a clerk verifying that their information is correct, and Joel, rightfully confused as all heck, asks who they are. Abby doesn't want to answer his question, and instead wants Joel to play a cute guessing game with her. Joel, being the no-nonsense, rugged survivalist that he is, realizes that he's already lost, and fighting or playing their game is useless at this point.
Why don't you say whatever speech you got rehearsed? Get this over with.
Realizing this, Joel won't humor her, which makes Abby shift gears, making Mel tourniquet his leg, so that she can make him suffer without having to worry about him bleeding out from the first shot. When Abby requests this of Mel, you can see that her whole group is uncomfortable doing this, but they still go along with it. And this leads into Abby bringing out her favorite golf wedge and hitting a Joel in one. Great joke, I know, very original. After the screen returns from black, you're shown Ellie riding Shimmer looking for Joel and Tommy. She sees the barricade that goes around the outlook and all the dead infected lying at its gate. Seeing this, she infers that this has something to do with Joel and Tommy, as they are the only people from Jackson remotely close by, and that they must be inside the outlook right now. Ellie dismounts, and the player regains control of her. Up to this point, the player has been shown 2 seemingly disjoint storylines, one containing Joel and one with Ellie, and this is where they finally intersect. You, being the player, already knowing what awaits you inside the outlook, so you're likely to venture forward very carefully. Upon entering the house, you're greeted by a scream, maybe putting a fire to your ass. Will you come in time to save Joel? Walking down the stairs, you might spot the 5 sleeping bags. "You're in over your head, Ellie," is likely going through her mind. Joel's cries become more frequent now. You see the stairs going down to the basement, where the sounds are coming from. As you enter the door, the first thing you see is a woman, Abby, pummeling what seems to be Joel's bloody corpse with all her might. Ellie, and likely the player too, naturally has a visceral reaction to seeing this. Ellie attempts to lunge forward to get a clear shot, but immediately gets tackled to the floor. She manages to get the man off her, only for another person to take hold of her. They are too many for her to handle on her own. The two of them pin Ellie down, but the situation is still very frantic. Ellie is yelling at the top of her lungs, and Abby's group grows nervous by Ellie's appearance, since it might signal that more people are on the way. So they decide to pack up and leave as quickly as possible, but not before finishing what they came for. Like a child believing that her dad is the strongest person in the world and can do absolutely anything, she begs Joel to get up. It really is heartbreaking seeing Joel this way. Seeing that there's no more fight in him, she pleads for his life, but to no avail. Abby raises the club one last time and brings it down onto Joel's head. And just like that, it's over. Until the man to Abby's side, who we will learn is Manny, brings out a gun and heads for Ellie. Owen luckily stops him just in time. The conversation between them is muffled to Ellie and the player, who's still in shock of Joel's death. The only thing Ellie can mutter is that she will kill them all. After much back and forth, the conversation between Abby's crew seems to have stopped. Abby and Ellie share a look before one of the men walks over to Ellie and knocks her out. There's a lot to be said about what just transpired, both good and bad, because Joel's death both works and it doesn't work, and weirdly enough I think it's purposefully done this way. There are several facets as to why that is, and we will go over all of them here. So here's a final spoiler warning for the game. If you have watched this far without completing the game, I'd strongly recommend you do so before continuing with the video, because I will be spoiling major parts of the game in this section. Okay, so first off, we have to find out what Naughty Dog's purpose was with Joel's death in regards to the whole game. Well, most obviously is that it acts as the inciting incident of the game, that kicks off Ellie's journey to find and kill every last one of Abby's crew. With Abby of course acting as the proverbial finish line of this journey. This loosely describes the whole plot of the game. There is of course a whole lot more to it than that, but we won't be getting into that quite yet. Secondly, assuming that everyone who plays Part 2 has completed Part 1, which you really should before playing Part 2, you're likely to be quite invested in Joel and Ellie's relationship. That was the core of the first game after all. When Joel dies this early on in the game, and in this manner, it feels like senseless violence for the sake of violence and shock value, and all it leaves you with is this anger. The player likely feels disgusted and kind of slighted at this occurrence, like it wasn't supposed to happen this way. This overpowering and almost irrational anger directed at Abby and her crew for doing such an inhumane thing to Joel just fills the player, and that's what I think Naughty Dog was going for. And I think it would be a little bit of an understatement to say that they succeeded in doing exactly that, to their own achievement and detriment. For most people, I think this anger, this very negative feeling, is one that softens over time when you get a bit into the second half of the game. But for many, it didn't, and this death is something they couldn't get over. Now, I said that this sequence both works and it doesn't. This partly is because it requires the player to take a leap of faith with the game, because the way that Joel dies would be very underwhelming if that was the end of Joel and Ellie's story. But despite Joel's death, their relationship is still the emotional core of the game, and for some time it feels like that emotional core just vanishes with the swing of a club. But Joel's presence can be felt in a very tangible way throughout most of Ellie's journey, and also partly Abby's journey in a very different way. It's just not before later on in the game pieces of Joel and Ellie's life and relationship in the past 4 years are shown to the player, but that's several hours of gameplay down the road. Considering how harsh and downright evil Joel's death can feel upon first witnessing it, I don't blame some people for being hesitant to continue with the game. It is legitimately a very traumatic event. The anger that most people feel at Joel's death is very intended by Naughty Dog. For some it acts as fuel to go out and find Abby's crew, and for some it doesn't work at all. If the player does not have much faith in Naughty Dog and give up on the game right here, I can see why you'd hate the game, although the story isn't over yet and I consider it quite silly to quit the game and making up one's mind after only completing about 1/10 of the game, but for some people that's the case. For people who did have faith in Naughty Dog's ability to give the player a cohesive and interesting experience, I'd say that the game greatly benefits from the structure that it has, slowly dishing out pieces of the story to the player of what happened in the past 4 years. Spreading out Joel and Ellie's story throughout a large part of the game keeps the player more engaged than what a huge exposition dump would at the start of the game. However, I can't help but think that it could have been executed in a better way since the response to the game was so polarizing. For example, a change that I think may have altered the response to the game would have been to show the player beforehand that Ellie already knows about Joel's lie and that she was trying to forgive him for it, but that she was robbed of that chance by Abby. Just fleshing out Joel and Ellie's relationship 4 years after we left them in part 1 at the very start of the game would soften what was going to happen to Joel a great deal. Or so I think at least. It's kind of impossible to say at this point. It would require the game to tell the player a lot in the very start of the game though, and require the game's structure to change quite a bit, or that new events fill the space that those sequences used to fill. I think it would also substantially hurt the start of the game because no one likes to be force-fed exposition at such a rapid rate. But it would keep the player from feeling as robbed at the start of the game, since you'd get more closure before Joel passes away, which I think would change some people's response to the game. All I'm really suggesting is an alternate path that the game could have gone. I do not at all believe that what I'm suggesting is in any way superior to what the game actually decided to go with, since, spoiler alert, I think Naughty Dog managed to send off Joel in a very good, maybe even great way. There are so many things that Naughty Dog could have done differently that we could talk about it for a long time. But what it boils down to for me is that there are many ways that Naughty Dog could have chickened out from making this game the experience that it is by softening certain aspects of the game, like Joel's death and maybe giving him a more majestic death than what he got. A hero's death for the protagonist of the story. Or perhaps softening Abby as a whole, just toning down her physicality, making her more immediately palatable to some people. But they didn't do these things, and it's such an interesting experience because of that. Giving into fan service in that manner would, in my opinion, compromise what the game is trying to tell. That's not saying that this is the only way to tell a story like this, they just chose this path. Whether they did a good job with the whole story is of course up for debate. I do applaud the game for not making Joel go out in a pandering blaze of glory. He shouldn't be exempt to that just because he was the protagonist in the first game and is a very likable guy. In this world, he is just as likely to suffer an unceremonious bleak death as anyone else. But unlike what I've heard a lot of people say, this doesn't mean that the game doesn't pay its respects to Joel. On the contrary, by the time the game ended, it was very clear that the people who made this game paid plenty of respect to the character, which may be hard to believe for someone who only watches this scene, because this scene is meant to be disturbing and disgusting, and make the player uncomfortable with what is being shown. That is what this story needed. It shows the player just about enough so that the image of Joel's bloodied and beaten face will be seared into the mind of anyone watching this, just as with Ellie's mind. And not much more is shown. The game isn't lingering on this just because it enjoys the torture. It serves a very important purpose to the story, and shying away from showing this would also be compromising the story they're trying to tell. Calling it torture porn is missing the mark in a remarkable fashion. As for Joel letting his guard down, I think it's a little out of character coming straight out of the first game. And that is the issue. No one who's playing the game has seen or heard anything of Joel since the first game, so it is expected that he is the same person as when we left off with him. In hindsight, thinking about him having spent a couple of years settling down in Jackson might have made him more trusting. Him being in a good mood because of what Ellie told him the day before this happened may have made him more optimistic and open. I don't know. Frankly, I have always blamed Tommy for being too open towards Abby's group. Joel always just seemed hesitant but complicit in Tommy sharing personal details about them to strangers. However, in the end, it's up to each player if they find this believable, and there's not really much more to say about it in my opinion. We haven't really touched on this subject yet, but we will later on in the video. But if they made Abby this all-round perfect character who everyone could get behind, something like this perfect, likable woman who looked something like this, or this, or this, and who acted something like this, and this, or this, the game wouldn't reflect on Joel, or on who Ellie will become later on in the game. By mitigating Abby's role in the game would let everyone else off the hook. In the first game, you played as Joel, and to keep things short, you did some horrible stuff, to say the least. In this game, you play as Ellie, also doing some horrible things. So if Abby is suddenly this immediate beacon of light and goodness, it wouldn't fit in with the other characters in the world, and the story would be substantially altered from such a change. Because Abby's character is supposed to draw a lot of parallels between her and Joel and her and Ellie. That's the trap they could have fallen into when making Abby, because ultimately, Naughty Dog wants you to sort of grow to like is the wrong word, but they want the player to understand Abby and why she did what she did, and from there on get on board with her. That's not saying that the player is supposed to agree with her choice, but just that the player understands it and is intrigued by her as a character, as for the player to want to keep up with her. This could be achieved by making her perfect in every single way, but instead the game leans into her flaws, about how morally dubious she is, as they do with all of the game's main characters. Like literally all of them. Joel, Ellie and Abby, they make very flawed decisions, and the game tries to find the humanity within that for all of those characters, to say that they're somebody's villain, but inside their motivation is actually good. They're all coming from a good place for what they're trying to achieve. This is something that the director Neil Druckmann has talked very openly about. In terms of Joel though, I may have played the first game wrong and misunderstood everything that happened in that game, since I didn't come out of that experience thinking that Joel was like IGN's most moral video game character of the year. He was a deeply flawed man that made a very selfish choice due to the traumas he's been through. Whether you played the first game and came out of that thinking that Joel was completely justified in potentially dooming humanity for his own selfish reasons, or if you disagreed with his choice, there's a lot to unpack there. Among other things, whether he deserved what he got. It's quite hard to go through part 1's ending and end up thinking, oh, this guy should definitely never get any comeuppance for that. How Joel should go out is very much up for debate, but he should definitely get some payback for what he did. It doesn't feel like the game is saying that Joel's choice at the end of the game was the wrong one or right one. It only says that his choice has consequences, and here are those consequences. Considering how the first game ended, with Joel's arc having him continually doing terrible things to avoid getting hurt by losing another loved one, and ending with him doing possibly the very worst thing imaginable, there's not really anywhere to go from there with his character. He has very literally become Ellie's father at this point. There's nothing he wouldn't do for her. And from a story point of view, there's not much to be done with his character after the end of the first game because of this. His character's progression has reached its natural end, without many interesting ideas to pursue that mesh with how Ellie's arc ended. Because Ellie, on the other hand, her arc ends with her realizing that she can't always rely on the parental figures in her life. Her life is just beginning after the events of what happened in the first game. The game quite aptly signals to the player that at the end of the game, Ellie becomes the protagonist of the story when the player suddenly stops controlling Joel and instead now controls Ellie, an idea that Part 2 runs with. Another game with Ellie and Joel going on adventures one more time just wouldn't fit in with how the first game ended. Joel would probably have loved that, but I'm pretty sure that Ellie wouldn't stand for it. Don't get me wrong though, I would have loved to see even more of Joel and Ellie's adventures. I think that shit is great, but it wouldn't have been another Last of Us game if that was the case. There are tons of other franchises that can fill that space, but The Last of Us isn't one of them. It's supposed to be depressing and very, very dark. Not some cozy feel-good adventure you read your child before bed. If only Naughty Dog had made another franchise with globe-trotting adventures between two buddies, this whole problem would have been solved. If I was to write my own continuation of the game where Joel didn't die, the only thing I can think of that could have been explored is Ellie's search for the truth about what happened to the Fireflies, with her ultimately finding out that they died by Joel's hands, turning him into Ellie's antagonist, and then Ellie having to make a choice of what to do with Joel after finding that out. The problem is though that Part 2 already covers this, and integrated it into its story. It doesn't warrant a whole game, but rather fits in nicely as a supporting piece to the story that the game went with. There are likely more stories that could have been told with the two of them in mind, but what the game went with is a very true continuation coming from Part 1. Killing off Joel is unexpectedly a very clever way to keep the game focused on Ellie and Joel's relationship after the first game, as there are very few places for those two characters to go together after how the first game ended. So instead, Ellie heads out on her journey for Joel, with several of the events on the journey relating back to the relationship that Ellie and Joel had, while also building something brand new for this game. How successful Naughty Dog were in doing the latter is again also up for debate though, and is something we will be discussing throughout the entirety of this video. Ellie is later awoken by Dina, who finds the three of them lying alone in the Outlook basement. As if Ellie is wishing it was all just a bad dream, she throws her sight once again onto Joel, whose body is still lying in his own blood, serving as a reminder of the grim reality of what just happened. Ellie closes her eyes again, and we skip forward to when they return to Jackson. It's the middle of the night, but Ellie can't seem to get any sleep. If this had never happened, Ellie might have been watching a movie with Joel at this very time. That's sadly not the case though. Instead, Tommy comes to pay her a visit, bringing some food from Maria as an offering, imploring Ellie not to go through with this, to not go after them. Tommy explains that to bring as many men as they need to go after them in a smart manner would leave Jackson vulnerable, and that's out of the question.
So they just get away with this?
No matter what Tommy says, or what Maria says through him, Ellie refuses to listen. She saw that Abby's group were wearing jackets saying Washington Liberation Front, strongly indicating that they're based in Seattle. It's not much, but it's something to go on, and Ellie is steadfast that she's leaving for Seattle, despite Tommy's warnings. Seeing that Ellie is unwavering on this subject, Tommy asks for Ellie to wait 1 day so that she can talk to Maria, in case she can help them out by sending some men with them, to which Ellie agrees. The next morning opens by cutting to Ellie mourning by Joel's grave. If it wasn't already clear to anyone, Ellie is absolutely devastated by Joel's death. We, as the player, don't know much at this point about what happened in the 4 years between this and the first game, except that Ellie and Joel's relationship was weakened by something. If you've played the first game, a stretch of the imagination is not needed to think of what that thing probably is, but the point is that it's still up in the air for the player to think about. Dina is there at the cemetery with Ellie, and together they walk to Joel's house, since Ellie has something she wants to pick up from there before she heads out. On the walk over to the house, we learn that Tommy has already taken a horse and headed out for Seattle. Also, that Dina has decided to come with Ellie on her journey, something that Ellie worries is just because Dina feels pressured to do so. This is, however, quickly shut down by Dina as she reassures Ellie.
You go. I go.
We are also shown a glimpse of how serious their relationship has gotten in this short time. Upon reaching Joel's house, a flock of birds not so suddenly flies above them in the sky, which very commonly symbolizes freedom or death. The stairway up to Joel's lawn is completely littered in flowers from people who also mourn his departure. It appears that he was truly loved in Jackson. Maybe Jackson acted as a place he could finally settle down and relax in his final years. Entering his house is like taking a tour of the greatest hits of The Last of Us Part 1, reminding the player of who Joel was and how much he cared for Ellie. The house is filled to the brim with paintings, pictures, books, hobbies, clothes, furniture, and everyday objects that reflect Joel and his personality, while some also act as foreshadowing of things to come in this game. I think it is very important that this look into Joel's house, and his life essentially, is completely controlled by the player. For everyone that played the first game, there might be a certain thing that stood out and touched you, and letting the player roam around the house and discover themselves something in there that they connect with works very well in the game's favor. It's a brilliant way to let the player and Ellie mourn Joel together and sort of say goodbye to him. All the while the game pays its respects to a great character. It also lets every player take their own time in saying goodbye and relive memories with Joel. The house is very well done to ensure that every player who goes in there is reminded of who Joel was and why he will be missed. In this way, it kind of reminds me of What Remains of Edith Finch and how the house is filled with details that speak volumes as to who a person used to be before they passed away. After having wandered throughout the house for a while, you're bound to stumble into the bedroom and find what Ellie is looking for. Joel's broken watch, forever stuck 2:15, and his trusty gun, the revolver, two things that very clearly paints a picture of Joel, given that you know his story. Having picked up those two items, Dina calls for Ellie to come downstairs, where Maria wants to talk to the both of them. She reads them a letter Tommy left her before he left for Seattle. In the letter, he strongly advises Maria to stop Ellie from following him. However, worried that Tommy is going to get himself killed going there all by himself, Maria gives Ellie and Dina a horse and permission to go, despite what Tommy wished. So that's exactly what they do.
Do me a favor and bring my dumbass husband home in one piece, please.
Now, before continuing on with what is essentially the real start of the game, let's have a little look at the Moth's symbolism in the game. There's a lot of clever symbolism to find about the significance of moths that fit into this world. It's on Ellie's tattoo, they are, like the fireflies in the first game, part of the loading screens, and it's also on the neck of the guitar Joel gave to Ellie. It's prevalent from start to finish in the game, but what does it mean? Rather than just me speculating about the significance of this, I can show this clip of the game's director talking about what their intentions were with the moth symbolism.
The moth started with, we knew we wanted Ellie to have this tattoo to hide the bite. And once we had that, and there were some interesting things outside of the game of moths represent death and stuff, but that's less interesting to me than how we were then able to leverage that imagery in the game to create an association with Joel and Ellie. So then Ashley Swadowski, our lead character concept artist, designed the guitar. And she's like, oh, it wouldn't be cool if like the moth on Ellie's arm was on the neck of the guitar. And that's how she got the idea to get the tattoo. And that's a guitar that Joel gifts her. Now there's this whole other meaning to this moth. So it really became to symbolize, for me, this relationship, this connection that she has to Joel, even once he's gone.
Coming up on Seattle, Dina and Ellie are talking about previous encounters where they have been forced to kill people, as to determine who those people who killed Joel are. Dina suggests David's cannibals and the Boston smugglers, but Ellie shrugs off both the suggestions, saying that Abby's group didn't strike her as either of them. In addition, that Joel crossed a lot of people in his life, so she doesn't see the point of guessing who it might be until they find more information. The player has been in control of Ellie while this conversation has been going on, but has been unable to gallop or get off the horse until having walked a certain distance and jumped down a ledge. After that, the player is dropped into a very large forest area with several paths all pointing in the same direction. Following it leads you to a highway, and following the highway leads you to another wooded area that takes you to the gates of Seattle. The Washington Liberation Front, or the WLF, has left a warning painted over the gate, clearly indicating that there is a way in, but enter at your own risk. By climbing on the nearby structures, you can reach a ladder that Dina can boost you up to. The ladder leads up to some scaffolding that surrounds the gate. By jumping, balancing, and crouching, you can get over to a crack in the gate, which Ellie can jump over to get to the other side of the gate. And once on the other side, you're faced with a new kind of puzzle, combining rope mechanics with the generator puzzle. The first puzzle is very simple. Just break the bunker's window, go through the bunker, turn on the generator, and bring the electrical cable to the plug. This allows you to open the door to leave the tutorial area for the electric puzzle. The next area also has a plug that needs to be filled. This requires a bit more thought, as you have to unplug the electrical cord that gives electricity to the gate you just opened, throw that over the fence between the second plug and the generator, and that's it. Nothing great, but a fine introduction to this type of puzzle. This leads the power to the main gate. Inside one of the bunkers is a switch that opens the gate now that it has power. Having looked through the bunkers, you've likely found the note containing the checkpoint gate codes, which is needed to punch in the correct code to open the gate. And voila, open sesame. Now just this small 15 minutes of gameplay we've gone through now surpasses most, if not everything, of the traversal gameplay found in The Last of Us Part 1. Having these large levels that the players themselves has to navigate and figure out how to traverse makes the level feel so much more organic than anything seen in the previous game, or other linear contemporaries for that matter. Then we have the environment, which is this large lush forest with an abandoned highway crossing through it. It looks absolutely stunning. The traversal itself is also a lot more interesting. You start off on horseback, then proning and climbing, where you have to jump and balance over thin paths. This leads to a puzzle where you have to break your own way into the building, use the new rope throwing mechanic, and I know it's such a small thing, but punching in the code to the gate is so much more satisfying than just having to read the note once and then Ellie automatically punching in the code when you get to the computer. I'm sorry if that was a bit too much gushing about the game, but I feel like it's deserved since it's such a strong opening to Seattle Day 1. So if you felt that way, you're in luck, because what happens literally just seconds afterwards is more unlikely than the mushroom zombie apocalypse. The gate opens, which makes quite a bit of sound, but if that wasn't enough, it then malfunctions and slams down, making a whole lot more sound. And we are to believe that no one heard this in this area, supposedly inhabited by the WLF.
Boy, I really hope somebody got fired for that blunder.
And not too much later on, we do also learn that there are WLF soldiers not too far away from here that I think definitely should have been alerted by the noise, but they aren't. The soldiers are hiding, waiting for someone to walk by where they've set up their trap, which may be the reason for why they're not investigating the noise you're making, but it seems a little strange that they would bet everything on whoever the trespasser is that they or he or she will walk through their trap instead of just going to that person and capturing them or killing them or whatever they want to do. For the plot or story, there is no significance to the gate closing after Dina enters. What I think is the main reason for this mistake is that the game would have trouble loading the area before the gate in addition to the area after the gate at the same time. Therefore, as a solution, so the player can't go back outside after opening the gate for Dina, the gate slams shut. It's likely just a case of the plot having to compromise for the gameplay, which is quite common in games. It is still annoying though, because it requires the player to further extend their suspension of disbelief, which is an odd thing to say in a world inhabited by fungus zombies. Admittedly, it's just a nitpick, but if I'm to gush about smaller things like punching in a code, it's only fair that I also mention the smaller things in the game that I think are bad. Anyway, with the puzzle done, you keep on riding with Dina until seeing the Serafina Hotel and another gate blocking your access to it. You already have the checkpoint gate code note containing the code for this gate, the East 2 gate.
Wow, you, sir, are a mouthful.
But the problem is that the generator powering the gate is out of gas, so you need to scavenge the area for that. I have no idea how Tommy got through here without doing this, or maybe he did and the generator ran out of gas since then, I don't know. Maybe he never even came through here. What we will find out a little later in the game is that he was at the Serafina Hotel, not that he necessarily took the same route as Dina and Ellie. But yeah, gas. So you take Dina and Shimmer left of the gate past the downtown checkpoint, at which point the game gives you an access map prompt. On the map you're presented with this very large open area that you can explore. Looking around you put into perspective just how large this area is. Upon exploring more, you'll likely find out that just about every building or square on the left side of the map can be entered, and has something in store for you. Maybe you flip the map and see other places of interest in Seattle, only to think how large and open those areas must be. And rightly so, this probably makes you very giddish and excited about the game and what lies ahead for you. This is something brand new for the game and it's looking great, and it is also something you'll never encounter again. To be fair, the game does come very close to having as open areas as this later on in the game, but nothing quite like this. In those sections later in the game, you are still funneled down a path, it's just that the areas are extremely large for a linear game, and the game funnels the player down a path in a very clever way as to obscure that you really had no choice in going there. On the other hand, here in downtown, you are free to go wherever you want first and last. You can go in, find the gas canister and leave, or stay longer to explore more, all at your own pace. This semi-linear openness lends itself so well to The Last of Us, I'm surprised the first game didn't have any sections like this. They really struck gold here, and sadly enough this is also the only time you'll see a place like this, which is why this place is such a big highlight for me. It's like a look through a window at what a semi-open world game would be like in The Last of Us. There is actually a reason for why this area is so different from the rest of the game.
Initially this game was going to be open world with several different hubs. But then as we were putting the story together, it just felt with the game we were trying to make, with the story we were trying to tell, with the characters we had at our disposal, it didn't make sense for it to be open world. And those aspects felt like they were too much in conflict. And then it became more wide linear with some kind of more open areas, but where we would try to get to the inciting incident much more quickly, which is the death of Joel, and then get on with the journey, and then
So this area is a remnant from when The Last of Us Part 2 was supposed to be an open world game, which is why it stands out so much from the rest of the game. I do think they were right in not making The Last of Us Part 2 completely an open world game, as it wouldn't mesh with the story it is trying to tell. And admittedly, this downtown area that I like so much does nothing but stop the story's drive forward. Gameplay wise though, I absolutely love it, and I think it's a great match for that part of the game. but The Last of Us is a very story-heavy game, and going with more of a wide linear approach was, I think, the best compromise between threading the line of a completely linear game, much like the first game, and being an open world game. That's not to say that it's impossible to make Downtown's open world format work for a game like The Last of Us, that is sort of story first, gameplay second, but I think it would take a lot of time and playtesting, and someday I would love to see that. In the meanwhile, this area is as close as it gets. I don't want to spend too much time on this area, which is hard because there's so much to say about it. This video's length has already spun out of my control, so I'll try to make this as quick as possible, while still leaving every stone unturned in this area without lingering too long, as to do this chapter justice. So upon entering the area, you might first go to this square to find a note that leads you to the bank, which is right below the square you find it in. Here, inside you'll find 3 runners and 2 clickers. After laying them to waste, you'll find some alright loot. Turns out that someone tried to rob this bank on Outbreak Day, which obviously didn't go so well for them. On the bright side, you got a shotgun from it 26 years later. On the way out, you'll be faced with a runner and a clicker coming from where you entered as a little surprise to catch you off guard. It's also a great opportunity to try out your new toy. Coming out of the bank, you might check the second floor, which has signs of someone recently having spent the night there, which you know might be Tommy. From there you see a completely dilapidated building and perhaps want to check it out. It requires you to solve a little break the window puzzle to get to the top, where you'll find pills and parts. Adjacent to this square is the Fedra Ration Distribution Center, right here, with a huge red sign saying fuel distribution by the entrance. So in fear of you having to leave after finding the fuel, you completely overlook that and keep on exploring. Just to the south of the Ration Distribution Center is a square containing a letter from Isaac to someone named Roger. In the letter, this guy Isaac talks of dealing a final blow to Fedra. I wonder if it's the same Isaac Dixon on these posters. Seems irrelevant at this moment and definitely isn't foreshadowing anything. Hey, this poster is cool. I remember seeing something like this in the first game, but now it kind of says WLF, almost like the graffiti around here. Probably just another coincidence though. Just north of the Ration Distribution Center is a large tent with a workbench. It also contains some parts, so you may have the option to upgrade some of your weapons. Right next to this square is Valiant Music Shop. Entering it, you're not so subtly shown a large poster of Pearl Jam's White Lightning Bolt album, with a coming soon sticker on it. This album came out in 2013, which also happens to be the same year that The Last of Us' Outbreak Day is, which is why it says coming soon. This album also includes the Future Day song in it, that we know has a lot of significance to this story. We're still not ready to get into the nitty-gritty details of it yet though. I just thought it's cool and wanted to mention it. I really appreciate Naughty Dog's attention to detail when picking the songs that they have in the game. This is also very true for the next song coming up, because inside the shop, Ellie finds a guitar case, and if you interact with it, Ellie plays a song for Dina. Turns out Joel really did teach her how to play the guitar. She starts off by playing the beginning of Future Days, but stops after the first line. The wound is too fresh, and she still can't bring herself to play that song. Then, after Dina encourages her, she plays another song. I'll admit that my first time playing through this, I thought it was kind of cringy. It was way too sappy and lovey-dovey, and so it was a little hard to watch. But I have to admit that this scene has grown on me. Especially so after having completed the game, because this song hits you in a totally different way after that. Already just by stripping a-ha's Take On Me of its upbeat 70s poppy sound and only keeping the acoustic guitar, the lyrics take on a completely new meaning when merged with what's going on in Ellie's world. Other than of course still being sung as a love song for Dina. The way I see it, it can be interpreted as both being sung in longing for finding Joel, but also for finding Abby, while also including some heavy foreshadowing for Ellie's journey as a whole in this game. Turning the original song, which is one about love and lust, into something else entirely, something much sadder and perhaps sinister too. When Ellie sings "Today's Another Day to Find You," it could be about both Joel or Abby, finding reconciliation with Joel, an opportunity that was stolen from her by Abby, or to find Abby and bring her to justice for what she did to Joel, for totally selfish reasons. Then there's the line, "I'll be coming for you, okay." It's both sweet and menacing at the same time considering the context. Ellie could be singing about coming for Dina or Joel's love, Or on the other hand, she could be singing about coming for Abby's loved ones, coming to take Abby's loved ones away from her, as Abby did to her. I'll be gone in a day or two is less ambiguous. She doesn't know if she'll survive this journey. This mission she's on is extremely dangerous, and she very possibly could die trying to achieve her goal. And lastly, the whole second verse draws a direct parallel to Ellie's journey, heavily foreshadowing what she will go through. So needless to say, I'm odds and ends. Ellie is feeling broken after losing Joel. She's figuratively in bits and pieces. But I'll be stumbling away, slowly learning that life is okay. Despite feeling broken, she will try to do what she thinks is right to fix herself. And to Ellie, this thing is revenge. That to bring the people responsible for Joel's death to justice would repair her, or so she thinks at this point in the game. But in the end, she will learn that she has to let go of that notion to really learn that life is okay without Joel. Say after me, it's no better to be safe than sorry. If she doesn't go on this journey, it's something that she will regret for the rest of her life. It's something that she must do, despite the dangers involved. Several lines in the song works on many levels to represent the sadness and the anger inside Ellie at this time, while cleverly including some actually subtle foreshadowing to Ellie's journey. That is why the song is nothing less than great in this game's context, and the song actually slaps too, which doesn't hurt. So onward from the music shop, you might stumble upon a hidden path containing some nice loot within a safe. The puzzle is also very straightforward, with the solution literally being on the wall next to the safe. As far as the open safe puzzles go, I'd rank this one very low. From the hidden path, you can see the courthouse, and you are very likely to explore that next, as Dina heavily suggests that you should check it out.
Hey, I think I found the courthouse. How can you tell?
Inside the courthouse are many infected. After clearing some of them, Dina has a kind of funny line about how nice it would be to be on jury duty, to look at evidence and determine whether someone is innocent or guilty, kind of leaning into this game's theme of prematurely judging someone, which leads to Ellie saying this.
Just give me 5 minutes and my knife. I'd tell you if they were lying or not.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah, yikes. I can't really blame Ellie for thinking like that after having grown up in the environment that she did. Both Joel and Tommy are people who would torture others for information at their own behest. To her, that shit is just normal. One floor down, you find a stun bomb, giving the player the opportunity to now use and craft them. This is also found with a book that unlocks the crafting skill tree. Here is also another safe with some goodies in it, with the solution being on the whiteboard right next to it. This is also one of the weaker puzzles in my opinion, with the solution literally just being there in plain sight. There are also lots of notes talking about how Fedra fell to the WLF under guidance from Isaac Dixon, the same dude we heard of earlier. There's also mention of another faction living here in Seattle. They were only described as being religious fanatics, and nothing much else is said. And lastly, by inspecting the bodies of the executed Fedra officers, you can find a note mentioning a meeting that took place at Ruston Coffee. Maybe that's close to the courthouse and you could find something there. Going down to the courthouse garage, you're faced with many infected, runners and clickers charging at you. But getting through this, you find a fuel canister, but no fuel. Luckily, you know exactly where to go to find that. Exiting the courthouse, you're faced with a Ruston Coffee, so you might as well explore it now since we already have an incentive to do so. Inside you'll find a key that opens the door of a building right next to the music shop, so I guess that's next on the agenda then. Turns out that the key opens a door to an old WLF hideout. There are some supplies to be found in there, but nothing major. The creme de la creme is the holster that you find in there. Other than that is a whiteboard that has some plans to ambush a convoy that was running through downtown back when Fedra and the WLF were fighting. If they succeeded, that convoy should still be there, so maybe you'll go have a look before getting the fuel. And what do you know, the convoy is still there, stuck in the river. Inside are 3 dead Fedra officers, one of whom turned out to be an undercover agent for the WLF, and they still shot him dead like all the others. If there's one thing to take away from what we've seen so far about the WLF, it has to be that they're not to be fucked with. From the convoy, a fire truck can be seen parked at the edge of a broken bridge. That's not so usual, or so I think anyway. Maybe you should check that out. And turns out that you definitely should. In the fire truck is a fire axe. There's also a fire rope that you can throw off the edge of the bridge to rappel down, and from the rope you can swing to some higher ground where some parts and pills are hidden away. And last but not least, we head back to the Fedra Ration Distribution Center. The path leading into the building is sprawling with infected. This place also contains a new environmental mechanic that you will see used a lot through the game: high grass. You can crouch in the grass to hide from enemies. It won't completely keep you hidden from the enemies that get too close, but from a distance you are essentially invisible. Alternatively, you can also prone in the grass to be even more hidden, but it heavily impacts your ability to look around you. While introducing you to this new environment, you're pinned against two runners. One is moving around and the other is a sentry. Pretty easy stuff, just letting the player get to know the mechanic. Moving on, the game switches up the formula a bit. There's still tall grass, but not enough to cover you when crouching, only when in prone. There are 2 clickers and 2 runners. One of the clickers is a sentry and has its back turned to you, so I think it's very natural for the player to zero in on that one first, and trying to use the grass when doing this, like the game is trying to teach you right now. Proning forward will get you noticed by the patrolling runner, leaving you in a mad scramble once all 4 of the infected charge you. Climbing up the scaffolding, you enter a synagogue/fuel distribution center. You get your fill, and you get the heck out of there. And that's about it for the downtown area. Other notable mentions go to the dialogue between Ellie and Dina throughout this area, but that's mostly true for the whole game, so I didn't want to keep bringing it up. Other than that, I just want to say that I won't be going through every area in the game as thoroughly as this, for one, because the video would become way too long, and secondly, because it isn't needed for every area. I just thought this area deserved a more in-depth look at it, since it's so special. With the downtown area cleared, we can head on back to the gate in front of the Seravina Hotel. You pour in the gas, punch in the code, and continue onwards. On the hotel, right under the regular WLF crap that's painted everywhere, is a wolf. This is how they see themselves. The WLFs are wolves. It's just a neat piece of world building that is later on used in a pretty clever way. Approaching the hotel, you see a runner hopping over a wall going towards the hotel. No shots are being fired at it, so it's safe to assume that the hotel is abandoned, and you can probably jump the wall as well. There are quite a few runners in this area, the one you saw jump over the wall of course, and several more inside the hotel lobby. It is such an open area though, that they are very easy to deal with. After that you go search the hotel. The lobby is empty. Going into a corridor to the side you find a dead wolf. Not killed by infected, but shot dead. Someone's been here, and quite recently too, judging by the decomposition of the bodies. Going upstairs reveals even more dead wolves, and entering one of the rooms triggers a cutscene. One of them is tied up to a chair, dead now, but it looks like he's been tortured. Ellie quickly realizes that this is Tommy's doing. She also recognizes the dead man as one of the people who killed Joel. When they pace around the room, they find another dead, tortured wolf. At which point Ellie understands what happened here, since Joel has told her about this torturing technique. Tommy pinned the 2 men against each other, just like Joel did in the first game during the winter chapter to find Ellie. Instead of me jabbering on, I'll let Ellie explain how it's done.
You ask this guy a question, but you don't make him say it, you make him write it down. And then you ask this guy, and if the facts match, you're telling the truth. If not,
you fuck him up.
This is admittedly a clever way of extorting information using torture, if you're a real sick fuck. And I imagine using this method, you might actually get some viable information from the subjects. But just maybe. Joel also did this in the first game, but with one huge distinction, being that he didn't wait for the other person to answer, which just ruins the whole method, or at best seriously jeopardizes the answer. But you know, whatever. Torture in media such as games, movies, TV shows, and even books are so often used as a method for someone to obtain information that they otherwise could not get.
Talk. I'm sorry. My words are reserved for my new CIA friends, not you.
You'll talk. Only choice you have is how much it hurts.
Please stop! I beg you! Sadiq sent me here to distract America. Make them target Tehran.
Iran isn't backing the blacklist. Who is Sadiq working for?
Nothing more to tell you.
You want to keep your hands? I want names.
I'll give you names. Sam Fisher. Isaac Briggs, Charlie Cole. I have no more information. Just kill me. Please.
It is a little infuriating since torture has been proven several times not to work most of the time. When torturing someone, they will say just about anything. The information you get can be rubbish, and it often is, and yet it is held up as the gold standard of how to extort information from someone who is unwilling to give it to you in our medias. Considering how prevalent it is to see scenes of action heroes torturing someone to save the day, I don't blame people for jumping to the conclusion that torture works. But we don't live in make-believe land, and our art should reflect reality, not some bogus, outdated assumption.
We're both professionals. You know that I can force this information out of you, but I'm running out of time. So stop wasting my time! Give me a name! Where is the virus? Go to hell. I don't want to have to kill you, but I will. You're gonna tell me what I want to know, or you're gonna start losing your fingers one by one. Where is the nerve gas? You are gonna tell me what is happening at 8 o'clock! No! You probably don't think that I can force this towel down your throat. But trust me, I can. You tell me what you know, or I promise you this will become very unpleasant. I will rip your tongue out. Are we clear? We are not!
All this should be even more relevant to a game like The Last of Us that prides itself on how realistic and grounded its world is. I've seen lots of people mentioning plot holes in this game that require Stephen Hawking levels of mental gymnastics, but I've yet to see anyone point out how downright silly it is that this game features a lot of torturing and it seemingly works every time. Now that's a plot hole or some incredible fucking luck. Either way, it's bad. Now this isn't such an egregious example of that, but a little later in the game, when Ellie finds Nora, who is also one of the people who killed Joel, I don't want to touch on the other important details that scene holds, as it's a very important part of Ellie's journey, but what I can say is that Ellie tortures her. Only her, and she gives up the information that Ellie wants. Nora doesn't even have any incentive to be truthful when telling Ellie that piece of information, but yet she just decided to tell the truth anyway, and as a result puts her friends in danger. Now, why would she do that? That's not how anything works. It is much more believable that Nora would just blurt out some random place, as it wouldn't put her friends in danger, while also managing to stop the torture. The scene is unbelievably stupid in that regard, and I expect better from this series. At least in the scene where Tommy tortured the men, they had an incentive for them to be truthful, being that Tommy will verify the information that they give up, which is why I can give this scene more of a pass than the other one later in the game. What I can say is nice about the torturing in this game though, boy that's a weird sentence, is that it isn't just done for torture's sake. It's not just to get information, it also signifies the character's loss of humanity when they stoop to the level of using it. I'd rather they find another way of doing that, since torture is wackio, but it's at least better than torture for torture's sake. And we will get into more of that later, but for now let's move on. The information that Tommy managed to extort from the two men was a gate code belonging to the East 1 gate, right next to the hotel. So let's head out that way in hopes of catching up with Tommy, which turns out to be not the best of ideas, as this happens shortly afterwards.
Get the other! Don't lose her! Go!
When Ellie regains her consciousness, she's tied up face to face with one of Joel's killers, Jordan. Finally some leeway in their search. Well, sort of. This situation could be either a stroke of luck or a disaster, time will tell. He wants to know how Ellie found him, but Ellie, much like Joel, is not in any mood to humor them.
Asked about a dude with a bitch scar across his face.
It's funny.
He wants to press Ellie for more information, but before he has the chance, a man walks in with news. Apparently Isaac has issued a new mandate: kill all trespassers. Scarboy doesn't think this is a good idea though, he thinks they should press Ellie for more information, as she might know the extent of people from Jackson who are coming after them. The other man is having none of it though, and just wants to follow orders and shoot Ellie in the face. He walks up to shoot, but in the nick of time Dina shoots him through the glass ceiling above them. Scarboy then shoots the glass under Dina's feet, sending her down to the floor. It's quite a way down, so she's incapacitated from the fall. And what happens next is a little strange in hindsight. You see, Scarboy holsters his gun, that likely has more bullets, and instead walks over to where Dina is lying on the floor to choke her. Now, my first time watching this, I was thinking, oh, he just wants to preserve bullets. That is smart and probably normal in a world where bullets are scarce, which makes Scarboy's behavior rational here in this instance. But later in the game, you'll see firsthand that the WLF has a lot of bullets, and I mean a lot of bullets. Enough for everyone and then some. They do not need to conserve bullets, and their actions would likely reflect this, but for some reason Scarboy's doesn't. Mind you that his partner was just murdered not even a minute ago, but he just holsters his gun in a very dangerous situation for no apparent reason except him maybe liking to choke people to death. Considering this is The Last of Us, I might actually believe this. In the first game playing as Joel, I left a trail across America of choked bodies, despite having bullets to shoot with, so you know, it makes sense, kind of. Jokes aside, this is just strange, and I don't see any reason for why this sequence couldn't have been written in a different way, as to avoid having this character act as a video game goon whose only purpose is to die at Ellie's hands. It's especially bad because this game and the previous one are both generally very good at writing their characters, which makes it so that when stuff like this happens, it stands out like a sore thumb. Anyway, while Scarboy chokes Dina, you have a little quick time sequence as Ellie to get loose. Once you complete it, you're free, and when you're free, you run up behind Scarboy and stab him right in the jugular. Ellie takes a second to see if Ina is alright, and then lunges at Scarboy's body to find any clues that could aid them in the search for the rest of the people. This happens while other WLF soldiers are closing in on them after hearing the shots. But Ellie doesn't care. All that matters to her is getting some sort of clue of where to go next to find those responsible for Joel's death, to the point of putting herself and Dina in danger. This, on the other hand, is great stuff and acts as a little appetizer foreshadowing how far Ellie will go pursuing this. She will risk her own and Dina's life, and later on maybe even risk more to get what she wants. Luckily, Ellie does find a clue here, implying that they should go to a TV station next. One of the women involved is supposed to be there, so that's where we're headed next. But not before getting thrown right into combat after this cutscene finishes. For now, it will suffice to say that the game's gameplay shines the most when the player is given the freedom to approach enemies in whatever way they see fit for themselves, something that is not the case for this first encounter. After having cut through 3 groups of WLF soldiers thrown at you, the player is heavily incentivized to use the prone mechanic versus the next group. This acts as the introduction to the first proper combat use of the prone mechanic, and boy is it a welcome inclusion. For now, we can cut through some more WLF soldiers on our way from Eastbrook Elementary through Capitol Hill, and on our way to the Channel 13 TV station. Here in Capitol Hill is probably the first place where you can really feel the wide linear structure of the levels. The place is absolutely huge, with a handful of differing paths, but all the paths lead through the same bottlenecks. This chapter is also much more gameplay oriented than most other chapters. It's just Ellie and Dina getting from point A to point B. What it does do though, while entertaining you with some shooting practice and interesting level design, is to prime the player for what's to come.
I can't believe they just attacked like that.
These people are not like us.
Because this chapter is oozing with foreshadowing. When walking around Capitol Hill, Dina will talk to Ellie, and often she will end the conversation with a very open-ended question that is very obviously aimed at the person holding the controller.
What?
Could be that you just weren't who they were looking for, so they let you go.
Yeah, well, they did beat the shit out of us. The one guy, Jordan, kicked my face in.
Yeah, but why do you think that they didn't finish
It doesn't matter. They fucked up.
They did.
Having just recently seen the lengths Tommy is willing to go to obtain information, this conversation is quite ominous.
How are we gonna get Leah alone? Miss QZ is swarming.
We just need a minute to talk with her.
You gonna make her talk?
Do I have to?
And just about every note you find here regards the Fedra, criminals, WLF, and some people who call themselves Seraphites. That's not very important at the time though. What is important though is that all these groups are clearly demonizing one another, seeing themselves as the good guys, and whoever the others are as the bad guys.
These people are not like us.
These points are all very relevant to the game's story, and this chapter touches on all of them without taking the control away from the player, while having entertaining gameplay. All in all, it's good stuff. Towards the end of the chapter, you find Tommy's dead half-eaten horse. His body is nowhere to be found, so he's hopefully still alright. Dina vomits here from what she says is the stench, but in reality, she's pregnant with Jesse's baby. Lastly, I just want to say that I really enjoy the second half of this chapter, where the terrain is completely booby-trapped with explosives. Luring the infected into traps is very satisfying, especially when you're all out of resources. It also makes the traversal a bit more interesting, as you have to keep your eyes open for not only enemies, but also traps. Having bypassed all the traps, you're finally faced with the Channel 13 TV station. You've been setting off traps left and right that make a shit ton of noise, and yet you've encountered no one, which should ring some alarm bells. Or you know, maybe it's the same stupid crap that went down when you first entered Seattle through the huge gate. Anyway, scaling up the building though, you'll likely get the feeling that something is actually off here. There are several dead bodies just lying around the outside of the building. Someone has been here, recently. The player would likely think that this is Tommy's work, but pushing onwards reveals something else entirely. That this is the work of some really sick fucks, even sicker than Tommy's torturing ass. No, this is the work of the Seraphites. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Further up in the TV station, you find Leah already shot dead, so sadly you can't question her. But in her belongings, you hit the jackpot. Inside her bag, she kept photographs of everyone who partook in the murder of Joel, which I find absolutely hilarious. It's almost like a Leslie Knope group murder scrapbook project that Leah had going on, and the thought of that is so fucking funny and convenient. The photographs even come with the names written on them. Ellie and Dina almost couldn't ask for something better than this. Next to Leah's body is a radio that keeps shifting from static to some woman inaudibly talking. After a while, she says something that Ellie and Dina pick up on.
Support Unit India en route to the TV station. Repeat, support Unit India.
So it's probably time to go before they get overrun by the WLF again, which is pretty much what happens on the way out of the TV station anyway. At first, you can handle how many they send at you, but it quickly becomes too many and you just have to run for it. And it ends up becoming this mad scramble where you run one way and the WLF turns out to be there. So you have to think quick on your feet and find an alternate path. Ultimately, as a result of this, you end up in an underground tunnel. Walking just a couple steps into the tunnels reveals that there are spores. To keep up with appearances, Ellie puts on a mask and they go in deeper. With spores come of course infected. The WLF also followed Ellie and Dina down there. This is a great chance to pit the two of them against each other. All they need is a little push to get them going.
I need to return the favor. Not good.
In the chaos, you can either sneak off to search the area, or maybe get to the exit. Or you can sneakily pick off the WLF and the clickers as they chew each other out. If you stay around though, you will likely have to deal with some of the last few clickers, as the WLF stand no chance against them. I generally like the areas where you have the opportunity to use the infected to your own advantage, like this area. This is, I think, the first area where it's intended to do so, but there was also an opportunity to do so earlier in Capitol Hill, but it's not as obviously set up there. Either way, I appreciate whenever the game gives you the option of pitting factions against each other. Moving onwards, you see a dead body and hear some strange noises.
Fuck.
Ellie recognizes it to be different from the noise a bloater makes, but like with all infected, is something they should stay away from. Crawling through some vents, you can hear some WLF soldiers that are still alive fighting the thing, whatever it is. Apparently, they call it a shambler. I think the game does a great job in building up the player's expectation of the new infected type before you even see it. Seeing the damage it's done, hearing what it sounds like, and hearing how much the brave and unwavering WLF soldiers fear it should be enough to make the player a little anxious for what's to come next. And then, when you see it, don't get me wrong, it's really intimidating, they look imposing as all hell. A huge bloater-like infected that runs at you sounds like just the type of infected the game needs. Something between a clicker and a bloater. It's a natural step between the two, since they are so different and it's hard to imagine a clicker ever turning into a bloater without a step in between them. But oh my god is the Shambler weird. It looks so silly when it runs up to you and just farts. And that's it. That's all it does. I really can't get over how dumb it looks when it does this. And I won't harp on it too much cause I think it's a me problem, but Jesus Christ, I really wish they went with a different infected type than the Shambler. What's good on the other hand is that the gameplay involving Shamblers is not dumb and silly. The encounter you have here is a pretty good one, although perhaps a little too difficult as an introduction to a new enemy, which is done so that the player is sure to know what the Shambler does and how to best deal with them, because the game throws 2 Shamblers at the player here, sprinkled in with 2 runners. There is also no way to sneak your way past this encounter since the door leaving the area takes such a long time to open, while making a lot of noise.
Take your time.
If it was just one Shambler, I imagine some players might be so terrified because of how the game builds it up that they would just throw a Molotov at it and decorate it with some shotgun holes in hopes of not having to deal with it. Having 2 of them there negates that tactic and forces the player to at least deal with one of them and familiarize themselves with the Shambler's moveset, which is run, fart, run. Remember that, it's very important. And so to then learn the way to fight them is to keep them at a distance and use high caliber munitions. If they ever do reach you, run away from the corrosive area that it creates and try again. And this is nice and all, but I'm not sure it's necessary to make this encounter into the hurdle that it is, because the encounter right after this one is pretty much the exact same encounter again, with 2 Shamblers and this time around 3 runners. It's just scaled up a little bit. Much like the previous encounter, you also cannot easily sneak through this, since the door leaving the area makes a lot of sound and also takes a while to open. As is now, these 2 encounters back to back are almost identical, and it's kinda strange, like 2 introductions to the Shambler enemy one after the other. What they should have done in my opinion is pump up the difficulty after having introduced the enemy, or just make the first encounter easier, as it is after all just an introduction to the Shambler, and then leave the second encounter as it is. Having gotten through this, you come to a wrecked train station. Dina is starting to get really tired now. You can see her stopping and taking breaks after doing something physically exhausting. This is normal, and I think many people are quick to assume that Dina might have gotten bit and infected somewhere along the way, although as we know she's just pregante. Proceeding through the train station, one of the train carts tips over while Ellie is inside it, causing her to fall and hit her mask. An infected also notices her because of this. He also hits the mask a bit, probably making it worse, but that doesn't really matter though, since the mask was already broken from Ellie's fall, as you can see here. The button prompt isn't real either, and you can just ignore it. I think the infected here is a weird inclusion since it seems like his purpose is just to break Ellie's mask, which he doesn't even do, so why is he even here? Anyway, Dina, seeing that Ellie's mask is broken, freaks out. She wants to share her mask with Ellie, which is insane and probably wouldn't have worked, considering that the spores would likely get inside the mask's breathing compartment. Ultimately, I think it's meant to be seen as a sweet gesture, that Dina would be willing to put her own life in danger to help Ellie. Although I think Dina is very serious when she proposes this, I think the game realizes that this would be very dumb and instead uses it to show how strong the bond between Dina and Ellie is, that she would do this for her. It's also a fine way for the game to segue Ellie and Dina into having a conversation about her immunity later on. But all that in its own time, because right now a horde of infected heard the noise they made and they better run. This run away from the horde is incredibly intense. I find that I really like these sequences where the player is being chased. They bring with them this high octane energy and urgency that is otherwise only found at times when you get caught in combat, but barely manage to escape by the skin of your teeth. The 2 button prompt sequences found in this chase are, like the last one, also complete rubbish, and you can just ignore it. Despite me knowing this, I keep forgetting and end up mashing through them because of the intensity found in these sequences. Narrowly escaping the horde, Dina is now completely exhausted. Ellie has to help her walk out of the train station to a theater across the street where they can seek shelter for the night. Upon entering the theater, a cutscene plays and the conversation that was cut off earlier can continue. Ellie is immune. Dina needs some time to grapple with this, but the real bombshell that's dropped in this scene is that Dina reveals that she suspects that she's pregnant, and they have an argument about it. Knowing she's saying things she'll regret, Ellie backs off and wisely instead decides to see if the theater is safe. And at that point the player regains control to search the theater for any potential dangers. There are no enemies inside the theater, just some resources, a radio, a generator, and a story about a really unlucky dude. Oh yeah, and a guitar shaped like a time machine. Ellie once again tries to play Pearl Jam's Future Days, but she still can't play it. The memory of Joel's death is too fresh in her mind. Instead, she's teleported to a flashback 3 years earlier. In the flashback, she's also playing the same song on a guitar. The only difference being, now she's together with Joel, out in the wilderness. They're on a hike going somewhere only Joel knows, which turns out to be a birthday surprise for Ellie. Walking through the forest with Joel is like being thrown back into the first game. Their back and forth banter is still there, with lots of corny jokes and goofy behavior.
Okay. Fuck it. I'm done guessing.
Well, good.
But, like, is it a...
It's likely a most welcome addition after what the player has been through in just the first day in Seattle. Dina is nice and all, she also brings a bit of goofiness to an otherwise very grim situation.
All this stuff has women on it. Nope. Wait, dudes. 2 dudes.
Dina, supplies.
Just like Ellie used to in the first game.
Whoa! How the hell would he even walk around with that thing?
Get rid of that.
What, hold your horse.
But the safety and levity that comes out of Ellie and Joel's dynamic is just more comforting. I think largely due to the fact that we've spent so much time with them before, and the first game spent basically its whole playtime building that relationship and nothing else, so that's no wonder. Even though this brings back a lot of memories and feelings from the first game, Joel isn't really acting as he was in that game. I don't think I've ever heard him laugh before this. I mean, like, he's chuckled before, but never expressed joy like he is in this chapter.
What is wrong with you?
You should see your face right now.
And it's frankly quite lovely, and it makes sense going from where the first game left off. Ellie's behavior surprised me though, as I expected her to already be questioning Joel's actions from the first game, but that comes a little later than I expected. A theme running through these flashback sequences, as you'll see shortly, is Ellie's doubt and distrust towards Joel growing bigger the closer we get to the present. The way her and Joel are acting in this chapter seems like, to me anyway, that Ellie has really been trying to forget what transpired at St. Mary's Hospital, but she, like Joel, can't outrun the past. A little side note I want to add here that to me makes this chapter and the other flashbacks all the more heartbreaking is that I think Joel knows his days are numbered. I think he's very aware that the decision he made saving Ellie, or really any of the shady decisions he's made in his past, will catch up to him at some point. And now he's just trying to enjoy his time with Ellie before the inevitable happens. Whether that something is Ellie finding out what he did and never wants to see him again, or someone he wronged on the way coming for revenge, either one is eventually bound to happen, if not both. Anyway, so we get to Joel's surprise for Ellie, which is the Wyoming Museum of Science and History, filled with dinosaurs and space-related objects. If I may say so myself, it's pretty darn great. There's something about walking through a museum of the Earth's extinct past while humanity is going through what might be an extinction, and also go through what probably would have been our future, all as a wide-eyed teenage girl who will likely never actually experience any of that future. It's a kind of somber yet magical feeling. The player can interact with just about every dinosaur exhibit and make awesome hatasaurs out of them. This section also packs some of the best jokes in maybe the whole game.
Oh, hello. Sorry, the dinosaurs are busy right now.
What are you doing?
Oh, wait. One of the dinosaurs is here. Joel, it's for you.
Very funny.
And generally much more light-hearted subject matter, which is sort of a testament to how much of a dark departure Part 2 is from Part 1. The one section that could pretty much fit right into the first game is also the most relaxing one. Moving up to the second floor, Ellie gets to the space exhibition. There are also lots of cool things for the player to interact with here.
Fuck yeah.
Joel, having read up on some cool space factoids, also tries quizzing Ellie on some space history. Ellie is really into this stuff, to the point where she literally dreams of going to space someday, aptly representing her wish to leave the situation she and the whole Earth is in, to start fresh somewhere else. According to Joel anyway, the Earth is lost. No one is looking for a vaccine to fight the virus anymore. That's the choice Joel robbed from Ellie without her knowing it. So what more is there for her then? Going somewhere away from everyone and starting over could give her a second chance at finding purpose. Maybe Dina and the child she's pregnant with could fill that void for her. To find purpose in partnership and family, that could just maybe be enough, but time will tell as their relationship grows. This is pretty much a perfect birthday present for Ellie, but wait, there's more. You can even pick out Ellie's favorite space helmet and sort of go to space. Or at least the second best thing, sit inside the cockpit of a space vessel while listening to the Apollo 11 launch. It's a really sneaky cutscene that lures its way in to ambush the player here, because you see Joel found a tape recording of the Apollo launch, and the goddamn look on Joel's face as he hands it to Ellie for her to listen to on her tape recorder is just the most endearing thing I've seen in a while.
Happy birthday, kiddo.
He really cares for her. A whole lot. He'll read up on things she's interested in. He'll go out of his way to find the most amazing birthday gift for her. And now he's gone. This whole chapter is a love letter to the first game and Joel, and it's frankly brilliantly done. But that's not all it is. The chapter ends on a darker note after Ellie gets separated from Joel in another part of the museum. This part of the museum contains some not so subtle symbolism, and a harrowing story of a former Firefly who is struggling coming to terms with the horrible deeds he's done. It's more of a reflection on who Ellie is becoming. And lastly, it ends with a reminder for Ellie about what transpired at the end of the first game, about Joel's lie and the seed of doubt growing inside her about what Joel told her about what happened to the Fireflies. Waking up from the dream/memory, Ellie finds Dina in the radio room. Turns out that she fixed the radio. They both overhear the wolves having spotted a lone male trespasser, who Ellie and Dina naturally assume to be Tommy, having gotten into trouble. Dina, however, currently has morning sickness due to her pregnancy, so Ellie has to go it alone. Upon hearing this on my first playthrough, my heart jumped with the thought of that lone trespasser being a certain other male. Now, it might seem weird that I'm even entertaining the thought of something as silly as Joel showing up here in Seattle, especially after what we've witnessed just a couple hours ago. But considering a certain shot I'd seen in a promotional trailer that came out a couple months before the game released, my hopes were high. But once again, we're getting ahead of ourselves. To get there, Ellie has to cross through an area of Seattle called Hillcrest, without a companion. This area has a whole lot of buildings to enter and scavenge. It is probably the first area the player can really feel the wide linear design approach being applied to the game, and oh boy is it something else. Out of combat, the exploration and traversal through the level feels like you're really exploring a previously inhabited area. There are several entry points for just about every building, so that every player can feel like they made their way into the building in their own manner, whether that's by breaking a window and jumping in, or finding a crack in the wall, or finding a way in the back of the building to enter it. Every player puts their own mark on how they approach the exploration, which feels great. The areas are also gigantic and sprawling with different paths and secrets to progress through them. And somehow, I can only speak for myself, but somehow I never get lost in these areas. They are designed so well that no matter the path you choose, it always leads you forward, or to some secret you have to backtrack from. I've got to admit that I really like this design practice. But on the other side of the coin, this design does have its flaws that become more severe on higher difficulties. When playing on, let's say, Grounded, the hardest difficulty, there are almost no resources to be found in every area, but the player can't know for sure that an area is empty or near empty before going in there and finding that out for themselves. So the player has to, for every building and every small path that the game lets you explore, carefully search those areas in hopes of finding something. And in most cases, the player finds a quarter of a resource, and very, very rarely actual ammunition, which is of course better than nothing, but it doesn't feel like enough for the time that the player has to invest to find such a small reward. Due to this, players might not feel a strong incentive to search the areas, or they might feel like they have to waste lots of time by searching absolutely every area just to scrounge up enough resources to barely get by. Personally, I don't have an issue with this, as I enjoy feeling like I have to scour every area just to get by in this world, like I always have just barely enough resources on me to survive. That's The Last of Us, to me anyway. It's unforgiving and you need to scavenge for the slightest advantage so you can come out on top versus your enemies. But I can also see how others don't want to have such an oppressive playthrough, and that's when this design practice coupled with high difficulty doesn't work out to the player's benefit. Some players might want the challenge that Grounded gives you, but might hate the time they have to invest in searching every area for small advantages in return. Well, if I just described you, then I have some very good news, because going through the difficulty settings, you can play on Grounded, but with more resources. The accessibility options in this game are great in this way, and lets every player tailor their playthrough exactly the way they want it. Progressing through Hillcrest, the player is introduced to a new enemy, dogs. The wolves use them to track Ellie when she sneaks through an environment. Dogs can pick up on Ellie's scent and follow her through the level without ever needing to spot Ellie. It adds another dimension to the combat, where you no longer can spend as much time as you want sneakily taking out every enemy as long as there is a dog in the encounter, since they will eventually pick up on your scent and find you, at which point you're in trouble. By throwing bricks or bottles you can get a dog off your scent, sort of taking their focus off the scent and onto the sound of a brick or bottle breaking. I like this addition as it stops the player from just adopting a stealthy playstyle for the whole game and forces them at times to meet their foes face to face. It is still possible to just stealth through the encounters with dogs, but they require the player to really excel at stealth to be able to pull it off. What the inclusion of the dogs does do very well though, is to weaken the cycle of kill, escape until the enemy starts searching for you, and repeat until everyone is dead. Just by the inclusion of a dog, you can no longer do this. Unless of course you just kill the dog right away, but you know, every system can't be perfect. Killing the dog and its owner stealthily though does take some skill, so if you pull this off, I feel like you've earned the right to stealth through the rest of the encounter. Continuing, you're likely to find lots of letters and whatnot that tell the story of a champion archer named Boris. He lost his daughter to the WLF and as a result went on a rampage against them. Remind you of anyone? The game is filled with smaller stories like these that reflect on Ellie's actions. This section eventually culminates in the player being faced against Boris after he's turned into a stalker. Beating him, you're rewarded with the bow and arrow weapon, which if you watched my video on The Last of Us Part 1, you know I love using, and I'm glad it makes a comeback in Part 2.
Fuck yeah.
Right after this, the player is led into an inhabited area where there are a ton of wolf soldiers, looking for the lone male trespasser, and probably you too. If the player is playing on anything harder than light, he or she has to do this in a stealthy or partially stealthy manner. Anything else will result in the player getting overrun by too many enemies and dying. So then it's a great thing that the bow and arrow was just given to the player. It's like it was made for this encounter, which really makes sense as you just got the bow. The tips and tricks image that appears when you die enforces this idea too. All of them that I got at least after dying again and again here includes a tip about the bow and arrow. And as you can tell, I died here more than just a couple of times. The encounter starts out in a stealthy manner, but after a while you're likely to run out of resources and it becomes a mad scramble just to get out of there. This was true for me when playing on hard, and gameplay-wise really was a highlight. I think the game shines the most in these chaotic combat scenarios, where you have to think on your feet to stay alive. All this comes together in a great and messy set piece, where you have to shoot while escaping in a car. It's like something that could have been in an Uncharted game, but somehow made its way into The Last of Us. Before moving on though, we have to address the lone male trespasser that was spotted by the wolves and that Ellie is trying to find. So just before the set piece with the car, Ellie finds the trespasser, or he finds her is more accurate, and it isn't Tommy. As it turns out, Joel really is here. He actually didn't die earlier.
You think I'd let you do this on your own?
You see, his head is made out of metal, and he has superpowers, so he came back to help Ellie enact revenge on his behalf for, you know, not dying, and stuff, you know. Wait, does that make sense? Oh yeah, that's right. Sorry, I remember now. It actually wasn't Joel that came.
What the hell are you doing here?
It was Jesse.
I think I'd let you do this on your own.
Which, if you think about it, makes a lot more sense since Joel is more dead than the undead roaming the streets. But anyone who's seen a certain trailer for the game can be excused for thinking this, even though you saw Joel die just hours earlier in the game. I know I'm guilty of this, and this would be a good time to talk about expectations going into the game, but it just so happens that there is one more example of something similar to this happening later in the game, and we'll pick up on the subject then. Moving on, this chapter is closed out with Ellie bringing Jesse back to the theater to rest up and meet Dina. When Jesse and Dina are reunited, something inside Ellie's head clicks, where she realizes that Dina is carrying Jesse's child. I don't know how she didn't understand this earlier, but whatever, you know. Realizing this and seeing how they are together, she gets jealous and storms off, which to be honest is understandable considering that Dina doesn't even check up on Ellie if she got hurt, but she's all over Jesse. That can't feel good, doubly so since they're ex-lovers. This segues nicely into a flashback 2 years earlier, when she was helping clear Infected with Tommy. At this time, Tommy taught her how to use the sniper rifle, which introduces him as being a menace with a rifle, and sets the scene for Joel and Ellie to go out together a little later on. This chapter is quite cleverly titled Finding Strings. I didn't pick up on this on my first playthrough, only after fully realizing that the guitar and the music from it is Ellie's connection to Joel. Joel expresses himself through the guitar and music, and Ellie has neglected getting new strings for the guitar that Joel gave her. She's not doing anything to help keep up their relationship, just letting the strings get worn out, at which point they will eventually break. So Joel takes Ellie out to find new strings at a music store nearby, to try and fix their relationship. In this flashback, Ellie is older than she was in the previous one, and it really shows. She has grown up and started questioning more of what Joel did at St. Mary's Hospital.
It's got some stuff on my mind.
Ellie and Joel's dialogue together emphasizes this change in Ellie. Joel will ask to boost Ellie up just like in the old times, but Ellie will shrug it off and just do it herself.
You need a boost?
I got it.
At this age, she now has reached the point of actually distancing herself from her parental figure, being Joel of course. Judging by the conversation she had with Tommy, it sounded like the interactions she's having with Joel these days are very few and far between. They don't talk about their interests, or joke around, or about themselves and each other anymore, like you usually do with the ones you love. Their conversations are now purely functional in its nature.
Well, you have to do more than hi and bye.
It's all about how many infected did you clear, about the patrols. And Joel, on the other hand, is still the same old lovable man who would do anything for Ellie. He's the one trying to fix the strings. Ellie is just going along with Joel, and doesn't really seem to care at all either way. What happened at St. Mary's Hospital has become an obsession for her. It's all she thinks about, and she has to know the truth. It's a short chapter, but a pretty memorable one. The encounter you have together with Joel against all the infected in the hotel lobby is one hell of a fight. I'd say there are about a total of 20 infected that gradually come after you in this lobby. Luckily, even ungrounded, they drop a lot of munition to deal with them. This is preceded by the two of you running into a bloater together with some runners, which somehow ends up being even more chaotic than the previous encounter. The bloater keeps ramming through walls trying to get at you, making it harder and harder to get away from the infected. I'm not 100% certain if this is true, but I think it's impossible to kill this bloater. The fight against him goes on until you've dealt a certain amount of damage to him, and then get caught by his charge. This triggers what looks like a death animation, but right before the bloater is about to pull Ellie's skull apart, Joel saves her, going mano a mano with the bloater wielding just a machete. The game is pulling out all of the stops to remind the player just how great Joel is. He will sacrifice limb and life for Ellie. This can be seen when you first get caught by the bloater, since Joel is also the one to get it off you by tricking it to attack himself. This is the game using the tricks it did in the first game to endear the player towards Ellie, but this time it's used to solidify the player's bond with Joel. Tail-ending this chapter though is a cutscene where Ellie is reminded about her losing her life's purpose, which used to be to create a vaccine that could save humanity, which again brings up her suspicion about why Joel dragged Ellie away from the Fireflies while she was still unconscious, showing despite this journey, her distrust in Joel is still growing. Despite the lengths that Joel will go for her, she cannot let this go, which honestly is understandable. Considering how sloppy Joel's lie is, it's inevitable that Ellie will question it. And the questions she brings up are very valid ones.
You said there were dozens of people like me. I've never met another immune person before. Have you?
But Joel still doesn't want to be upfront with Ellie.
I could be hiding it.
The truth could ruin their relationship.
You do.
And there is nothing he wouldn't do to prevent that from happening, so he keeps up the lie.
Do you believe that?
Leaving Ellie to search for the answers elsewhere, but more about that in the next flashback. Before moving on, I just want to mention that the Savage Starlight comic you find in the Outlook before leaving with Joel, and how it also foreshadows Ellie's consumption with Joel's lie, and to figure out the truth. Accretion is the process of growth by gradual buildup, which is exactly what's happening to Ellie right now. Just like in the first game, where the synopsis at the back of the comic would tell you a lot about Joel and Ellie's headspace at the moment where you find them. I also want to mention that I think it's really cool that if you linger around in the Outlook before going with Joel, Tommy will comment on it, as if you're dreading to go out with Joel alone, which is very believable considering where Ellie and Joel's relationship is at the moment. Back in Seattle, in the present, Dina has figured out the location of one of the people responsible for Joel's death, Nora, who is currently at the Seattle Medical Center, being the Lake Hill Seattle Hospital. Dina suggests that Ellie waits to seek her out until Jesse is ready to go with her, but Ellie goes anyway, alone. She's afraid that this might be her only chance to find Nora, who can lead her to Abby, which frankly is true. If she waits, Nora might be gone later. Before heading out, Dina gives Ellie a look, one of disapproval. She sees that getting revenge is becoming an obsession for her. She's making stupid decisions, deciding to go alone and putting her own life at risk, for just a chance to find one of the people she's looking for. But Dina doesn't say that. Instead, she doesn't say anything at all actually, and Ellie doesn't pry to find out what Dina is thinking because time is of the essence, so out she goes alone.
Right.
There are a few places to explore on the way, among them a large building that seems to have been inhabited by some WLF deserters, and pretty recently so if you pay attention to the environment.
Man, the city's still filled with supplies.
When exploring the building, you come across a workbench, and having recently acquired a wealth of parts, I think most players will upgrade their weapons here, which triggers the same WLF deserters to come out of hiding to attack the player. I really enjoy this, when the game blurs the lines between when you're safe and when you're not. It instills some fear into the player, and will likely make you look over your shoulder before sitting down at the next workbench. Usually in games when you're in the menu, you're safe, for then the game to throw an encounter at the player is a way of subverting expectations. Whether you're into getting surprised or not, I think this works wonders for the game. The idea of the violence in this world being so overwhelmingly intense that the player isn't even safe in the menu feeds into the world building in a way that I haven't seen before in games. On the way to the hospital, you have your first proper encounter with stalkers, not counting this guy of course. This encounter is goddamn intense. The AI for the stalkers have improved a lot since the first game, where they would just run around aimlessly. Now they actually stalk the player, and it's fucking horrifying feeling like you're being watched all the time without knowing where they are. But what really takes the cake is when Ellie first meets the Seraphites, or Scars as they're also known, who gameplay-wise share many similarities to stalkers. The game has been building up this meeting with a second faction that is fighting for control of Seattle for a while now, and it doesn't disappoint. After getting past the infected, Ellie enters a park. Some strange whistling noises can be heard, but they mean nothing to the player at this point in the game. Similar to how the noise a clicker makes doesn't elicit much of a reaction from someone who's never encountered one. The Seraphites use these whistling sounds to communicate between each other, drawing attention to where the player's position is or anything of notice happening in combat. It's a sound that, much like the clicker's clicking sound, the player learns to fear. If you're interested in hearing more about all the different ways the Seraphites communicate through whistling, you can check out this video. But venturing further into the park, Ellie is thrown into combat as she is shot with an arrow to the shoulder out of nowhere. The player is then immediately introduced to the periodical damage of an arrow that's stuck in Ellie and how to remove it, quickly followed by several Seraphites moving towards you. It's an extremely intense situation as the player is being engaged on with almost no time to react. Additionally, the Seraphites have a very different playstyle than the wolves Ellie has been faced with up until now. Scars will hunt Ellie while staying in the shadows and the tall grass, much like stalkers, and it forces the player to change up the way they approach combat, making this encounter especially memorable. That's not even to mention the big boy and the big girl Seraphites, who deal more damage and can take more of a beating before being taken down, who also stand out a lot. On the downside, this area is just filled with tall grass, and once you get comfortable using it, these situations are just too easy. You can run up and loudly murder someone, turn around and prone in the grass. Repeat this ad nauseum until everyone is dead. And the Seraphites or any other non-infected enemy will never find you while doing this, unless they have a dog. But you could just circumvent that by killing it right away and do this strategy. I think the addition of being able to hide in the tall grass is a great one, but creating an area like this that is almost completely covered in it makes the combat trivial. This might be attributed to being the very first time the player is introduced to Seraphites, so as to not to overwhelm the player with how difficult they can be. The next encounter is much better in my opinion. It has areas with lots of tall grass, but also large grassless stretches the player has to cross while fending off multiple enemies. There are many paths to take in this area, with some that involve some vertical gameplay, and there are a whole ton of Seraphites to cut through. It's one of the best designed levels in the game because of how many options the player has to move through the level, while not feeling like the game is pushing you through any of the paths. It really feels like a sprawling, organic, real place you're caught in, and I don't think you can give much more of a compliment to a level than that. Anyway, arriving at the hospital and finding Nora, a cutscene plays. Ellie starts interrogating her about Abby's whereabouts, which if you've played the game all the way through once before, you know is a lot closer than what you might expect. But Nora remains tight-lipped, despite Ellie's threats, and as soon as Ellie lets her guard down, she bolts, and it turns into a chase through the hospital. It ends up with Ellie, Nora and a bunch of WLF soldiers down in the basement of the hospital, which has been abandoned. It's now full of spores, and neither Ellie nor Nora has a mask on, which is something that turns out to be a problem for Nora. Ellie finds her coughing in a hallway by herself. The infection is already starting to affect her. With her last ounce of strength, she tries to fight back, but it's futile. Ellie asks once again where Abby is, this time with a little more leverage, but Nora, however, still won't talk. At first. That is until Ellie takes a page from Joel and Tommy's handbook on extracting information. Nora gives up Abby's location and says she's hiding out at the aquarium. Ellie's character shines through in this moment. We get to see the length she's willing to go to find out where Abby is, in addition to the disgust and trauma she feels afterwards when she comes back to the theater. This clearly isn't her, and she knows it. She hated having to do it, and it clearly left an impression on her. This cutscene is brilliantly juxtaposed with the previous scene of Ellie torturing Nora, and the one line of dialogue needed to explain everything to Dina is,
I made her talk.
It's honestly a masterful use of subtext. This is followed by Ellie showing some insight into what's happening with her, saying that she doesn't want to lose Dina, since following the path she has been on now would likely end in that happening. Dina is far more important than going through with this self-righteous deed, but can she act on that realization when push comes to shove? What's interesting though is that in the first game the player gets to witness Joel torture two survivors to find Ellie, and Joel's feelings about it are just glossed over, because that's not important to the story they were telling. For all we know, Joel might be really broken up about it too, but we never get to see that. In this game, the part where Ellie tortures Nora is never shown to the same degree. What is shown, however, is Ellie and the aftermath of it all. Because while this moment is also about the horrors that people inflict upon each other, more important to the scene is how it affected Ellie to do something like that. That's why the player is only shown Ellie in this sequence, and never the actual damage she's inflicting on Nora. Almost a whole minute is dedicated to just showing Ellie's trauma, because that's how important this is to this story. It does not glorify what just transpired, like some people might say. If so, then the first game glorified it even more. By downplaying the violence and sugarcoating the consequences of Ellie's actions would also be to downplay the seriousness of it. The violence needs to be horrific and grounded for the consequences of it to be believable, and this scene is emphasizing the cost of Ellie's actions, which is why it needs to be as horrific as it is. This scene is likely past many people's comfort level, but ultimately the game can't shy away from the violence these characters are committing for sake of the story. Another difference between this scene and the one in the first game is that the player is still to a degree in control of Ellie when torturing Nora. The player, along with Ellie, has to torture Nora by pressing the square button multiple times. I can imagine some players might be in alignment with Ellie's anger towards this group that killed Joel and will therefore quickly comply when given a button prompt to make Nora talk. And I think that's part of the point. The player has yet to see this whole situation from the other side, which might make you think twice before doing this. And has also yet to see how doing this leaves Ellie in much distraught, making the player reflect on what they just did. I think this moment is when most people realize how sickening what they and Ellie just did is. However, there are probably also many people who were in alignment with Ellie and yet did not want to go through with this because, of course you don't want to do this to anyone, and you don't want Ellie to lose her humanity doing this. And for what? I'm not saying that torturing anyone is ever justified, but doing it for selfish reasons might just be one of the worst reasons to do so. And so, the player might sit a while with the button prompt until realizing that you're forced to go through with this horrendous act together with Ellie. And I can honestly understand people's disgust with this, and I do also think that's the point. Both are valid reactions to this scene. The player is both supposed to be yelling at the screen for Ellie to stop making these horrible decisions that will end up ruining her life, and others might condone it considering what they did to Joel, hopefully to later reflect on it. The difference is that the former group is a little ahead of the curve in terms of what the story is trying to say, while the latter group will likely catch up to that point sooner or later. Even without having any empathy or care towards Abby and her group and her struggles, the decision that Ellie makes should affect the player on a human level. Most games provide some sort of wish fulfillment, often a power fantasy, but it can also just be something much more innocent, like creating amazing things that couldn't exist in the real world. The first game was that. It was a power fantasy where you protected someone who later became your child. No one could stop you, as Joel, from protecting Ellie, and the gameplay works wonders for the story in this sense, making the player go along with things they otherwise wouldn't dream of doing in the name of protecting someone you love. This game is similar in the sense that no one can stop Ellie, the player can murder anything the game throws at you, but Ellie's reasons for doing these things are just about the opposite from Joel's reasons. This story is one that I personally would not want to fulfill, which isn't necessarily an issue, but the issue that might be stemming from this is that the player may no longer be in alignment with Ellie after she goes through with this act. Hopefully seeing how torturing Nora affects Ellie will humanize her to the player again. Despite the terrible act she committed, she still has some humanity in her. She both regrets it, but she can't stop going forward with this obsession of finding Abby at any cost. Just looking at her face while she goes through with this conveys the conflicting emotions inside her so well. The anger she has for Nora for what she did drives Ellie to do this. Meanwhile, the humanity inside her is struggling to justify going through with this, and that sadness can also be seen on her face. From this point on, well actually there are earlier signs as well.
Just give me 5 minutes and my knife. I'd tell you if they were lying or not.
Gotcha, motherfucker. Ellie, we should go. Somebody would have heard the gunshots.
How are we gonna get Leah alone? This QZ is swarming.
We just need a minute to talk with her.
Well, she's dead. How do you feel?
I'm pissed we couldn't talk to her. What?
Nothing.
But this is the major point where the player's view of Ellie is likely to change. So up until now, the player has likely been mostly focusing on finding and killing Abby and her crew, just like Ellie, but this event muddies the water. The player still wants to find Abby and bring her to justice for what she did, but this is now coupled with some worry that Ellie might be going too far in reaching this goal. This game isn't even close to being over, and is already throwing something like an equivalent of Joel's choice in part 1 at the player, where many players might no longer see eye to eye with Joel, and in this case, Ellie. A quick sidebar here, as this is a good place as any to bring this up, but the ludonarrative dissonance is an issue to the whole story and has to be addressed. Ludonarrative dissonance is the conflict between a game's narrative told through the story and the narrative told through the gameplay. So the issue is that Ellie kills hundreds of people on her journey to find Abby, but do any of them actually matter? The game goes a long way to humanize the characters you kill, but you know, maybe one of them was working on a cure for the virus in a basement somewhere. Maybe one of them was doing his or her job to put food on the table for her child. You get it, the list goes on and on. These people have stories too, and any one of these people that Ellie kills should be part of this cycle of violence that the game is trying to convey. The people she touches by killing them could someday come back for revenge, but in all likelihood, the game will just overlook this, for sake of the contained story it's trying to tell.
Joel, get up.
The game is drawing attention to the violence you're committing, but not drawing any parallels to how it connects to the theme of the cycle of violence. This really feels like a lost opportunity. Killing random NPCs is a huge part of the game. Killing them is already somewhat tied into the theme of Ellie's obsession and her doing anything to get to Abby. However, making them a part of the cycle of violence as well would likely only heighten that part of the game, and I imagine it could tie into combat in some very interesting ways. With certain people you can kill having ties to certain other people, and that could shape the combat later on. To a lesser degree, the game does this by building ties between the NPCs, with the wolves yelling out and reacting to you killing their friends, but that doesn't actually have any effect in combat. It could be cool to see something like killing someone on day 1 in Seattle drastically altering an encounter in day 2. And not just a dog reappearing. That might be too ambitious though, but it's something I would love to see having been done. Ellie also doesn't beat herself up outside of cutscenes about the people she kills. It's actually quite hilarious when in 1 second she's regretful for killing a woman, and then not even a minute later she blows up 2 more people and their dog. Yet in the end, Abby is the only one she really needs to realize this before being able to move on. So to enjoy the game, these things sort of need to be overlooked.
Hands up.
Most AAA games are action games, and telling a story like this through the lens of an action game can't be easy. Developing games is not an easy task, and they generally do their best with the resources that they have at their disposal. So I don't want to go too hard on them in this example, since I do think they did an alright job, but at the same time I think there's a lot of potential that they wasted. Anyway, as I was saying, I think the latter is a less egregious example, as it partly feeds into the story already as it is, with Ellie regretting what she's doing as she's doing it, but she can't stop. Her emotions are getting the best of her, and that's part of the tragedy, although that is only in cutscenes, and it's quite infuriating that it's not consistent. While Dina is giving Ellie a bath and tending to her wounds, Ellie reminisces about something that Nora reminded her about.
You're breathing spores. You're her. There are no fireflies anymore.
About when she went back to St. Mary's Hospital 2 years earlier, to figure out what happened that day her and Joel arrived there. She sees that all of the Firefly resources are still there, which is weird as they probably would have packed up and brought a lot of that stuff with them. There's a cat MRI scan of her brain and a picture of her bite mark with some notes about the promise that her situation might hold to engineer a vaccine. And lastly, in the operating room, Ellie finds a tape recording revealing that the only doctor who would have been able to engineer a vaccine is dead, along with her purpose. Then a cutscene promptly plays outside of the hospital where Ellie confronts Joel about what happened.
If you lie to me one more time, I'm gone.
Ellie gives Joel an ultimatum to tell her what happened, or else she will leave and never come back. Joel, understanding that she now already basically knows what happened anyway, coupled with her threat, decides to tell her the truth, to which Ellie doesn't take so well hearing.
Making a vaccine would have killed you, so I stopped them.
That there was an opportunity to make a vaccine that could have worked, but that Joel stopped them, robbing her of what she considers to be her identity. In her head, making this vaccine would make everything okay again, although that's simplifying the issue, since there would still be infected roaming around, munching on people. But this isn't why she's angry at Joel, not just because he took away her purpose, but because saving her would leave her with an enormous amount of survivor's guilt. She probably just wishes she was a normal girl living a normal life, but she's not. She's special and carries this huge weight that in her mind throughout the first game had been built up to be the cure that could save the world from this apocalypse and restore some sense of normalcy again. Dina is in bad shape because of the pregnancy and needs to get back to Jackson soon to rest up. The plan that Ellie and Jesse cook up is that they will head out to the aquarium where Abby is and wait out there in hopes that Tommy will eventually end up there as well, so that the four of them can all head back together, which as far as plans go is probably the best they could hope for if they want to find Tommy before heading back. However, when Ellie is to brief Dina on the plan, she doesn't say any of this. She just says that they're heading out and that Dina needs to lock the doors after them. Ellie still wants revenge and is hoping that she can shoot two birds with one stone, since Abby will likely be at the aquarium anyway, so might as well get some revenge while she's there. To hammer this point home, the game once more has Jesse ask Ellie is she really okay with leaving Seattle after finding Tommy, to which Ellie says yeah. Hopefully her priorities won't be tested on the way to the aquarium so that her true intentions come to light. Ellie and Jesse overhear that the WLF has spotted a sniper at the marina who they both understand must be Tommy. Jesse wants to go help him, meanwhile Ellie still has her eye on the prize, Abby. She's so close to finally finding her now, but what's most important, helping and possibly saving Tommy's life, or going after Abby for revenge?
Fucking Tommy.
Ellie apparently didn't learn anything from yesterday's events, and decides to go after Abby. Jesse can't in good conscience follow Ellie and instead goes after Tommy. The following combat section inside the dilapidated mall is one of the most hectic and fun in the whole game, at least on harder difficulties, where the player is forced to engage with the environment to outsmart the enemies. Using the water that surrounds and has taken over a lot of the mall's floor, the player can dive under and pop up just about anywhere, kill 1 or 2 3 WLF soldiers, and then when it gets too overwhelming, dive underneath again and pop up somewhere else to repeat the process. I realize that this sounds exactly like what I had an issue with regarding hiding in the tall grass, but it's actually two very different situations. Hiding in the grass can be done in the same patch of grass every time, and you can stay in the same patch of grass for as long as you'd like. You kill someone, run back to the grass, hide and wait for them to stop looking for you, and repeat. These bodies of water forces the player to move around. The player can't just pop in and out of the same place in the water. The enemies are lingering around there and they will kill you. So you have to move once one area gathers too many enemies. The player also can't just stay underwater for so long that the enemies stop looking for you. For very obvious reasons, Ellie can't breathe underwater. You know, she's not a fish. Since the water doesn't give the player any stealth properties like the grass, you cannot hide in it and wait for them to stop looking for you. All it does is provide hidden paths that the player can travel through to escape or approach enemies. It's just great level design. So Ellie steals the boat they spotted and drives through the flooded part of Seattle. In this section there are several buildings to explore and 2 combat encounters. You get to explore a huge area at your own pace using the boat. It's a pretty good section that stands out due to its unusual method of traversing the environment, but I can't help but feel like Naughty Dog missed an opportunity to make this section even better by making this area even more open, much like the section when you first enter Seattle on day 1. The open world format would lend itself very well to this section, and I can only imagine driving the boat through a huge flooded city and stopping wherever to explore levels as large as the dilapidated mall you started in. It would be incredible. A downside to this would be that Ellie is already in a rush at this point in the game, and she knows Abby's location and would want to get there as soon as possible. Having the player roam around exploring and fucking around in every area to exhaustion would go against Ellie's motivations, even more so now than at day 1 in Seattle. This chapter is closed out with a bloater boss battle, much like the one you had together with Joel in the Finding Strings chapter. This feels deliberate as to make the player feel like Ellie is making bad decisions by making the encounter more difficult by throwing the player into encounters that previously were meant for Ellie and her partner, but now you have to face alone. She should have gone with Jesse to find Tommy.
Fucking Tommy.
Getting past this hurdle opens the path to the aquarium, and to get there you have to cross part of the ocean in the midst of this storm, which is absolutely insane in this boat. So naturally, the boat capsizes, throwing Ellie into the water, but through what can only be pure willpower, Ellie swims the last stretch. Inside the aquarium, Ellie finds a dog that she has to kill. where she says the 2 worst words in the English language.
Stupid dog.
Okay, that's enough. Ellie's actions are now irredeemable. Never mind the torture, this is where she loses her humanity. But a little later in the aquarium, she finds 2 of the people who were there when Joel was murdered. Owen and Mel, but not Abby. Ellie again takes a note from the torturing tutorial she must have gotten from Joel or Tommy at some point and deploys the exact same technique that Joel did in the winter chapter of the first game, not having learned anything from her encounter with Nora. And you, the player, you're likely screaming at Ellie at this point to stop it, but she won't. She keeps going, and it ends up going very wrong. Owen tries to wrestle the gun from her and gets shot, all the while Mel tries to stab her and faces the same fate. With Owen's last breath, he utters, if you didn't quite catch that, I'll turn the volume up. Pregnant. And wouldn't you know it, Mel was pregnant. Not only did Ellie not get any information from them, she also ended up killing someone completely innocent in this whole mess, an unborn child. If there is a threshold for where you become more of a monster than a human, then Ellie is really walking that line now. Luckily, she was not aware of that when killing Mel, or it would have been an unforgivable act. That, in my opinion, would mean that Ellie is beyond saving, that she is completely lost to her anger and this obsession of finding Abby, that nothing, absolutely nothing, could shake her out of it. So Ellie, broken down and suffering from what looks like a panic attack, is surprised by Tommy and Jesse arriving. They bring Ellie back with them to the theater, where ironically and heartbreakingly a Prager Dina awaits her. Tommy and Jesse are discussing routes to get back to Jackson when Ellie joins the conversation. Her and Tommy talk about them having to leave without getting to kill the one they wanted the most. Ellie says that she has to be okay with that, as if she accepts that reality, but it doesn't feel like she really believes that herself, like she's not ready to let go of this obsession.
It has to be.
So I guess that's the end of Ellie's journey of revenge, I said very convincingly. So Tommy leaves to check on a gift he's planning on giving Maria when he gets back to Jackson. After a while, Jesse and Ellie hear noises coming from where Tommy went, and so they follow and barge in there. Upon entering the room, Jesse gets shot in the head, and lo and behold, here is Abby standing in the middle of the room, threatening to shoot Tommy in the head if Ellie doesn't put her gun down. Mind you, this is coming from someone who shot Jesse in the face just seconds earlier, but Ellie listens to her anyway, not like she had much of a choice between trying to shoot Abby and doing what she demands. And not wanting to risk Tommy's life, Ellie throws her gun away and pleads for his life, but it's a little late for that.
You killed my friends. We let you both live, and you wasted it.
Abby.
The AI for a specific type of character is implemented as a set of skills that invoke a hierarchy of behaviors. So every type of infected have their own set of skills, in addition to a set of behaviors. Skill sets are tailored to fit each type of infected, as you can see here in this graphic. Whereas behaviors are more universal and are available to all AI, and no, you're not having a fever dream. I'm actually very unironically going in depth about the game's AI systems at the game's climax, kind of mirroring what the game is doing to the player at this moment. Well, no, I'm just kidding about this being the game's climax, because this is just one of the climaxes. Did you think the game was going to be over soon? You're looking really silly now, aren't you? The game isn't even halfway to being finished, and you already thought it was going to be over soon. That's cute. Come on, it's just a couple more hours left. Stay awake. Now we are going to dive deep into the troubles and victories pertaining to the human enemy AI, the infected enemy AI, and the companion AI.
Fuck these motherfuckers.
Couldn't have said it better.
So strap in, because you're in for one hell of an explanation of the game's AI systems. This part of the video is going to be almost identical to what I said in my previous video on The Last of Us Part 1, with just some minor changes sprinkled in wherever it's needed. This is due to the AI systems in place in both games being almost identical. So let's get on with it. When fighting against enemies, whether human or infected, there are a lot of systems working behind the scenes that determine their actions and therefore the flow of the battle. Prior to making The Last of Us, Naughty Dog had some experience with designing AI for human enemies, which was likely helpful going into this game. But unlike Uncharted, The Last of Us has an infected enemy that doesn't resemble anything seen in the Uncharted series, except for maybe that one time. But nonetheless, they're still very different when it comes down to their behaviors. In addition to this, the human enemies in Uncharted and in The Last of Us are also of two radically different worlds. Uncharted is a fun, pulpy action fantasy made into a game where the enemies will run you down and shoot at you with all they've got, seemingly fearless in the face of death, while The Last of Us is a much more grounded adventure, where everyone is just scraping by with what little they have, just trying their best to survive, and the enemy AI in both games reflect that and those themes. So when designing the infected, it was Naughty Dog's goal to make them feel very different from the human enemies, while at the same time being believable in this world. In The Last of Us, all enemies, both human and the infected, use the same AI, but with differing lists of skills that elicit behavioral responses that allow them to easily adapt their decision-making logic. It's done this way so that they can create characters with the ability to interact with the world in many different ways, while keeping the code as simple as possible. All of this work is undermined, however, when characters bug out and start mindlessly running into a wall for no reason, or does any of the weird janky things that are always issues when having AI characters in a game. In this tangent, we'll be exploring what systems are used to make this a reality, and to what degree Naughty Dog were successful in doing this to achieve their goals, starting off with the infected enemy class. By now you've probably already noticed that there are different types of infected in the game. We have runners, stalkers, clickers, shamblers, and bloaters. All these classes behave very differently in the game, both when stealthing and in combat. The most obvious variables between the types can be attributed to their senses and abilities. Runners are fast and have a limited vision but are not blind, however they still rely heavily on their hearing to spot you. The runner type are very common enemies that usually attack in groups. Then there's stalkers that are very fast. They are even more agile than the runners, and their behavior can be very sporadic, where 1 second they'll be running at you and then quickly bolt to the side and hide again, only to return some seconds later. Similar to the runners, stalkers still have their vision intact, but only to a limited degree, and therefore also rely heavily on their hearing to find you. They are a quite uncommon enemy type to encounter and are usually found in darker areas. Clickers are considerably slower than both the previous types, in addition to being completely blind, making their hearing better than the runners and stalkers. You'd think this would be to their detriment as a dangerous infected class, but they might be the type of infected that people fear most of all. When they get close to their target, they go into a melee frenzy, lunging at the target. In almost all cases, a hit by a clicker results in death, although I have experienced, albeit very rarely, that a clicker just hit me with his arm and didn't kill me. They're easily recognizable by the clicking noise they produce to move around using echolocation. I wouldn't call clickers uncommon, they're normal to find in areas with infected, but to a much smaller degree than runners. Shamblers are the missing link introduced to bridge the gap between clickers and bloaters, and in that regard they are very welcome. Or they might be a whole nother evolutionary path for the infected hosts, which can be evidenced by them still having eyes. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. Shamblers charge at the player and release corrosive spore farts when getting close. And if you're anything like me, boy do you have an opinion on this design choice. And last but not least, we have bloaters, who are the slowest infected enemy class, most of the time. When they're not the slowest infected enemy class, they are the fastest one when using their charge skill. Like clickers, they're completely blind. They are, however, also the strongest infected class in the game, by far. They are invulnerable to melee attacks and have protective armor on their whole body. When standing further away from a bloater, they will throw spore bombs at you or charge you. Luckily, bloaters are the rarest of the infected class to encounter. The infected class's hearing is roughly 6 times better than the human enemies. It is also correlated to whether or not they've spotted you yet. If they're unaware of the player's location, their hearing is lessened, making it easier to perform stealthy strategies, if that's your preferred playstyle. This, however, doesn't mean that the infected are easier to stealthily take out. They are still more prone to spot you when stealthing than humans. The way that this is communicated to the player is that when you stealthily approach an infected, after getting close to it, it will enter an agitated state, implying that it is picking up on your sounds. This gives the player a window to act quickly before being discovered. The responsiveness of the infected are also connected to the difficulty that the player is playing on. For each difficulty, the thresholds at which the infected would respond to stimuli is changed. On lower difficulties, clickers will respond in the fashion mentioned above, by turning and barking, communicating to the player it is aware of something. Whereas on higher difficulties, they are much less forgiving and will often chase the player outright of being discovered. Shining the flashlight at infected yield no response. They lack the insight to infer that someone is shining the flashlight on them, and will therefore not react to it at all. Sounds, however, from throwing bricks or bottles or something of the like will attract them to the sound produced when it hits the ground. The infected will run towards the source of the sound, but still won't infer that the player threw something to produce the sound. This can be used to great effect when using Molotov cocktails. As it breaks, a sound is heard by the infected, leading them all into the flames and killing them. This could have trivialized any encounter with the infected given that the player had a Molotov cocktail on them, so a limit to how many infected could die by any single Molotov was therefore set to counteract the possibility of anyone abusing this to break every encounter with infected. Human enemies and infected share most of their behaviors, but do not share any skills. But certain skills will trigger the same behavior in different characters with different skills. Every character always has a list of skills to be used in different scenarios, with different priorities, from highest to lowest priority, to determine which skill is used. What you've been looking at now are the prioritized skills for all the infected types in the game. Priorities decide which skills are allowed to interrupt each other. For example, in the case of the chase skill, it is allowed to interrupt the search skill. If the infected are alerted to the player's presence but aren't aware of where you are, they will search for the player. If the player is then discovered, the search skill is interrupted by the chase skill. The player can then throw a Molotov at the infected to set them on fire, which will then interrupt the chase skill and prioritize the on fire skill. The lowest priority skill for all the infected is the wander skill, where they'll just be trotting around the environment. So if the infected aren't busy doing anything else, they'll just be wandering around. The combat tactics of the infected class are mostly very simple. They spot you and then they chase you. This can be attributed to the chase skill. When an infected encounters the player, it turns towards the player and screams, communicating that it has discovered something. This is then followed by the chase skill, invoking the move to behavior. Unlike human enemies, the infected will never share information between each other, as they are not intelligent, and only respond to the stimuli in their environment.
I saw him go that way!
Thus, if the player is spotted by an infected in an environment, only that infected would be chasing you. However, the follow skill that all infected types have, except for the stalkers, lets an infected follow another infected that has started chasing a target. This was done so that the rest of the infected wouldn't seem insensitive to the player when being discovered. Lastly, there's a skill called sleep. Whenever the player encounters an infected that's just standing still, it is considered to be sleeping. It's an idle state that reduces the sensitivity of the infected's senses, making them easier to avoid or sneak up on. Several times in the game, these sleeping sentries are used to create choke points in an area, giving the player no choice but to enter combat at certain points. I'm sorry if this gets a little boring to listen to, but I felt it was necessary to include to properly be able to appreciate and criticize the infected, because they are very well done in my opinion, yet sometimes they can act kinda weird. At its best, the bugs can be entertaining, yet a little immersion breaking, and at its worst, they're huge annoyances or game breaking faults. Luckily, I encountered no big bugs in The Last of Us Part 2, whereas in the first game I encountered several. When designing the human enemy type, the goal was to make the player feel bad about killing them, since just like Ellie, they are just survivors. To achieve that, they had to make the AI good enough to trick the player into believing that they were killing real survivors. So then first off, the enemies had to be dangerous. They had to act like they were fighting for their lives. The enemy design used in Uncharted, where they acted like cannon fodder, would not be suitable for this, since if the enemy acted like cannon fodder, the player would treat them like cannon fodder, and that would not elicit the desired responses from the player. Secondly, the enemies needed to appear to coordinate and communicate between each other, like real intelligent survivors would. And thirdly, they needed to care about their own safety, much like a survivor would.
Please. Take it easy. Just take it easy, Wyatt.
The idea was that if these three conditions were met, it might be able to draw out the sought-after emotion that the developers were after in the player when killing these enemies. This is at least true for the first game, and I don't really see much of a difference to the human enemy AI now the second time through, except for the game having heightened all these three parts of the enemy AI, so I think it's safe to say they're going for the same thing this time around. There are a number of ways to make the enemies feel dangerous. You can make them bullet sponges, making it really hard to kill them. That wouldn't suit these enemies though, considering they're human, and the damage they can receive should reflect that. For a game like The Last of Us that strives to be grounded, this would be immersion breaking. Another possibility would be that the enemies can deal a lot of damage, which is the case in higher difficulties, and works very well in those cases. But it can be punishing to less experienced players, as it is directly correlated to the difficulty of the game. Or the enemy could be hard to hit, which has the danger of becoming tedious for the player. So instead of tweaking numbers or making the human enemies into acrobats, what was done was that whenever the player gets shot by the enemy, it triggers a body hit reaction animation. The animation takes away control from the player for a second or so, until the animation is played out. It makes the bullets that hit you carry extra weight, even though they still deal the same damage. That moment of helplessness after getting hit creates the illusion of danger. It's a pause in the flow of combat that sticks out to the player and doesn't let him or her forget the mistake they made that led them to getting hit. A simple but elegant solution to make the enemies feel more threatening. For a game like Call of Duty, where the player is supposed to be running and shooting while getting shot at most of the time, taking control away from the player after getting shot is likely not a good idea, but it suits The Last of Us's more methodical, slow-paced and grounded approach to combat. To make the human enemies seem intelligent, several inclusions were added to their AI. Just like the infected class, the humans also have a list of prioritized skills that they adhere to, such as panic, advance, melee, gun combat, hide, investigate, scripted, and flank. Most of the skills are common in shooters, and need no explanation nor contribute a lot to the perceived intelligence of the survivors. However, I want to highlight the investigate skill, search skill, and the flanking skill, as I consider them to be the skills that attribute the most to the human enemy's illusion of intelligence. Whenever the player eludes the human enemies after having nearly been spotted, one of the survivors will often take the role as an investigator. The NPC that got this role would walk up to the place that the player was last spotted, or an ideal place that has a view of the area, and play an animation as if they were looking for the player. If the enemy found nothing, it would return to its previous location and pick up its scripting where it left off. Pretty basic stuff, but it adds to the realism of the characters the player is killing. A detail I love that I didn't know where to put in here is that when executing the survivors, they will beg for their life, which, for me at least, adds a lot of hesitation and emotion in the act of deciding to kill someone. This goes a long way to humanize them, as you instinctively feel for them when they're begging for their life.
Can we find our true strength?
On the other hand, if the player had been discovered earlier, but then eluded the enemies to regain stealth, they will enter a search state. In this state, the enemies will walk through the environment, clearing area after area until they find the player, or give up if it takes too long, at which point they return to normal scripting. As is the case with both these skills, the enemies will voice lines to each other while performing their skills, further selling the illusion of coordination and cooperation between the survivors. In combat, the enemies can decide to flank you, determined by which of the enemies has the best position to do so. This can add an element of surprise to the combat, as well as make the enemies seem more intelligent than an enemy that would stay put and shoot at you in intervals until either of you die, usually being the enemy. It's a great addition in my opinion, when it works. It's a joy to feel that rush of danger when you have to work on your feet in the middle of combat. The sad part is that I have to say when it works, because that is the case with the human enemies much more so than with the infected enemies. But I have a larger problem with the human enemies than the infected ones for two reasons. One being because they are supposed to be intelligent, and 2, just because the bugs are worse. And when it doesn't work, you really notice it, resulting in weird interactions where an enemy will reprioritize which skill to use at questionable times.
Whoa, look out! How'd they get away?
You get the idea by now, the list goes on and on. At best, the human enemies have personality and evokes an emotional response when killing them.
Please.
And at worst, they're just sporadic cannon fodder, which isn't all that bad in itself, it just isn't what the developers set out to make when they designed enemies for The Last of Us. This stuff really erodes the immersion that these are real survivors just trying to get by, just like Joel and Ellie are. And it irritates me since I've seen how good it can be when it works, but the sad truth is that far too often it doesn't work. I realize that these are all nitpicks as none of these bugs make the game unplayable, but considering them all together and the frequency at which they happen, it nudges me towards saying that Naughty Dog to some degree did not reach their goal when making the human enemies. When building AI companions, Naughty Dog knew that there were a lot of things they had to avoid. Many of you watching have probably played a game or two with companion AI that sucks, and some of these games might have had a dreaded escort mission that was the low point of the game due to terrible companion AI, or just terrible mechanics in general, where you had to go save or help out your companion all of the time. World of Warcraft is just one game that comes to mind when talking about this.
Come on, take you back to the Peller. Misses you something awful. Do I really have to keep ringing this bell for you to follow? Come on, damn it. Bear! Run, you stupid piece of shit!
Considering how a large bulk of The Last of Us Part 2 involves companions, let's have a look at how they are designed.
Fuck these motherfuckers.
Couldn't have said it better.
The most basic trait that all companions share is that they will always try to stay close to the player.
There's a runner behind us.
From a gameplay standpoint, this is good because the companions won't run into problems with the enemy AI unless the player decides to do so, him or herself. If the companions were just scattered randomly around an area, the enemy AI could run into them without the player having done anything wrong. This wouldn't be fun, as it is not fun to lose or ruin an encounter through no fault of your own. In addition to companions staying on Ellie or Abby most of the time, a failsafe was added where the companions can't be spotted by the enemy AI. Or I should say, almost can't be spotted, because it can actually happen, just extremely rarely. Ideally, the companions would never be in a situation where they would be spotted without the player also being spotted, but at times this doesn't work out as intended, and stuff like this can happen.
Kathy! I think it came from over there! Right here!
Fuck me! Man, that was sloppy of me. Sorry. It happens.
This obviously isn't ideal, but it's definitely better than the alternative of letting the companions lead to Joel getting spotted as well, or them getting in danger and the player having to save them. This would just build up resentment against the companions, and that's not really the point. Another positive to having companions close to Ellie or Abby is that they can trigger relevant dialogue and help in combat.
On the left!
Or shine light on something noteworthy outside of combat. There are exceptions to this design though. At times when the player is casually exploring an environment, Dina or Jesse or Manny or Lev will calmly go on to explore by themselves, stepping away from Ellie or Abby, and for the observant player open up for additional hidden dialogue. This is however only the case when out of combat. When in combat, they will always stay as close to the player as possible. Next, when developing companions, was giving them utility in and out of combat. They will at times assist when the player is getting pinned down by an enemy, yell out enemy positions, or hit an easy shot, and sometimes kill an enemy all by themselves. These traits combine to make the companions feel less like someone the player is just escorting, and helps the player feel grateful for having them around in tight situations where they might have turned the tide of the battle. Then hopefully the player will grow to like them. An issue I had with the first game was that Ellie was the only companion that was truly fleshed out in terms of her AI. In part 2, this is true for all companions, and I think that's great. A downside to this is that in the first game, Ellie's AI was used to great effect for the story. This cannot be said for part 2, with the exception of Lev and Abby, because where Lev truly stands out from the other companions is his progression through the game and how it's communicated to the player through his dialogue and mannerisms. something that is not found to the same degree in any of the other companions. From day 1 to day 3, Lev shows dramatic changes to his character that can all be experienced by the player in-game. I don't find this to be nearly as well done as in the first game, but it's still good stuff in my opinion. In the first game, I say that the main criticism I had towards the companions were how janky they could be and how little they actually helped, because a lot of times they just didn't work at all. What's great about part 2 is that this is fixed now. The players can themselves decide how involved they want the companions to be in combat. If you want them to be more hands-on, you can have that, and if you want them to be more laid back and not help you that much, you can do that too. So you can choose whatever fits your playstyle or whatever you think feels best for the story. Another thing that I really dislike that is only adjacent to the companion AI subject is that they will at times yell out a phrase like, "Oh, that was a close one," or something to that effect at the end of combat. And sometimes Ellie or Abby will just do this themselves.
Okay. That it? I think that's all of them.
That'll do it.
You okay?
Yeah. Fuck these scars.
Seraphites, whatever.
Yeah. Fuck them.
This is to signal that the combat section is over and that the player can relax. I absolutely can't stand this, as there is no reason for your companions, or Ellie or Abby, to be aware of when every enemy in an area has been killed. I always found it to be counterproductive for this game, as I thought they would want to keep that oppressive tension that the player can get ambushed at any moment. They even create that tension themselves at times, and then they squander it in moments like this.
Done.
That uncertainty of when you're safe or not is something I wish was more in the game, and it is being robbed of every player whenever a companion yells out that fucking phrase. A different issue is that the companions are way too janky when trying to stealth. Sometimes they will stand up and run to cover if they're badly positioned, or just stay in a spot where they should definitely have been discovered. It looks bad to an almost comedic degree, completely ruining whatever immersion that could have been there. Shipping the game in this state isn't really alright, and I think because of the first game's success, with all those faults included, they didn't really think of completely fixing it. These are very common bugs that I wish Naughty Dog would take seriously and take some time to fix, as I feel my biggest complaint with the AI, which is otherwise pretty good, are these issues, specifically the AI related to the human enemies and the companions. You'd be forgiven for thinking that this was the end of the game for a bit. It's already about the length of a AAA game, and here's the climax. Ellie and Abby meeting face to face again, but then the screen goes black, and the player now controls Abby, and it's 4 years earlier, and we're trying to find Abby's father.
Dad!
And wait, what the fudge is going on? Turns out that this is the day that Joel and Ellie arrived at St. Mary's Hospital. Abby's father, Jerry, is the doctor who we've all had the pleasure of meeting before. It just so happens to be that he is the only doctor the Fireflies knows that is capable of creating a vaccine, which is a problem because of... yeah. But first, let's have a look at how the player is introduced to Jerry. He's a caring father, he likes the outdoors and animals, he sees the value of teaching Abby valuable skills. Oh, and yeah, he's the most benevolent man alive today. Now, granted that last part is a bit of hyperbole on my part, but this chapter where Jerry is introduced is so transparent in its ways to make the player think that Jerry is a good guy. It's too on the nose, and it frankly backfires because of that. I can see the writer's hand penning down how to make the player like Jerry, and it makes me want to fight back against it, because that's not good writing. Luckily, the game is not trying to say that, and immediately afterwards in the next scene, it adds some more depth to his character when the player is treated to a scene that is only alluded to in part 1 from one of Marlene's tape recordings.
And you're okay with killing her?
It rehashes what we already knew, that there is no way to make a vaccine without killing Ellie. That was the crux in the first game. What's important in this scene, however, is Marlene's question to Jerry about what he would do if it was his daughter that he had to sacrifice to create a vaccine. And it's suggested by his hesitation that he might not be able to go through with it if that was the case, just like Joel. He also could not easily make the choice that would save the most lives. It's a very morally grey situation, and that isn't lost on his character, despite his ham-fisted introduction. This saves his character from being just some one-dimensional bullet practice for Joel, and adds even more grey to an already grey situation. Jerry isn't superior to Joel, Joel isn't superior to Jerry, and the same goes for Ellie and Abby. They are all struggling with their own demons. The player regains control for the last part of the chapter to run into the surgery room as Abby later that same day, only to find, of course, nothing there for her. I think the music and editing does a lot of legwork in this scene to convey how the loss of her father by the hands of Joel ended up brewing a hatred inside her and ultimately brought her to Jackson for revenge, just with some music and a brilliant match cut with Abby as the subject.
Joel, get up. Joel, fucking get up.
And so now we're back to where we started the story again, at Joel's death. Abby has likely gone through something akin to Ellie's revenge journey just to get here. She finishes the job and decides to let Tommy and Ellie live since they've done nothing wrong, and then she leaves back to Seattle. And at that point, time rewinds 3 days from where we ended things with Ellie, back to day 1 in Seattle. The player wakes up as Abby in the WLF headquarters, the Seattle Stadium. Abby and Manny, who is the,
How's the hand?
I'm gonna keep most of my fingers.
Brother, you only need 3. Am I right?
Charming fellow that's guiding you through the headquarters, and Mel, who's too pregnant to be doing anything really, have all been called out to the front. On the way through the stadium, the player can see how well established the Washington Liberation Front really are. They have food halls, private living quarters, agriculture, shooting ranges, armories full of ammunition, a kindergarten, and presumably school for older children too, and doggies you can pet and play with, the whole shebang. We also get a look at Abby's room. It reminds me of the walk through Joel's house that sort of served as a wake or a funeral for him. Looking around, her room says a little bit about Abby, but not at all to the same extent that Joel's house did about him. So what we can extrapolate from her room is that she cares a whole deal for her father, she's tidy, at least in comparison to her roommate, she enjoys reading, and she works out. You might have noticed that Abby is quite the big lady, swole AF if you will, and what kind of person goes to the length of basically making their own body into a weapon that can destroy others? Well, what we do know is that Abby was obsessed with finding Joel. She even risked her own life to find him back in Jackson, and we will learn even more later on about how far she went just to find him. This thing of finding Joel consumed her whole being to the point where she started working out to be able to kill him. We saw her 4 years earlier, before her father was killed, and back then she didn't look like Dwayne Rock Johnson's. Just like how revenge consumed Ellie's being, it seems like it had a similar effect on Abby's life. In the anticipation of one day finding out where Joel is, she's made her body ready to be able to deal with him. Now, before moving on, we have to address the 800-pound giraffe in the room, which is of course that the game heavily implies that the player will be playing as Abby for the same 3 days you just played as Ellie. And spoiler alert, that's exactly what you have to do.
Critical error.
The player now has to control the villain of the story, being Ellie's story, who, as it just so happens, is the player's villain as well, for now anyway. I can imagine that this is a major turnoff for a lot of people. It sure was for me when I first played through the game. I can remember thinking I don't want to play as Abby. If it was any other run-of-the-mill villain, I don't think it would matter all that much, but the player has been primed to absolutely despise Abby's guts for about 10 to 15 hours now, and for the game to then ask the player to now suddenly play as Abby for the next foreseeable 10 to 15 hours is kind of asking a lot. The preceding chapter about what happened 4 years ago to the Fireflies softens this transition to play as Abby a bit, since it shines some light on where Abby is coming from. At least she's not some lunatic who just tortured and murdered Joel for no reason. I think most people had already guessed that Abby was a former Firefly, but the game verifying it is nice before having to play as her for such a long time. So now, knowing just enough backstory to understand why Abby did what she did, the player probably goes, ah, okay, I get why she did that fucked up stuff. But still fuck her though, let me play as Ellie. And so from here on out, it's the game's job to get the player on board with her. Granted, that is one hell of an undertaking, and I don't think they were entirely successful in getting the players on board. This might be partly attributed to the leaks, but some of it, at the very least, has to be because of how absolutely horrendous a large chunk of this first day in Seattle is when playing as Abby, and we'll get to that soon enough. Why are we playing as Abby now though? I thought this was a game about revenge, and the player would not be wrong for thinking this.
I'm gonna find... and I'm gonna kill every last one of them.
That was what all the commercial material surrounding the game said. Hell, even one of the directors of the game came out and said that this game is about hate, to contrast the first game, which was about love.
This story is the counter of that. The story is about hate, and how we use all those same things to make the player feel that we're increasing the desperation and the obsession that Ellie has to pursue this goal. Ellie started going down this road of revenge. How far would you go to exact revenge, to bring justice to the people you love? And then bad shit goes down.
This is something the developers definitely did to a fault, and they recognize that themselves.
I mean, that's the thing, which is like maybe to a fault. We tried so hard to protect the experience, the player's experience.
But we're going to be very mindful and conscious to not spoil like big things about this game.
I agree with the gist of what Neil Druckmann is saying here. Revealing that the players will be playing as Abby for about half the game would ruin the experience that they were going for. I can therefore sort of justify the review embargo that they placed on reviewers, where they were only allowed to review the first half of the game and had to leave out anything and everything after that regarding when the player plays as Abby. And it's still a grey area, as the reviews are supposed to give the player a look into the game, and Abby is a huge part of the game. Personally, I lean towards protecting the experience above all, but that's just me. Others might want to know more before buying into a game, and they should really be able to do that. This stuff isn't unprecedented though. Back in 2001, after the huge success of Metal Gear Solid, Konami and Hideo Kojima released Metal Gear Solid 2: Sons of Liberty to a very mixed reception. In the games, the player usually plays as Snake, and in the previous game, which was a smash hit, the player played as Solid Snake. In this game, the player also starts out playing as Solid Snake, but the game quickly pulls the rug from out beneath the player, at which point the player then controls Raiden for the remainder of the game. Leading up to the release of the game, the promotional material surrounding it had featured long-standing fan favorite Solid Snake, and it admittedly, just like The Last of Us Part 2, pissed some people off who really liked Snake and wanted to keep playing as him, but at the same time, many people applauded the game for the protagonist switch up, and it is today regarded as one of the best game experiences ever made. I do therefore side with the developer's intentions of protecting the experience for the player, and in the case of hiding the extent of Abby's role in the story, I think it's justified. What is not justified, or alright in any sense on the other hand, is the type of misdirection the developers toyed around with. I don't read reviews or seek out any additional information about a game before playing it, aside from what the developers make available. So I, like many others, watched the trailers leading up to The Last of Us Part 2's release, and saw Joel in place of where we now know Jesse is.
What the hell are you doing here?
I think I'd let you do this on your own.
I think I'd let you do this on your own.
This is very different from omitting some information from a game you're selling to hide twists, story and plot points. Showing this actively misleads players to believe that at some point in the game, a certain thing will happen. I do see where the developers are coming from. They just want to protect the experience by misdirecting the public to believe that Joel won't die. I mean, look, he's right here. He's not gonna die. But this is just going too far. They can show tons of other footage from flashbacks, and they did do that too, and I don't think that did any harm. In this scene, they're showing Joel saying that he's going to help her get revenge on these people, straight out implying that he will be part of that journey. I might be in the wrong here, I don't really know. All I do know is that it made my experience worse, since I was seriously expecting Joel to somehow pop up later in the game and say that line. It seriously fucked with my expectations in a bad way. It's not that I was hoping for more time with Joel and Ellie, it's just that I believed that was going to happen at some point in the game. I do realize how that sounds amazingly dumb, since after he dies early on in the game, there's really no way he could be there to say that later on. But you know, it's a game, anything can really happen, and in my mind, that meant that Joel somehow survived having his head caved in and came back to help Ellie. I'd say I was almost in denial, and I was clamoring on to any possible way that he could come back. But enough about that. On to the purpose of this change of protagonist. It's quite simple in its idea. Can you make the player hate a character, and then bring the player back from that hate? This is similar to what they attempted in the first game, which was to make the player like or even love Ellie in a sort of parental way. But for this game, the player needs to get invested in Abby's journey, or else the game falls apart. When gaining control of Abby, at this point in the game, most people start the journey with a very strong anger, or at least a very negative feeling towards her. But over time, this feeling fades. For myself, this started happening in the section right before you meet Lev and Yara, and then moving on, I got more and more into her journey, until it reached a point where I no longer really knew how to feel. All this being said, I think we can finally get into Abby's journey. So, while driving out to the front, the three of you are ambushed by Seraphites in a set piece. It's one of those classic high adrenaline car horse chases. The game is starting off Abby's part strong gameplay wise in an attempt to draw the player into her story. Or so you'd think, but this whole section is just smoke and mirrors. You don't actually have to do anything at all, and it doesn't matter to the game either way. The chances of you dying here, even on grounded, are slim at best, and the Seraphites won't overpower the car or kill any of you depending on your performance in the set piece. And that kinda rubs me the wrong way. You're chased until the car crashes, forcing you into some abandoned hardware store, and having to continue on foot. Sadly, after that strong start, if you can call it that, the game drops the ball immediately afterwards. The start of day 1 takes the crown as what I consider to be the weakest part of the entire game. As soon as you leave the stadium, the areas are a slog to get through. I don't really like complaining about this sort of thing, but the areas here are simply too big. What's more relevant criticism though, is that there is no interesting level design to make your way through these areas, and with too few visual indicators letting the player know where to go. Out of all the places in the game, this is where I got lost, in these two areas back to back. The layout of the Home Depot and the preceding greenhouse are both set up in such a confusing manner where everything looks identical. There is nothing discernible in the environment that indicates that a certain direction or place means progressing forward, and it makes this section drag and just hurts the player's relationship with Abby, as she's simply boring to play at this moment. And if she's boring to play, the player will not be invested. The developers obviously want the player to sympathize with Abby as they do with Ellie, to show both sides of this story they're telling, and right out of the gate, they stumble and crash. They should have put a lot more effort into making this a very strong start for Abby to capture the player's interest in her. From the get-go, the player will almost instinctively dislike playing as Abby. She has been the antagonist in the game up until now, and wanting the player's viewpoint to turn on a dime is a lot to ask, and a very big undertaking to get right. Even with the small chunk of backstory that was served to the player when first gaining control of Abby, no one will outright accept Abby's side and enjoy playing as her now. I think most people can understand her predicament and see why she made the choice she did, but that's a very different thing. Therefore, it's extremely important that Naughty Dog gets the intro to Abby right. And just in case I haven't made it clear by now, I really commend Naughty Dog for trying to pull this off, but sadly they ended up shooting themselves in the foot. Or so it would seem at first, because Abby's story is actually very well made once you have the whole picture, and when the gameplay significantly improves once you get past the beginning. A smaller annoyance I also have with this section that doesn't really apply that much to anyone playing through the game for the first time, and is more of a problem for anyone replaying the game, is that in the WLF base, where the player is allowed to fill up on ammunition, you can get full ammo on the handgun and the rifle that you're issued. And then when you arrive here in this hardware store, you'll magically have lost a set amount of that ammo regardless of whether you used your guns during the car chase set piece. This is just ridiculous, and is also a problem with part 1 in another set piece in that game. I do understand where the game is coming from though in these types of set pieces where the player is required to shoot from a purely technical standpoint. The game can't allow the player to run out of ammo in these scenes, as there are certain points in the set piece where ammo may be required, and the player might have been wasting bullets up to that point, making this impossible. It might also ruin a lot of the tension that these scenes carry with them if suddenly the player runs out of ammo and now you just have to sit there and watch. So the game therefore supplies the player with infinite ammo instead, which is a great solution if you don't care about having a consistent and grounded game. When the Uncharted series does this, I don't bat an eye, because that game isn't taking itself nearly as seriously. It's supposed to be just a fun pulpy action adventure.
Holy shit!
The Last of Us, on the other hand, cares a whole deal about that. The way I see it, there are two solutions that I can see to this problem. Either they revise the set pieces to work regardless if the player has ammo or not, which to be frank, is how some of them already work. The player doesn't have to do anything in this set piece, even ungrounded. You'll only take a bit of damage. But that's not really fixing it though, is it? What I mean is that the game will recognize whether the player has bullets left and tailor parts of the set piece accordingly, such as in Ellie's car chase set piece, she has to shoot this clicker off the hood of the car. But imagine if the player didn't have any bullets left at that point, then the game could have had her stab it to death with her knife. And the second solution is not one that I'm really a fan of, but it would be to just get rid of these set pieces as a whole if they can't handle that the player has some agency and wishes to save some bullets for later. Moving on from the greenhouse, you enter a warehouse, where inside you find a training manual for the Covert Ops skill tree. Here you can also upgrade Abby's weapons, which was the point at which I realized how long Abby's section was going to be, and that this was actually going to be all 3 days in Seattle, like with Ellie, just now from Abby's point of view. Realizing that, I immediately turned off the game for that day to think about what the purpose of this swap was, and also partly because I was quite hesitant to place Abby.
Critical error.
It wasn't before later that night when I couldn't sleep thinking about the game that I jumped back into it, and it didn't take much longer before it wasn't all that bad playing as Abby. In this warehouse, there's a puzzle involving a ladder and a rope here that took me longer than I'm comfortable admitting. Abby's vertigo is introduced here in a more serious manner than before. Now you actually feel it with her, and I think the game does a great job doing this with the visual effects. Although the player as of now doesn't know what shape or form Abby's vertigo will matter to the plot, as it's quite subtly shoot into Abby's persona. Other than that, there's not much to be said about this place. But shortly afterwards, Abby comes to some abandoned train tracks where Seraphites are searching the grounds. It's a lighter encounter with lots of cover and grass to use to your advantage, and not too many enemies to ease the player into the combat with Abby. In this section, I really like the way you weave in and out of combat using the train carts. Immediately following this, however, is a significantly harder encounter with almost no cover and lots of enemies in a small space. The only place to hide for cover is inside the gas station, behind the counter, and you can still get flanked while inside here. The player has to survive for about a minute when backup arrives to slaughter all the Seraphites, lessening the load on the player. It is, however, quite the leap in difficulty despite this. Staying alive for a minute without much cover against several enemies is not easy, but I feel it's warranted considering this isn't really the start of the game, but just the start of Abby's story. The game doesn't have to ease the player into combat as much as it did with Ellie. No tutorials or simple encounters are needed as the player has already been introduced to all the mechanics earlier. At this point in the game, the player has been introduced to every craftable item in the game, and almost all of the player upgrades, so we'll take this chance to delve into these systems now. From The Last of Us Part 1, the crafting system has been expanded upon in several ways. Back then, in the first game, the player could collect blades, bindings, rags, alcohol, explosives, and sugar. These were the craftable components that could be combined in 6 different combinations to create some very useful items, and some less so. The trick was that certain items needed the same components to be made, forcing the player to make a decision every time they craft an item. For example, if you craft this, then you cannot craft this. The issue, however, was that in the first game, the decision 9 times out of 10 was very easy to make, since there was an imbalance in the usefulness of the items. So there was often not really a choice to be made, as one of the items was so much more useful than the alternative. Now, in The Last of Us Part 2, it is also true that you have craftable components that can be combined to make items, although Ellie and Abby have different craftables. You can see here in this table that the system has been expanded upon quite a lot. The health kit and the Molotov cocktail are just as they were in the first game, and both of them are still very useful, making the choice between making either a very tough one. A new addition is that the player can now craft a silencer for the semi-auto pistol out of a canister and rags. This ad hoc suppressor will understandably only function for a limited number of shots before breaking, which is after 3 shots, but can be upgraded to last 5 shots. When playing as Abby, the suppressor skill is unlocked by default, likely because of her seemingly more proper combat training. It shares a component with the mine trap, which honestly has its uses, but doesn't hold a fuse to the silencer, which is in my opinion one of the better offensive craftables in the game. It also shares a component with the health kit and Molotov, and Pipe Bomb, which is Abby's answer to the Molotov. These items all work very well in tandem to deepen the decision the player has to make when crafting either item. Out of the items that use an explosive component for Ellie, I consider the trap mine to be the weakest, purely because of the reason that it uses one of the same components that the silencer does, while not offering anything significantly different to the alternative being explosive arrows, which are great and an absolute joy to use. Which leaves the stun bomb and smoke bomb, which are pretty much identical. When used, it will detonate on impact, opening up enemies to be susceptible to strike animations. This can be said for both of them. The main difference is that smoke bombs also create a wall of smoke that can hide you from enemies, making it the slightly better option in my opinion. In addition, the player can craft 2 smoke bombs with the same components needed to craft 1 stun bomb, given that you've fully upgraded the crafting tree. For Abby, on the other hand, it's a bit more of a nuanced decision. There are 3 craftables that demand explosive components, being pipe bombs, incendiary shells, and hunting pistol ammunition. These are all good craftables, and there are several factors that come into play to decide which one you should go for. All of the craftables can be crafted in bulks of 3, given that the player chooses that path in the skill tree. They are also all very useful upgrades, albeit for different reasons. Pipe bombs are good versus both humans and infected, although slightly better against infected as they tend to come at the player in clusters. It costs an alcohol, a canister, and an explosive to make, which are very valuable resources. The alcohol could go to craft a health kit, the canister goes a long way to making a silencer, both being top tier craftables. Incendiary shells acts as an extension for the shotgun. Having crafted it, the player can swap between using regular shotgun ammo and burning bullets. It's rather weak against human enemies, but works very well versus infected. And it only costs an explosive and an alcohol, making it a cheaper option than pipe bombs, saving a canister that could be used to craft a silencer. And lastly, the player can make their own ammo for the hunting pistol with an explosive and a blade, inhibiting the player's ability to craft a melee upgrade or a shiv. The hunting pistol is the most powerful weapon in the game damage-wise, and being able to craft ammo for it in times when you're running low on ammunitions is something I consider to be very useful. So as you can see, all 3 explosive craftables have some merit. Which one is better, I believe really just boils down to preference. What weapon do you prefer to use? How many enemies are there? Are you in need of crafting anything else? Essentially, what's the situation? And how do you prefer to approach combat? They are all different amounts of useful and have differing situations where they are the most useful, while also having very varying costs that affect other craftables. So in the end, to each their own. I personally prefer crafting pipe bombs and hunting pistol ammo. Pipe bombs because they are excellent, and hunting pistol ammo, partly because it's good, but also because I don't like upgrading the melee weapon or making shivs, as they last a long time after crafting it just once. As Abby, crafting a melee weapon or shivs only affects your ability to craft ammo for the hunting pistol. Ellie's equivalent of this decision is whether or not to craft arrows instead of upgrading the melee weapon, which partly also affects the crafting of explosive arrows. But the decision between a melee upgrade or arrows, for me anyway, is a non-choice. Arrows are so much more useful. I've already expressed my love for the bow, so I guess it's no surprise that I hold that opinion. Despite what I've said about the craftables, I think this is indicative of pretty much all of the choices the player has. I can go on and on about what is the better item to spend your resources on, but in the end it comes down to preference. If you want to only craft trap mines and melee upgrades, more power to you. I mean, Jesus Christ, but you do you, man.
Fuck is this?
While exploring the world, the player can find pills lying around that can be used to upgrade specific skills, or more general attributes. In a single playthrough, there aren't enough pills to fully upgrade each skill tree, so some thought should be put into what to upgrade. Let's start off with Ellie. She has 5 skill trees: survival, crafting, stealth, explosives, and precision. They are also made available to the player in that order. The survival tree has some very useful upgrades, with the big issue being that you have to crawl through some really shitty upgrades to get to the good ones. Both increased health and endure are fine skills and are worthwhile, but having to spend 120 pills just to improve your health and then commit another 100 to get endure is just not worth it after knowing what secrets the other skill trees hold. Maybe that's the reason the player starts out with the survival skill tree, so that players will, on their first playthrough, waste some pills in this tree, and regret it, perhaps leading to another run through the game getting the upgrades you really wanted, but couldn't afford. I should add that if you're into using the listening mode a bit, then this tree has a lot to offer. It's just not for me. Not to be over dramatic, but I think it goes against the game's very intent, and using it completely ruins the gameplay. But you know, to each his own, and if you enjoy using it, why should you listen to some asshole saying it's wrong? I just think that there is no reason for Joel and Ellie to have supernatural hearing to the extent that they can see enemy positions through the environment. It breaks a lot of encounters by removing both difficulty and tension that's supposed to be present in many situations in the game. It's good that Naughty Dog left it up to the player if they want to use this ability, so that if you don't want to use it, the player can choose to do so. It is also never integrated into the story, so if you don't interact with it, you can just pretend it doesn't exist in any way whatsoever. In all fairness, it's a fine way to let players who are struggling to also experience the game. It doesn't ruin the fun for people who choose not to use it, and it gives players who feel they need the opportunity to make the game a bit easier, a way to do so. Now, for the crafting tree, I can't say I'm a big fan of really anything on offer here. Upgrading the melee weapon is a waste of resources, faster crafting is highly situational and not worth the pills, smoke bombs I like for their added effect of creating a smokescreen, more effective health kits is probably what I consider to be the best upgrade in this tree, saving the player quite a bit of alcohol and rags. But is that worth 130 pills? I don't know. Then, the last spot in the skill tree also allows the player to save more resources when crafting smoke bombs, which, you know, is good and all, but it requires a small loan of 170 pills to get there, and there are just way better options out there, if you just save up your pills for the next skill tree, being the stealth tree. Now, this is a tree with almost all the fat cut off it. For just 20 pills, the player can learn to craft a silencer, probably the very best skill to get for the cost. Then there's the Listen Mode Clarity upgrade, which you probably know how I feel about. The next 3 upgrades, however, are all great. Faster prone movement, improved silencers, and faster stealth kills. Cost a total of 150 pills, but are absolutely worth it for anyone who just so little as dabbles in stealth. It makes stealth more approachable, it lowers the resource cost of being stealthy, and also widens the player's opportunities, having a silencer that doesn't break so quickly. It makes it way easier to stealthily move around an environment, and stealth killing enemies when the stealth execution speed is doubled. Just great skills all around. On to the explosives tree. In my eyes, this whole tree is just a big vice. If you love blowing shit up, then everything in this tree is for you. You don't need explosive arrows. The game is a whole lot more fun with them, and you definitely should get them, but they're not needed. The best skill in this tree is probably improved Molotovs. Molotovs are already so good at dealing with infected and humans at times, and it just makes them even better. If that is all you want though, then coughing up 80 pills for it is a bit much. Lastly, for Ellie there's the precision tree. The first two skills in this tree are all around cost-wise and maybe even impact-wise the best. Double stability and accuracy for 30 pills? Yes please. Move 50% faster when aiming for 30 more pills? Sign me the fuck up. These are so valuable that I see no reason for any player not to get these skills the very instant access is granted to the precision tree. I don't view the preceding two skills as being anything special. The very last one is nice though, but very costly. And on to Abby. She also has 5 skill trees of her own. Field Tactics, Covert Ops, Firearms, Close Quarters, and Ordnance. I would compare Abby's Field Tactics to Ellie's Survival tree, in terms of what it has to offer being only survival really. The first and last upgrades increase Abby's health by 25% each respectively. The first one is a no-brainer. Gaining a 25% health increase for only 30 pills is a great deal. But that might be as far as you should go into this tree, since it requires a whopping 160 pills to get the remaining upgrade, with not really anything that good in between. The Covert Ops shares some resemblance to the stealth tree we just looked at, just a whole lot worse really. Instead of killing enemies quicker with stealth executions, Abby gets increased movement speed when holding a hostage, which isn't horrible, just not nearly as good as what Ellie got. And both trees share the increased prone speed skill. The rest of the upgrades aren't worth much, and I would argue that even spending 110 pills to get into the grabbed enemy movement speed is not even worth it. So if anything, stay away from the Covert Ops tree like Ellie does do reasonable decisions. With how shitty Abby's skill trees have been so far, you've probably saved up a lot of pills. So when you finally unlock the Firearms tree, you can go crazy, cause there's finally some skills of value here. Craft incendiary shells and hunting pistol ammo are both very good. Being able to turn resources into firepower can get you out of some sticky situations, or just expand on the choices you already have in approaching combat. Faster aim movement is also very good for anyone who likes to move around and approach the enemy instead of waiting for the enemy to come to them. As for the last two upgrades, I view them as optional. If you're using the hunting pistol a lot or incendiary shells, then I'd recommend fully upgrading the firearms tree, otherwise skip these last two skills. The next tree, Close Quarters, also has a lot to offer, more so than the firearms tree. Everything in this tree, with the exception of faster health kits perhaps, has great value for every player. Momentum gives Abby the ability to enter a sort of trance after performing a strike against an enemy. That is, when the player attacks a stunned or surprised enemy, and you get this execution animation. For a short while after that, the player can perform this again on another enemy, even without stunning or surprising that enemy. For only 40 pills, that's pretty powerful. We've already mentioned the other upgrades, so I hope it will suffice to say that I endorse all of them. And lastly, there's Ordnance. Out of the skills here on display, I think improved pipe bombs and improved silencers are the two that stand out. The pipe bombs upgrade works just as the Molotov upgrade, making the explosions more powerful, which is always good and fun. And having silencers that last longer is also great. Whether or not to go for the craft more pipe bombs upgrade depends on how often the player uses pipe bombs. It's a good upgrade, but really only for the pipe bomb connoisseur. So the WLF crew that picked you up drops you off at the forward base. Here Abby meets Nora, who tells Abby that Owen has gone MIA, and that Danny has been killed by Owen. While she's there, Isaac wants to have a word with her and Manny, telling them his plan to finally finish off the Seraphites. You see, he's planning on attacking their island, where they reside, and he wants Abby and Manny and their crew, the Salt Lake crew as they're known, to be part of the first wave he sends there. This is all going to happen in 2 days when a storm is predicted to hit Seattle, so Abby's mission is to gather up her crew until then. I've seen a lot of people mention that the game misses a huge opportunity to throw a gut punch to the player in this chapter, as Abby is shown the forward base's morgue. When walking through the morgue, the player can see the astounding amount of bodies that Tommy, Ellie and Dina have left in their wake. The game draws more focus towards Danny, that was killed by Owen, as that is going to have a lot more impact for Abby's story, and you know, that's fine, but the game not drawing more attention to the people that you decided to kill as Ellie seems like such an oversight. I think this scene would be much more effective at drawing Ellie into Abby's story if it included, for example, Jordan's body lying next to Danny, or someone else that the player would remember. It's like the game doesn't want to sort of chastise the player for murdering these people, which, considering what the game seems to be trying to say with this game, is kind of odd. There might be some reasons for this though. One being that The Last of Us doesn't have a knockout option when fighting enemies, such as, let's say the Metal Gear Solid series, where something similar to what's suggested is done in the Sorrow boss fight in Metal Gear Solid 3, Snake Eater. In that fight, every enemy you killed is brought back as ghosts to haunt the player, powerfully conveying the consequences and horrors that the violence we commit have on others. Since The Last of Us doesn't have an option to not kill enemies outside of avoiding them, this idea wouldn't work without implementing something of the sort, such as a chokehold or certain weapons that would just tranquilize enemies. Although that would bring up a whole new host of problems, such as why would you knock out enemies in a dog-eat-dog world like this? This isn't some arbitrary war where the soldiers aren't really the ones at fault, but are just following orders. That's at least not the case between Ellie and Abby, and by extension the WLF. The Seraphites and WLF fit that description much better, but we're not talking about their situation quite yet. The people in this world are generally just surviving. They will kill you for the resources you have, or for the threat you might pose to them or their loved ones' safety, so a knockout option wouldn't have been the greatest inclusion in my opinion. Secondly, I think the game is very purposeful in how it doesn't have an option to pacify enemies and just sneak past them. To me, it feels like Ellie is taking some control of the gameplay, as in that there's always a compromise between story and gameplay, and in this case story wins. Getting into this is a whole nother can of worms I don't want to open right now. It suffices to say that ideally the story and gameplay goes hand in hand and complements each other. That is not always the case though, as we've already seen at times. At times the gameplay might win over story in regard to what's important for the game, and other times story might win. And the bottom line is that I think Ellie wouldn't let these people live if she had to fight them. So when fighting in this world, it's a kill or be killed situation, and so therefore the player cannot choose to spare enemies. The game does however draw a lot of attention to the consequences of the violence, which fits the bill to show the players some of the horrible things they've done. Just adding a line such as, "The trespassers have been wreaking havoc on our patrols," or something to that effect would go a long way to make the player more aware of the horrible acts they're committing. I do also think that the game cares a lot about showing the horrors of war and how these two factions demonize each other, which might have been a missed opportunity to show here. I say might have because this is day 1 in Seattle and the big war between the WLF and the Seraphites hasn't even begun yet. This isn't the time to show that though. On day 3 the game shows this horror very well, when it's suitable. In the end, I think there are supposed to be a lot of corpses here because that's what Tommy, Ellie and Dina would leave behind them. Having this very powerful moment here where you can convey the consequences and horrors of war might seem like an obvious inclusion to add to this game that the player's kills could have been seen here, so much so that it can make you think that the developers purposefully excluded it from the game, as it isn't actually as relevant to the story as it might seem right now. Although what I do think is valid criticism is that this scene could have been executed much better in terms of pulling Ellie's story into Abby's story, which is an issue throughout most of Abby's part of the game.
I'm gonna kill you.
What?
At the end of the forward base chapter, Abby has a flashback to 3 years earlier, when she used to be together with Owen. They go together to an abandoned aquarium, exploring all its rooms and halls. There are lots of notes and storytelling through the environment inside the aquarium about a family that used to live there after the outbreak. The mother in the family was killed by some soldiers, while the father just stood by watching. He did nothing after the fact either. He did not go back for revenge, and because of this, he ended up losing everything he presumably cared for. Both his children ran away to join the Seraphites. So, you know, maybe he should have gone after the soldiers responsible. That's easy to say in hindsight though, because we don't have what would become of him and his children had he chosen to go after the soldiers. If this wasn't clear enough, then this is clearly drawing parallels towards Abby and Ellie. Meanwhile, Abby and Owen has some flirtatious and expository dialogue going on. You know, sexy stuff like Owen expressing some sympathy for the Seraphites and saying that they're not so much unlike them themselves. This whole chapter just lays the foundation, really, for Abby and Owen that is much needed later on in the game.
We shouldn't dismiss them as crazy.
Towards the end of this flashback, things start getting a little steamy, but despite this, Abby still only has one thing on her mind. And it's not the love she has for Owen, or how comfortable she has it with him. It's Joel, and the fact that he's still out there somewhere. She wants to go back to the WLF to train more. She cannot let this go, and it's affecting her life in negative ways. Any time she spends romantically involved with Owen is time not spent focusing on Joel and getting ready for when she meets him. Back in the present, Manny helps Abby escape the base to go look for Owen, who she is certain is at the aquarium. Along the way there are lots of signs that Seraphites have been here and likely used to live here, but for some reason left this area. And to no surprise, progressing a little further, you meet a group of them. First, just a few, but as you move forward, more and more of them come. They keep piling on and on until there's no option but to run, so that's what you do. I've already gone over how much I like these hectic sections, and this one is no different. You run, attack, and you run again until you get out of the building, at which point you get tackled by several Seraphites, and then knocked out. But not before pulling a Mike Tyson. It's definitely a highlight, and gameplay-wise is when I imagine people maybe start enjoying playing as Abby, which is important. The player might still hate Abby's guts, but if the gameplay is good, the player is way more likely to keep on going, which is essential, since as of now, Abby is likely still perceived as being the worst human being on the face of the earth. And maybe, you know, just maybe some more time and more context will change that. The first thing you see after getting knocked out is another flashback. This time 4 months earlier, at the same aquarium, and as it so happens, Abby's come here with some news for Owen as well. She's found a lead that could help her find Joel. That lead is that Tommy is at a settlement out in Wyoming. It's not a lot to go on, Tommy might have no idea where Joel is, but at this point, I think Abby would follow any lead, no matter how small. On the other side, back in the present, Abby regains consciousness in a forest where she's being prepared for a literal religious slaughter. The Seraphites hang her by the neck, and when they're about to cut into her stomach, a whistle to her luck interrupts the ceremony. Another Seraphite gets dragged into the situation. This one goes by Yara. She apparently knows of another apostate, meaning someone who has renounced the religion the Seraphites follow, but she refuses to give up that person, so they punish her accordingly. At which point 2 arrows to her leg stops them before they can do any more damage. Abby manages to save Yara's life just before the lady is about to shoot her, and in return, the unknown archer, who we learn is called Lev, saves Abby's life by cutting her down. Now, because of the situation they're in, the player is partnered with these 2 ex-Seraphite outcasts against a small horde of stalkers. Better chances at surviving together, you know. After knocking them all out with an infinite durability hammer, Yara suggests they get the hell out of there, and to the coast. It's not far away, so you follow them through the pitch-dark woods. Visually, this is one of the most striking environments in the whole game. This forest lit up by only a torch while you're hunted by stalkers. When you're almost out of the woods, Lev and Yara are attacked by the same big Seraphite that tackled you in the last chapter, from here on known as Holyfield. You know, the one Abby took the air from. she really shouldn't have come back, because this time Abby takes her life in what may be the most gory kill in this game. Just maybe. There's another one that's also nominated a little later in day 3. So the 3 of you keep moving on. You learn that the reason that these 2 kids are being hunted by their own kind is because Lev shaved his head. Abby doesn't believe this, and I think the player might have a hard time believing this too.
Fine, don't tell me.
But that's actually the case. There's an obscene amount of resources to be found in this little shack here, and I remember a ball growing in my stomach as for why the game would provide me with so many resources out of nowhere. And as it turns out, it's for good reason, of course. There comes a point where you have to lift Lev and Yara up through a window over a door, where they then have to open a gate and then the door for you. The second Abby pushes Yara over the door, all hell breaks loose. At first, it's just runners, no problem. Then runners with some clickers, a little bit harder, but doable. Then runners with some clickers with 2 shamblers. Oh, and did I mention the space you have to move around in is smaller than my apartment, which is saying a lot. This encounter goes on for a long time, and is ducking hard. On harder difficulties, I'd go as far as to say it's near impossible to complete on your first try, since the infected spawn in everywhere, and you have to learn those locations through iteration, which I'm not really a fan of. On the grounded difficulty, the first 2 waves of infected can be dealt with, but when the shamblers enter the lobby, it just becomes a merry chase until Lev and Yara return, because it seems like Lev and Yara abandoned Abby after failing to get the gate open, but they actually find another way for Abby to get out of the building. It only took them a couple minutes to find that, and it was right next to the door. Thanks. Could have needed that a couple minutes earlier. It would have saved me dozens of deaths. It is appreciated though. You save their life and they save yours. From here on out, you have to carry Yara to the coast. She's been bleeding internally a lot, and is at the point of exhaustion. You find a place where Lev and Yara can hold out through the night. Abby helps Yara with her arm, as much as she can, but it doesn't look good. They probably won't make it far without help. Abby then leaves for the aquarium, but not before thanking them for cutting her down back there. There are a few infected to deal with here, which surprised me since the coast supposedly has a lot of traffic.
Sarah gets a lot of traffic.
Unless this is the result of the infected migrating, which apparently is also a thing now.
Hordes like to move through this area in winter, like a migration or something.
It doesn't really make sense to me either way though. The player even gets to see that this area has a lot of non-infected traffic in the very next chapter, although this is due to the fact that they are specifically searching for Lev and Yara. The traffic Abby referred to may have been about infected roaming the coast. I don't know. I don't study infected. I'm not some fucking epidemiologist.
Make sure there are no infected.
That sounds strange to me though, because why wouldn't the WLF have rid the coast of them if they know that there are many infected there? Or do the humans control this area every day and the infected take over every night? I also don't know. Again, I'm not a fucking scientist. I'm just not seeing the logic here if that's the case, since this implies that there are infected just chilling close by here in the daytime, and the people who frequent this coast are just fine with that. If someone knows an answer to this or has a suggestion, I'd love to hear it. Anyway, having cut through the coast, the player comes to a large boat also crawling with the undead. Here you'll find a crossbow and a lot of dead bodies with arrows in them, from way back when the outbreak first ravaged Washington. Turns out a mutiny was underway back in those days to rid the infected passengers on board the ferry. I'm just guessing now, but I don't think they were all that successful in ridding the ferry of the infected considering the shape we find it in. Good effort, I guess. I'd be surprised if the cure for the infection was a desire for mutiny and a crossbow. But you know, you can't know for sure until you try. Maybe you'll have better luck. There we go. Infection eliminated. Is what I would say if I was an action hero. Infection eliminated. But onwards to the aquarium, where you find Owen in the boat, drinking his sorrows away. He explains what happens on his patrol with Danny, about how he was about to kill an old Seraphite, but ended up not being able to pull the trigger. Owen is tired of fighting over control of Seattle, something that he doesn't even really care about. For years, he's been committing these atrocities in the name of the WLF, just because he's been told that they were in the right, and that the land belongs to them. Fuck the Seraphites, they deserve to die if they don't see eye to eye with us. Owen has had enough of this and instead has set his sights on Santa Barbara, where rumor has it the Fireflies are gathering once more. It's not a lot to go on, but there's hope, and that might be something worth pursuing. He turns Abby's words on her.
The chaser rumor?
It's a lead. I gotta see it through.
It's a lead. I gotta see it through.
Citing that he has good enough reason to travel so far for such an improbable thing. I mean, it worked for Abby, so he has a point. But Abby disagrees, which makes Owen push back again to show the discrepancy between Abby's thoughts and her actions. All this culminates, or climaxes if you will, in a mess of emotions that ends with the two of them having sex. I'm not entirely sure I understand exactly what they're going through here which leads to this, but from as far as I can tell, Abby regrets neglecting Owen to focus on finding Joel, and Owen has never really gotten over Abby either. Abby, lonely now, realizing that in going after Joel, she'd lost what she really cared for, which was Owen. And you know, he's a little drunk now, thinking about the Fireflies and the old days with Abby. You know, I guess that stuff can happen. It is confirmed later on in the game that Owen still cares for Abby romantically, so I think I might even go a little further than him being nostalgic and drunk. I may be wrong though, since this scene is very messy, touching on several themes in such a short time, but anyway, in the middle of them going at it, the screen once again cuts to St. Mary's Hospital, which is honestly a pretty hilarious segue. You know, the night that Abby's dad was murdered. The player controls Abby running towards the surgery door again. This time, however, entering the surgery room, she sees Lev and Yara hung in the forest trees. Like she herself was just hours ago. Leaving them to be at the coast would basically mean leaving them to this fate. Or so Abby believes at least, and that's really all that matters. And in this nightmare, Yara and Lev are standing in place for Abby's father. The significance of this may not be entirely clear yet, and we'll get more into that later on. But what is clear as of right now is that there's a parallel drawn between Jerry's death and the possibility of saving these two Seraphite children. This jolts Abby awake, realizing that she has to go back for them.
Those fucking kids.
But okay. Let's take a step back now that both the Washington Liberation Front and the Seraphites are very much formally introduced in the game, to have a look at who they are and what purpose they serve for the story.
The war between the WLF and the Seraphites.
In Seattle, we have these two warring factions who have basically been fighting for control of the land for as long as anyone can remember.
Well, I think both are trying to do a similar thing, just from different camps.
Early on after the outbreak, there was a woman who saved a lot of people. She became somewhat of a prophet to these people, teaching them of her visions of a world where people lived egalitarian lives, and humanity lives off the land once more, separate from technology and the pleasures of the modern world. These people became the Seraphites. However, the group underneath her became more extreme, finding violence in her teachings.
Lev would say took her teachings in a direction that she had not originally intended, right?
And then, by the time Ellie arrives in Seattle, the prophet has been killed, and in her absence, religious extremism has fully taken over the people, set on the thought that Seattle is ordained to them, and only them.
And the WLF, the Wolves as well,
are a militant paramilitary organization originally consisting of civilians and ex-Fireflies who led a brutal uprising against the corrupt Fedra and military government that controlled Seattle in the time after the outbreak. And then in the years after, the WLF get very much entrenched in this world, also believing that Seattle belongs to them.
Inside the WLF base, that they have classes and they have kids and they have livestock and they have a working gym to justify how women can get buff.
But during this takeover, they ended up in their own way much more aggressive than the old government ever was. In the time after the WLF consolidated their power, they grew more and more xenophobic, only really trusting each other. The tensions between the WLF and the Seraphites were only rising in this time, and escalated into a full-blown violent conflict when the Prophet bombed a WLF supply platoon, destroying their trucks and killing several soldiers. And the escalation didn't just stop there either. The war got worse and worse, with both sides committing more and more atrocities.
Ultimately, not being able to make peace with the Scars, and...
At one point, the war almost faded out when the two factions agreed to a ceasefire. The WLF would let the Seraphites live peacefully on the island as long as they would not interfere with any WLF operations. And for a while, coexistence between both parts seemed like a possibility.
Getting nostalgic about the truce? Easier days, huh?
Too easy. We let our guard down, and they strung up an entire squad.
That was in retaliation to us shooting those kids.
Okay, but those kids attacked our guys. What would you do?
I don't know, not riddle them with bullets?
I'd rather save our people.
Manny, they're kids. It's not their fault.
But inevitably the war reignited once more. And this time it's worse than ever. And this is also around the time that Ellie arrives in Seattle.
So as you get to learn their conflict with the WLF, who's responsible, whose fault is whose, is completely lost to history. And it's just, well, you wronged me, well, you're encroaching on me, well, you're encroaching on me.
Pinpointing who's really at fault at this stage is hard to say. The Seraphites threw the first stone, but in the time after this, both parties have committed horrible acts in the name of war, adding fire to this conflict and keeping it alive for so long, muddying the waters as far as who's the victim and who's the offender.
Go get the boy! Got him! Sweep the area for survivors.
What are they even fighting for at this point? It started out as a battle for the territory, but now it's each party responding to the other one's violence with their own flavor of violence.
And they represent this theme that we've got going on about the cycle of violence and this escalation, right?
And what's more is that neither party thinks they're in the wrong, even as they're doing these terrible things to each other. The people belonging to the WLF, mostly all of them, think that the Seraphites are all full of religious fanatics who would go to any extreme for their beliefs. The Battle of Martyr's Gate opened the eyes of some WLF soldiers to see the scars in a more grey light, but still, the overwhelming majority of the wolves still view the Seraphites as a danger to them and the WLF, and that they must be dealt with. And likewise, the Seraphites believe the wolves are all controlling, dangerous, war-hungry madmen. It's that black and white. The tribalism has seeped in so deep into both these communities that they no longer see each other as people. Their own side is the right side, and that's that. And once it has gotten to that point, all inhibitions are out the window, and they are able to do any number of horrific things to one another. In addition to this, there are also a lot of parallels that can be drawn between the situation between the WLF and the Seraphites to Ellie and Abby. First off, both are obviously in a conflict with each other, and neither party admits any fault, and thinks that they are righteous in their actions. Both parties' conflicts have also escalated to a point that is beyond what any of them came into this expecting, with one act of hate begetting another hateful act, like a vicious cycle. And lastly is that they cannot or will not stop.
It's just this continued escalation toward destruction, and everybody loses, right? And you can't even remember why you did it, but the ego is so driving these characters, the sense of what they're entitled to and how they've been wronged, and there's really no way out of it.
You killed my friends. We let you both live, and you wasted it.
Day 2 starts out with you going back to the coast you just came from. Oddly enough, this chapter is still listed under Seattle Day 1. Probably since it's so early in the morning that it could still be counted as being day 1. It doesn't really matter though, I just thought it was a neat little tidbit. I've seen people complain about this chapter because of the backtracking it requires of the player, and they're not wrong. You have to go back pretty much the same way you came from, but for a 20 to 30 hour game, having 5 to 15 minutes of backtracking isn't really anything to harp on. Besides, there are a few new enemies inhabiting this area now, providing a new challenge. Fighting infected and fighting humans are two quite different things. It's not like it's literally the same thing again, just the level design being reused. I think some combat is warranted after a lengthy search through the aquarium and a cutscene, and this isn't some egregious example of the game making the player slog through a large section of the game again. It's just one short combat scenario. Ideally there would be no backtracking, but if there had to be some of it, then I think it's handled quite well in this game. It's daytime now, providing some purely visual change to the environment. There's a new challenge here now with human enemies, and you have to go through the environment backwards from how you went through it the last time. It's totally fine in my opinion. Anyway, you find Lev and Abby where you left them. Yara has gotten worse and she needs medical attention right away if she's going to stand a chance at surviving. So Abby takes her back to the aquarium. After hearing what Owen said last night, she knows that this is the only place she could go for help. Mel is there as well in a stroke of luck as she is a medic. At first, Owen and Mel are taken aback by Abby showing up with 2 Seraphite kids, but they agree to help her. Yara's arm has developed compartment syndrome, and if it's left untreated, it will turn gangrenous. Mel makes a list of things she needs for the surgery that needs to be picked up at the hospital. Right here and now, time is of the essence, and it would take a whole day to go there and back, and that is time they don't have. Lev, however, has an alternative plan that will only take them a couple of hours. You see, the Seraphites have built tall and long pathways in the skyscrapers to be able to get around the city without being detected by the wolves or having to go through the flooded areas. So that's really the only option there is. Abby and Lev head out right away with no time to waste, and then the player is given control again and you can waste as much time as you want. I'm not really advocating for a timer to be placed on the player to get to the hospital under a certain time, but I do think putting a timer on the player to get to the hospital under a certain time would sell the urgency that's supposed to be present in this chapter much better than how it is in the game. As it is now, the player can fool around and take their time with anything. There's no immediacy in that. Yara is lying on the surgery table, slowly dying as we speak. Meanwhile, the player is looking for scissors and empty Coca-Cola bottles. This disconnect between Abby and the player's goal is not good. And what's even worse is that I think it could be remedied quite easily. Wait, I think I actually am advocating for a timer. Now, the timer shouldn't be so small as to disincentivize exploration in its entirety, but just to add some needed urgency and suspense to this situation. Maybe the player won't have as much time, or at least feel like they don't have enough time to look into every corner for a new quarter roll of duct tape. It would also add to the combat as the player would be incentivized to use more aggression to finish the combat quicker and have more time to explore, or just get there quicker if really worried about not having enough time. Making the player change up their playstyle from time to time is always good, and this was a lost opportunity to do so. I don't know if having a timer in this chapter would set the precedent that the 3 days in Seattle should also have a timer. I hope not, because I think that would be a horrible idea. This isn't Majora's Mask. These 3 days are Ellie's revenge journey, and on the other side, Abby's redemptive journey. 2 sides of the same coin. One side showing the ugliness of revenge, and the other side showing someone trying to reconcile the horrible things they've done having already been on that revenge journey. This takes the time it needs to take. It just so happens that it takes 3 days in game time. It is not the end of the world at the end of the 3 days, that's just the amount of days this game needed to tell this story. In this chapter you have to get into this building, since it is connected to the Seraphite pathway. Getting there you have to weave in and out of the rapids, doing some platforming and jumping between infrastructure. It never felt quite right to me in part 1 when they had the player jump from place to place as a platformer, and it still doesn't feel quite right in part 2. The jump button is still a little janky, and it's hard to tell how far you're about to jump, or how Abby or Ellie will interact with the incoming terrain you're jumping to. But what I can say is that it's a major improvement on the feel of the first game's jump. Despite this, you're bound to see some extremely janky shit happening on your playthrough. There's a section against a couple of infected that I like a lot here. Stealth is made no longer an option just by making the only path in through the window. The player has to break the window, making the infected aware of your presence. It's a good use of the environment to change up the encounters, and something when I look back that is quite prevalent in the game. It's just that here the game forces the player to get spotted by doing this, unless you're a little cheeky and decide to throw bricks or bottles from up here. But that's more of a subsequent playthrough thing and is more in the spirit of exploiting the game. Next up, climbing the tall building, you'll face Seraphites. First just a couple, but then a lot more the further you progress. The second encounter has a lot of verticality to play around with that is really fun, and makes the combat here stand out a lot from the rest of the game. What steals the show though is the sheer spectacle that is traversing this environment. When you think you've reached the top there is still some ways to go, and that happens a couple of times. This level has some serious verticality to it, but that's just the beginning. The cherry on top comes after climbing for a long time and at the end of an elevator ride, and then still some more, until you feel like you can't possibly climb any higher. Then the game throws a dizzying, flimsy walk over what must be at least a 200-meter fall by now.
Fuck!
In the game, it doesn't really matter if it's 200 meters or 10 meters, they both end in death and a restart at the last checkpoint. But, and this might just be a small part of me that's acrophobic talking, but this set piece is a fucking marvel. I can feel part of what Abby is going through when walking across these planks. I think the visual vertigo effect that is added when playing Abby is doing some heavy fucking lifting towards this goal. And Lev is so great in this section too. He's actually endearing and funny. In this chapter, more than any other chapters, he reminds me of a certain other character, which is likely by design considering how much Abby's journey mirrors Joel's. Lev does of course have other moments in the game too, but this is the one that made me warm up to him.
What's going on between you and your friend Owen?
Oh my god, Lev, now?
It seemed really awkward.
Just go!
Oh, you thought that flimsy walk over thin air was the cherry on top I was talking about? No, not even close. You had proper wide wooden paths to walk on in that skywalk. What a luxury! Now this is what I'm talking about. If this doesn't elicit some fear in you, then sit yourself back down and measure your pulse, cause you might already be dead.
Fuck.
I'd say the negative with set pieces like this is just that, it's a set piece. I know Abby is going to get through this somehow, it's just a matter of me pressing the right inputs. This could never substitute the real thing, not that I would ever want that, and if you would like to try something like this, I'd suggest seeing someone about that. But as a simulation of what this would be like, I think it hits the hammer on the nail. As it so happens, at the very end of the construction arm, Abby slips and drags Lev down with her. They fall down and into a pool, letting them survive the fall. Talk about luck. Well, sort of, because while saving them, this creates new problems as well. The only way Lev knows down the building has been by using an elevator, but now they're in uncharted territory, and they have to find a new way down. So stairs it is as far down as they'll take them, which turns out to only be 2 floors down. Nice, only 100 floors left to go. The only way forward from there is by cutting through an area with more spores than air. Oh, and did I mention Lev also doesn't have his mask, so you have to find him one before he can join you. There are 2 masks to choose from, this one and this one. I'd recommend picking the last one, as the room you find the mask in is a dead end, and from there you can't be flanked. I say this because the second you pick up the mask, 2 doors open that release stalkers in this level. I like how this is dealt with. The player can find this room beforehand, but can't open it. It would be nice if you could do that, as to preemptively deal with them. I just think it's nice that the game isn't making the stalkers appear from nowhere, like it was in the first game in the hotel basement the second you pick up the keycard. I'm not throwing any shade on the first game, I just want to show that this is an area where the game has improved in, as these 2 areas are easily comparable. So you head back to Lev, and now the 2 of you can go in and down together. In this area, the player is introduced to a concept that infected can hide in the walls. Well, only stalkers. I really like how this affects the gameplay, having to watch the walls for anything resembling an infected, and not just a regular fungus growing everywhere. Several times I found myself hitting or shooting the walls at times in fear of getting caught by one of them. On the other hand though, I find it pretty strange that the stalkers will just lie in wait for someone to walk by like this. I get that they are the most primal infected type and hunt their prey, that's really cool and all, but when did they take a page out of the Venus Flytrap book of hunting, to just wait for the prey to come to them? It doesn't make sense to me if this is a way to lure the prey to them, because no one walks by here. Who are they luring to them? By the Fedra bodies lying around here, I can confidently say that it's very likely been a long time since any non-infected human stepped foot in here and died, maybe even since Outbreak Day 24 years ago. If I had to rationalize this in a very gamey sense, I'd say that this is a response the stalkers have to very little food being available to them. When this happens, they go into a hibernation of sorts, and when someone in the environment comes close or makes enough sound, they wake up to feed again. I might be reading too much into this though, so take that with a grain of salt, because humans are not built for hibernation and could not do this. This is just the game though, so, you know, going down this rabbit hole, you could ask thousands of pedantic questions like that. How did the infected survive without water? Some of the infected must have survived without eating for years. How is that possible? It reminds me of that scene in The Simpsons.
I mean, what are we, to believe that this is some sort of, magic xylophone or something? Boy, I really hope somebody got fired for that blunder.
These are all valid questions, but going into a game, some suspension of disbelief is required. If you can overlook small details like this and still enjoy and believe the events happening in the game, then good. I think most people recognize the imperfections that the game has, but they overlook them to rather focus on more interesting aspects, like world building, gameplay, story, or just an interesting plot. A smaller side note I want to mention while I'm being a little pedantic is that I counted the floors the player has to go down to get to the street level, and it turns out that that number is only 13. So are we to believe that this height minus the drop down through the glass and into the pool is only 13 floors? That doesn't seem right to me. We were basically at the top floor. My count is something around 40 floors then. Criticizing the game for this though is taking it a little too far in my opinion, and I really just wanted to include it as a little tidbit or a fun fact, you know. This stuff falls into the suspension of disbelief category we just talked about. I doubt anyone had any issue with the game not actually requiring the player to get down from a skyscraper to real scale, and I don't think anyone actually wanted that either. The descent ends with a gauntlet against a shit ton of infected, a bloater, several clickers and stalkers. When you don't have the resources to kill that many infected, it is one hell of an intense encounter. Writing this part of the script, I was thinking it might be the most intense encounter you have with the infected throughout the whole game, only to be proven wrong by another encounter that directly precedes it in the very next chapter when you arrive at the hospital. At the hospital, the other WLF soldiers quickly figure out that Abby's been MIA since yesterday. Isaac gave them orders to take her back to him, so they cuffed her up to be ready to go back to the FOB with the next shipment of medical supplies. Lucky for Abby, Nora comes along and somehow has a key needed to open the handcuffs. Abby tells Nora about the supplies that she needs for Yara, only that she says it's for Owen, back at the aquarium. All those supplies have sadly already been shipped, so Abby's option is to go down to the lower levels of the hospital, the floors that still hasn't been cleared out, to fetch the supplies herself. You have a rather long walk with Nora as she leads you to the lower floors. Two things of notice are said on this walk, one being that Isaac pressured all of her friends to give up her location after she went missing on day 1. Mel got it especially bad apparently, and two, that this hospital is ground zero in Seattle. This is where the very first patients were sent on Outbreak Day. Whatever is down here has grown longer than anything else we've encountered. Leading up to entering Ground Zero, there are lots and lots of supplies, which can only mean that shit is going to hit the fan. Everything around you here reinforces the idea that this is a capital D big deal. The fungi growing down here are bigger than ever. It covers absolutely everything. Scattered around here are harrowing stories about the first responders and the first victims of the virus. You have containment seals that you know weren't enough to stop this infection. Maybe nothing could. Maybe it's unstoppable. This fills the player's mind with expectations of what has been hiding down here for 2 decades now. Turning on the generator, you can see some traces of something bigger than what you've encountered before being down here. It kind of looks like it's incubated itself inside a nest of sorts for a long time. Following its trail leads to an ambulance, inside which you find the supplies you need. Immediately followed by you being found by an abomination. Enter the Rat King, a collection of your worst nightmares, so named for its likeness in concept to a rat king, which is a collection of rats that are intertwined at the tail to form kind of one bigger organism. Historically, this is very fitting, as the sightings of a rat king was viewed as a bad omen, likely due to the fact that rats are considered to be carriers for disease such as the plague, although lice were the real perpetrators. This Rat King is the combination of all the infected types we've met to this point: Runner, Stalker, Clicker, Shambler, Bloater. It has some qualities from each of them, merged together in this mess of a monster. And boy oh boy does it make for an intense fight. The Last of Us hasn't really had any proper boss fights prior to this. The only thing that comes to mind is the David fight in the first game, and the bloater introduction, but never anything like this. I did not remember how intense this fight was before going back and replaying it. And holy Christ on a stick was it stressful, which surprised me because when I think about the Rat King, I think of a type of infected that does not belong in The Last of Us. To me, it's more of a Resident Evil type zombie, a big chunky amalgamation of some zombie.
The fuck is wrong with you?
And I thought that would take away all the merit this fight would have, since it didn't fit my idea of what infected in this world should look and act like. I was clearly wrong in that regard because I think it's pretty great, and it is by far the most suspenseful encounter in the game. Who am I to decide how the infected are to evolve anyhow? Visually, I still think this fight is a bit over the top for The Last of Us, but gameplay-wise, it's excellent. The first phase of the boss is just against the Rat King. Then, after having damaged him a bit, one of the proverbial rats free themselves from the being. Maybe as a response to feeling like the Rat King took a lot of damage and is in danger of dying. Now you have to fight them both. Luckily, it's a stalker that breaks free, which means that it won't be a straight up 2 versus 1 fight. The stalker runs away and hides, and other times it waits for you to be chased into it. The trick is to completely ignore it though, since it can't die in this fight. Once the player kills the Rat King, the stalker flees, which opens a path for the player to flee as well. This is the third phase of the fight. You are now the hunter and the stalker is the prey, until you actually catch up with it, at which point the two of you fight it out. I'm not sure if calling this a stalker is accurate though, as it clearly looks a little different from a stalker, and it can even throw spore bombs like a bloater. Regardless, its behavior is most like a stalker's, so, you know, it's a stalker. This phase is pretty easy and feels more like a victory lap in comparison to the fight with the Rat King.
Fuck this place.
And just like that, you're free to leave the hospital with all the supplies in hand. Easy peasy. You go out, find Lev, steal a boat, and head right back to the aquarium. Save Yara's life, and once again you dream the same recurring dream. Only this time there seems to be no rush like the other times. The red light and the alarm are gone. You can't run towards the surgery door, only walk or lightly jog. And on the other side of the door is Abby's dad, alive and well. I imagine there's more to this dream since, for once, Abby doesn't jolt awake as if having a nightmare, but she slowly awakens. They probably rejoiced seeing each other, maybe they even shared a warm embrace, but the player doesn't get to see that. For us, it cuts to black and thereafter right to day 3. What matters is that Abby no longer feels that guilt that weighed on her before. She murdered and tortured Joel in an absolutely horrible display of revenge, and it did nothing for her. It didn't fill that hole that was left after Joel took her father away from her. You have probably picked up on this by now, that the structures of the stories in the game are a revenge tale told from the start and then one from the end. At the end of day 3 in Ellie's journey, she hasn't gained anything by killing and committing these terrible acts. She's still empty, angry and hurt, and rightfully so after what she witnessed. In her mind, killing Abby will fill this void in her that was left by her when she killed Joel. And for a while, we were on that journey with her, and agreed with her that finding Abby and bringing her to justice would mean redemption for this whole situation. Then the game pulls the rug under the player's feet and has the player witness firsthand that Ellie going through with this would not be the right choice. It left Abby with nothing except more pain. She lost her love to this obsession. She forgot to really live during this time and only focused on finding Joel. She committed disgusting acts on Joel and maybe others we didn't get to see. Seeing Ellie's journey, I don't think it's a stretch to imagine that Abby had to go through something similar, and in the end, she got nothing out of it. The game doesn't take many stances like this where it's telling the player what is or what isn't the right thing to do. It never pointed the finger at the player to say whether Joel's choice was right or not. It was simply what Joel would do, and the game presents the consequences of that without judgment. Regardless of how many times you might hear people say that the game is just saying that Ellie is a bad girl because she kills dogs and Abby is a good angel because she cares for them, No, just no, the game isn't saying that. It's merely showing parallels. Both these women are very similar in many ways. They have both good and bad in them. They have both lost someone and they both suffer badly from that loss. And they both have these demons that they have to deal with. So then how does Abby come back from this? Well, she manages to connect with someone that she's been at war with for the past 4 years. She's killed people just like them. That becomes her path to redemption. This is simultaneously great and profound, while it is a huge problem we'll be getting back to later at the very end of the game, which when you look at discussions about the game, seems like has been lost in the mess that can be, well, discussing this game. Okay, let's take a break from the story now and have a look at the weapon upgrade system. Before we can get into the nitty-gritty details about the weapons and its upgrade system, we need to know how damage is actually calculated in The Last of Us Part 2. You see, all weapons in the game has a set damage connected to their bullets. Ellie's semi-auto pistol shoots weaker bullets than that of the bolt-action rifle, of course. The pistol shoots 9mm rounds, whereas the rifle has a much higher caliber. And for that reason, the pistol needs several shots to take out any given enemy, whereas the rifle could take out most enemies with just 1 or 2 shots, depending on where the shots connect. There are 3 areas on the enemy models that modify your damage. Those are the head, the upper body being roughly everything above the thighs. I say roughly because in the game the upper body includes part of the thighs. And lastly we have the lower body, which is everything roughly below the thighs. In The Last of Us Part 2, unlike Part 1, damage is not tied to difficulty, meaning that your shots deal the same damage whether you're playing on very light or on grounded. Only the enemies will deal higher damage to the player the higher the difficulty. What seems to be a Beretta 92 FS Inox serves as Ellie's primary handgun, known in-game simply as the semi-auto pistol. And for Abby, the equivalent is the military pistol, which seems to be a hybrid between a Glock 17, a Steyr M-series pistol, and a Caracal F. However, Ellie's semi-auto pistol and Abby's military pistol are identical stat-wise. Both of them have 4 available upgrades: fire rate, stability, recoil, and capacity, out of which the only one worthwhile upgrading is the stability to get cleaner headshots, as the gun is largely useless for other use. It is a one shot to the head on anything that doesn't have any head armor, being most humans, runners, and stalkers. Just have a look at this table showing how many shots are needed with the semi-auto pistol to kill an enemy. Looking at this, you can see that when the player is not aiming for the head, it takes a lot of bullets to kill anything, so naturally you want to be aiming for the head with this gun. This is of course true for all guns, but as we'll see when going over the other weapons in the game, it's the most important when using the semi-auto pistol, since other guns work fine even when not aiming for the head. And as we know, bullets are generally hard to come by, and you want to go for the one-shot kill with this gun. Therefore, the fire rate upgrade is largely useless. I'd argue that it's actually the worst upgrade in the whole game, and the only purpose for getting it that I can think of would be to get the upgrade all weapons achievement. Otherwise, it's like throwing 40 parts in the trash.
What are you doing with that?
The only other upgrade worth considering is the recoil upgrade, as it makes it easier to regain stability in the case that you miss a headshot. Together with the craftable silencer, the semi-auto pistol is in my opinion one of the better guns in the game, due to how frequent its ammunition is given to the player and its ability to silently kill most enemies with clean shots to the head. So with a steady hand, it can be one of the most deadly weapons. The research that went into figuring out how many shots are needed for each weapon when used against each enemy is done by myself, just like in the first game, as there is actually nowhere online to search this up. So if you do see anything that doesn't look right with the numbers I present, I'd appreciate if you left a comment correcting me, sort of peer reviewing the work, so that together we can figure out the correct numbers. I did spend quite a lot of time double checking the data I got though, so I'm very confident that it is correct. But you know, I can make mistakes, and in the end I just want this to be accurate. Moving on, we have the bolt action rifle, appearing to be a Remington 700. Unlike in the first game, the weapon's action is now correctly cycled after each shot, which, you know, is always nice when these games strive for realism. Like the semi-auto pistol, it also has 4 upgrades, being stability, capacity, a scope, and damage. I'd argue that all of these upgrades except upgraded capacity are extremely valuable. The bolt action rifle is already one of the best weapons in the game, letting the player accurately take out enemies from a long range. Most importantly is the damage upgrade, followed by stability, then the scope, and lastly capacity. You will rarely need more than 3 shots with this weapon anyway, so therefore the capacity upgrade is really more of a luxury. Having a look at the damage tables, we can see just how important the damage upgrade for the rifle is. Before upgrading the damage, the player cannot one-shot kill a clicker, even with the headshot. Being able to kill clickers with one shot is huge, as they are probably the biggest consistent threat the game throws at the player. In addition, human enemies, who are the most prevalent enemy throughout the entirety of the game, take 2 shots to the upper body to kill, meaning that you have to be very accurate when using this gun, always aiming for the head and making every shot count, since you don't come by too much rifle ammo. And after getting spotted, it's not always very easy getting those headshots. As you can see here though, getting the damage upgrade fixes these issues. Clickers can then be one-shot killed with a headshot, and human enemies can be one-shot killed without spending too much time always aiming for the head. It's an extremely necessary upgrade for these reasons. The increased damage to shamblers and bloaters are also nice of course, but not as big of a deal. The revolver could also be categorized as one of the starter weapons, as the player gets it at the very end of the prologue. It's the same gun as Joel used in the first game, a Taurus Model 66. Like the other weapons we've gone over, it has 4 upgrades. Those upgrades being fire rate, stability, reload speed, and damage. After how I was gushing on about how great the bolt action rifle is, and how it's made even better by getting the damage upgrade, you may be thinking that would be the case for the revolver too, or at the very least that it's pretty good after getting the damage upgrade. That's what I thought anyway, until I actually sat down and recorded its damage. And oh my dog is this weapon terrible from the get-go, and getting the damage upgrade does almost nothing to impact how many shots are needed to kill anything. You may think I'm exaggerating right now, but look at these values. Without the upgraded damage, the revolver is basically the semi-auto pistol, just with more recoil and a worse fire rate. And after getting the damage upgrade, what's the difference? Oh, now you can one-shot kill runners in the upper body. Big whoop! That's the only tangible change after getting the upgrade. Of course it will take less shots to kill a clicker or a shambler as well, but that already took a shit ton of shots, and for that reason it's likely not a change that can be felt by the player. The bolt action rifle was already decent before the damage upgrade, and the upgrade made it very obviously a much better weapon, letting the player easily one-shot kill enemies that he or she previously could not. For this reason, I think the revolver is hands down the worst gun in the game. It would be on par with the semi-auto pistol, but just a small change of adding a craftable silencer to that gun skyrockets its value to a top shelf weapon. The use of the revolver is more that of a last resort weapon, for me at least. If I don't have any more bullets on any other weapon and melee isn't an option, I pick up the revolver. A little side note before getting onto the pump action shotgun, I just want to mention that interestingly, Abby uses this same type of revolver towards the end of the game. It's not part of her normal arsenal of weapons, which I find to be significant due to the very apparent similarities between her arc in this game and Joel's arc in the first game. But I might be reading too much into this, and it may just be a coincidence. So anyway, a sawed-off Remington 870 acts as Ellie's shotgun. It can first be found inside the bank in the downtown chapter. It has 3 upgrades to its name, being fire rate, stability, and capacity. I don't really think any of these upgrades are a necessity for the shotgun to be effective at what it does, which is obliterating enemies at a close range. They are all more luxuries if the player uses this gun a lot. It's overall a great gun and a must-use for aggressive playstyles. And the same can be said for Abby's double-barrel shotgun. Just like the pump shotgun, none of its upgrades are necessary. But if I had to choose, I would choose damage because, of course you know, damage is probably the best upgrade if you have to choose something without knowing what's good, although the revolver might make you think differently, and I would also choose the reload speed due to its small magazine size. I will not be going into the same amount of detail for the shotgun, the flamethrower, and the silenced submachine gun as the previous weapons. Firstly, because it's incredibly hard to calculate the shotgun's damage. I think to do that you would have to calculate the distance from the gun to the enemy you're shooting, and I just wasn't interested in doing that. The shotgun is, at least in my case, always used at extremely close range to the point where it one-shots kill everything except shamblers and bloaters. And secondly, because the flamethrower and the silenced submachine gun are obtained at the very end of the game. They also don't have any upgrades, and I therefore don't see much point in discussing them. The player barely gets any time to play around with the weapons unless starting a New Game Plus playthrough. And thirdly, because the silenced submachine gun had a 3-shot burst function that cannot be turned off. It makes it incredibly annoying to calculate the damage from any one shot, and again, I just didn't have the patience to go through with that. I hope you can forgive me for such a sin, although this might not be as in-depth as you may have wanted. Moving on, the bow makes a welcome return from the first game, and is joined by the crossbow for Abby. The bow is collected from the Hillcrest chapter of Day 2. Its upgrades are draw speed, stability, and rangefinder. All of these upgrades are valuable. The draw speed is a little slow without getting the upgrade, but it is essentially just a quality of life upgrade, which ideally shouldn't matter since every shot the player takes with the bow, the enemy should die. The stability and the rangefinder upgrades are essential in my opinion. Landing any shots without these upgrades are a pain. The only difference between Ellie's bow and Abby's crossbow are the upgrades. They are stability, a scope, and reload speed. Out of these, I'd say that only stability is a worthwhile upgrade. The scope and reload speed are really just luxuries. Ellie's bow proves as much, that you can take out enemies from afar without a scope, and the reload speed is needed unless you miss your shot, which again ideally shouldn't happen if you use it from stealth. The stability will make it easier to make those arrows connect, and in turn makes the reload speed upgrade unnecessary. Getting the right upgrades for the bow and crossbow makes it trivial to silently take out just about any enemy from incredible ranges, and all without being spotted, because what makes the bow so fun to use is that it's silent in addition to being very powerful. It's a brilliant weapon and a mainstay on my long weapon holster. Then we have the semi-auto rifle, which is an AK-style rifle that has a configuration that strongly resembles that of the Mullet Vepr. It again has 4 upgrades: stability, capacity, scope, and burst fire. Out of these upgrades, I find stability to be the only necessary one. Capacity shouldn't really be an issue. The gun already holds 9 bullets, and the upgrade lets the gun hold 13 bullets instead. In almost all cases, 9 bullets gets the job done. I personally love the scope for the feel it provides, but it's really just a luxury. And then we have the burst fire, which for me shares the trophy for the worst upgrade together with the fire rate for the semi-auto pistol. Just the idea of burst fire in a game where you're supposed to scrounge bullets and use them sparsely and with precision goes against the very idea of the game's gameplay, and I hate it for that reason. But you know, others might disagree, I don't know. All in all, I like the semi-auto rifle a lot. It's essentially what would happen if you could upgrade the semi-auto pistol's damage and stability and put a scope on it. Sadly, it cannot be silenced though. The Thompson Center Arms Contender appears to be Abby's hunting pistol. It has 3 upgrades being stability, scope, and damage. I can really only advocate for the stability upgrade for this weapon, since it's useful on pretty much any gun and the hunting pistol is no different. It can already kill any normal enemy if the player hits in the upper body or the head, and stability will help with this. In its base, unupgraded form, it is already the most powerful weapon in the game, and with the damage upgrade, the only real difference is that it now kills even in the lower body. However, with the upgraded damage, it still doesn't kill clickers in the upper body, and for this reason, I don't think it's worthwhile. It really doesn't yield enough benefit to get that upgrade. The same can be said for the scope. It's nice, but the hunting pistol kills just about anything regardless of where you hit the enemy, so a scope is not necessary. Then there's the flamethrower, which can be found on the corpse of a long dead Fedra soldier in a hotel overrun by infected. It shares some elements from the M2 flamethrower, most notably being the front shield cap and the ignition ring. I don't really have very much to say about the flamethrower, except that it is a very good weapon against infected enemies, and on the other side, it's absolutely terrible against human enemies. It's rightfully nerfed quite a bit from how it was in the first game, where just being exposed to the flamethrower for a second would murder anything, so that's good. A modified Sig Sauer MPX appears to be Ellie's silenced submachine gun. It is the only fully automatic weapon in the game and is obtained towards the very end of the game. Just like the flamethrower, I don't really have much to say about the weapon other than that it's very powerful, as an endgame weapon should be, but it's very hard to find any ammunition for the weapon, making the end of the game still be a challenge. Whatever weapons each player decides to use the most or have easily accessible on the weapon wheel is up to each player and what they feel most comfortable with. Personally, as Ellie, I run with the bow and the bolt-action rifle as my long weapons, with the semi-auto pistol on the side. Occasionally though, I will change out the bow for the shotgun in scenarios that get out of hand, as a reaction to me playing badly and getting caught out, which can at times be very fun when I'm barely hanging on to life but somehow pulling through. And as Abby, I use pretty much the whole arsenal considering the situation. My main loadout would be the crossbow and semi-auto rifle as long guns, and the military pistol and the hunting pistol, as I feel like it gives me an alright coverage for long range and close range. And if things get too crazy, I do of course have the double-barreled shotgun. But for people who enjoy playing more proactive than reactive, I think swapping out the bow and crossbow for the shotgun is the way to go. But then again, it's all up to each player what they're comfortable with. So if you want to get the scope as your first upgrade for whatever weapon, or improved fire rate, then that's fine. I might get a little angry though, but it's fine. Owen has asked Yara and Lev to come to Santa Barbara with him, while on the other hand, Abby and Mel have a talk where she's told that she cannot come to Santa Barbara with them. Mel thinks that Abby is doing all this, helping the Seraphite children just to impress Owen, because she thinks Abby is still in love with Owen. Although this is not completely wrong, we are all aware that this is pure unadulterated clicker crap. But you know, Mel thinking that Abby is out here playing 4D chess to impress Owen is sort of understandable considering Abby and Owen's history. I really don't care much for Mel. It doesn't really seem like the game made much of an effort for the player to connect with her on any level, and unsurprisingly, that ended up with people not connecting with her on any level. Who would have thought? There's nothing to dislike or really like about her, she's just so bland and boring. I totally understand where she's coming from. In fear of losing her baby daddy, she lashes out on who she thinks is a threat to her and Owen's relationship. Ironically, that's not really Abby, but it's Owen himself. It's just not interesting in the slightest. What's nice though is that Mel does serve a purpose for the story, but more than being a fleshed out character, she's really just a plot device. But in the end, they were written to support Joel and Ellie's story, just like Manny, Owen, Mel, Dina, Jesse and Tommy are. As a little refresher, Bill's story showed what was going to happen to Joel if he decided that survival was the most important thing in this world, and refused to connect with Ellie or anyone else for that matter. And the game shows the player that that would be an unhappy life filled with regrets.
Jesus.
Sam and Henry's story, on the other hand, showed what was going to happen to Joel if he was to accept Ellie as his new daughter, that eventually it would lead to his death. Bill even knew this, and it's one of the reasons he leads the life he lives.
Once upon a time, I had somebody that I cared about.
In this story, Mel, Owen and Manny represent different sides of issues, with all of them pulling Abby to their side. First off, we can take a look at Owen versus Manny. They are two people who stand at pretty much the opposite side of the same issue. Manny hates scars with his whole being. His stance is opposed by Owen, who in flashbacks already questions the WLF and what they're doing. And then when you actually meet him in the game, on the boat, he's completely given up on this journey, and has started finding his humanity again, looking for the light if you will. Similar to the misguided hope that Abby had to find Joel following just a small lead, Owen finds hope in following a lead that the Fireflies are regrouping in Santa Barbara. So Abby has these two stances represented by Manny and Owen in her life.
I don't miss this place.
I wouldn't say Manny's stance is very nuanced.
Always hated the smell.
It's basically just, fuck these guys, I don't like them. But it is the very hardcore opposite opinion of Owen's in this situation. Understandably, Manny is very easy to hate for this reason, and his extremely stereotypical depiction of someone of Mexican descent doesn't help with that at all. And I'm frankly confused how they managed to go this wrong when making Manny, since the game features a cast of very diverse characters, Caucasian, Asian, Black, Latino, but Manny is the only flagrant stereotype in the cast, and it makes him stand out like a sore thumb. How is anyone supposed to side with Manny when he's written like this? I haven't even gotten into what a gigantic asshole he is either. It completely ruins the debate that the player is supposed to have with Abby about which side of the debate is the most appealing to them when one of the sides is represented by the objectively worst person in the game, leaving everyone to default to Owen's side. It is no longer Abby's choice and the player's choice to do that. At least you could understand where Bill was coming from. In the apocalypse, wanting to survive at any cost is a very relatable thing. And by extension, the player therefore understands Bill's decision to give up everything else that could compromise his survival. That is not the case with Manny. Who here can relate to Manny? The asshole, the stereotype, the trigger-happy killer. And weirdly enough, I think that's done on purpose. What Manny shows better is how he and all the other WLF grunts dehumanizes the Seraphites. It's a little over the top, and the player is supposed to dislike him and his views. And likewise, we get a glimpse at how the Seraphites dehumanizes the WLF. Despite this maybe being the point of Manny, I think writing him as an actual person with more depth than Joey from Friends would only benefit the story.
Whispering Spanish in my ear?
And make it more interesting for the player when both Manny and Owen has valid points pulling the player and Abby to their side. As it is now, my eyes do a barrel roll every other time he opens his mouth.
It means fucking up scars.
I don't think so.
Mel, at the start of day 1, stands opposite to Manny, as Owen isn't present in those conversations. But her real purpose is in showing Abby what could have been of her life had she not gone after Joel. Pregnant, in a relationship, although that's not going so well, she's educated and generally just seems to have her shit in order, something that can't be said for Abby.
My dad always said you were his best student.
I also don't think this point is made very well. The player doesn't look at Mel and think, oh dang, that's what Abby should have been chasing, not Joel for all these years. Because Mel isn't interesting. She's plainer than homeopathic water.
Go back.
Very similar to Bill and Henry and Sam, who shows the outcome of Joel's choice, we have Owen and Manny influencing Abby's choices, and Mel, who is the spitting image of the life Abby could have had. Whether that's done successfully is up to debate though. I have opinions as to why it didn't work for me and why they as characters failed to achieve what they set out to do. More so than Abby's side characters, what I do resonate with on the other hand is Abby's reaction thanks to excellent facial animation. Her feelings when Mel brings up Abby's past and how she's a shitty person because of the things she's done. Abby clearly regrets these things and to this day grapples with getting over it. That much is apparent from just looking at her, and that is something I think is a very universal feeling. Everyone has regrets they have to live with every day. Most people don't have as severe regrets as Abby, but the idea is still the same. Regardless of me liking Abby to the same degree as I do Ellie, I still feel for her in this scenario. But let's get on with it. Lev and Yara had a falling out about them going back for their mom, to bring her to Santa Barbara with them. Yara suffers no illusions that their mom, a devoted Seraphite, would come with her 2 disgraced and hunted children. Lev is a little more naive and believes that he can change her mind though. Yara tries her best to convince him that this is very unrealistic, which ends with Lev running away and hiding somewhere in the aquarium. The player then, together with Yara, goes looking for him. While walking around the aquarium, Yara tells Abby about what happened to Lev and why they're being hunted, and as it turns out, it really was because he shaved his head. He did this because he was recently assigned his role in the Seraphite community. You see, he wanted to be a soldier, but the elders assigned him to be a wife. Lev was born a girl. His sex is female, but his gender, what he identifies as, is male, and him shaving his head to show that was unacceptable to the Seraphites. You have to follow the rules or else it's death. So then Owen finds them to ask Abby about whether or not she's coming to Santa Barbara with them, outright confessing his feelings for her, as if that wasn't clear enough by now. Abby is torn on this. She does want to come, and the promise of going with Owen would be like traveling back 4 years ago, before she ruined everything. Hell, maybe even the rumors could be true about the Fireflies. But the problem is that Owen is with Mel now, and they're expecting a child. Abby can't just walk into that and take Owen away for herself. Owen has obligations he needs to honor, and Abby has grown enough to see this. Turns out that Lev stole the boat that him and Abby came to the aquarium with to go to the Seraphite island. Abby instantly decides to go after him together with Yara, so out you go to the marina with Yara despite her condition. A battle is sounding over the dock on the marina, so Yara stays behind while Abby goes to find a boat. When you get up there, you're saved by Manny, who just in time knocks Abby down as she was about to get shot, because as it so happens, there's a sniper on the marina impeding your progress. It's way too far to even attempt a shot at him, so you have to sneak through the whole marina to get closer. I think this section is done so well, so much so that I think it might be the best set piece in the whole game. Just having to get from cover to cover to inch your way closer to the sniper works out terrifically to keep a nail-biting tension, all the while keeping the player on the stick. Whenever you pop your head out from cover or up to a car window, a light can be seen on the bridge where the sniper is, signaling that the sniper has sight on you. That light doesn't have to be seen for long until a bullet comes your way. In some parts of the terrain you have to sneak under things and slowly between cover, and other places you have to rush between them as to not be in line of sight for too long. You can even use the water to your advantage here. There are many different ways to traverse this environment and approach the sniper. It's basically the sniper section in the first game, just done right. If you remember that one, you might also remember that it was a bit of a disaster. The way I see it, this is what that should have been, and the best part's not even over when you get to the garage. Through gameplay, the player has learned that using sounds you can draw out infected to kill your enemies. In the Finding Strings chapter with Tommy, we're also shown that this is something that the characters also use to their advantage. And in this chapter, when entering the parking lot, the sniper shoots at the cars and the surroundings inside the parking lot to draw out the infected. It's not so subtly hinting to the player that it's Tommy at the other side of the gun shooting at you. And at the same time, the game uses a mechanic that you use to your own advantage against you. It's really great stuff.
There you go.
So now the player has to fight the infected while still watching their surroundings as to not give the sniper a line of sight on you. It's pretty challenging, but finally getting past this, you and Manny advance on the sniper. If you'd crafted a scope for either the hunter pistol or the rifle, then you can see that this really is Tommy, and you know, seeing as he's shooting at you and you have guns with bullets, I think it's only natural that you would want to shoot back at him too. But you can't. And I can't believe that they didn't anticipate people trying to shoot Tommy when he's this close to you. If you tried, the bullets just flies right through him. It would have been so easy to make it so that if you shot him, he would flee further back and you would have to chase him, just as you already have to do. It would just make him flee faster than he already does. I have no idea why this isn't the case though. Maybe it's because when the player sees him on day 3 as Ellie, he only had a limp and no other damages that were apparent. So Abby couldn't have shot him. Or could she? I don't know. It doesn't really make sense to me. Amazingly, what I think is more likely is that I don't think the developers were anticipating people doing this, which astounds me since they put so much effort into every slightest detail in so many areas of the game. But the second I try to do something that is not even very far-fetched from what would or could happen in the game can't even react to it. And to be frank with you, I find it very disappointing. I know it's a small thing and it's not something that only pertains to The Last of Us Part 2, but that doesn't make it any less of a disappointment. I actually went back and played the game once more before releasing this video, and I tried doing this one more time. And just like every last time, I couldn't shoot Tommy at the bridge. But, and oh boy are you ever gonna love this, but if you try shooting Tommy later on, he actually reacts. His character doesn't really give off much feedback of him being shot, he just flinches a little, there's no blood, but shooting him actually makes him run away quicker than he would normally. And I cannot tell you how happy I was finding this out before posting this, since I would have looked like a fucking idiot. It's still whack that this is impossible at the bridge, and it still feels kinda wonky sometimes since he doesn't always react, and I don't know why that's the case, but seeing that the game actually can respond to your actions was nice to see, since it would have been such an egregious misstep by Naughty Dog to not anticipate people shooting Tommy here, and not allowing him to react to the player doing that. So you chase Tommy past the bridge, through a mall and into a restaurant where he's cornered. When you and Manny try going in through the back door, Tommy sneaks back out, walks around, and blows Manny's head off. Abby, in panic, jumps through the back door, and moments later Tommy can be heard entering the restaurant again. I was so sure that this was going to be a boss fight against Tommy here, in the style of Ellie versus David. It's a restaurant, lots of cover, and you can't find him anywhere. I think it's very deliberate that Naughty Dog did not do this one more time, and instead, as it turns out, the second you step out on the balcony area of the restaurant, you lose control of the stick and Tommy and Abby finish the fight in a cutscene. I guess this makes sense as Tommy has to survive a while longer, and you cannot end up killing him at this point. Tommy has the upper hand in the fight until Yara shows up and shanks him in the side. Abby then throws him off the balcony and into the water. It is clear that Abby remembered who Tommy was from this altercation and probably realizes the shit she and her friends are in, but at this moment she has to go after Lev. So the two of them find a boat at the marina and right away head out for the island. From the coast you make your way towards Lev and Yara's mother, and as you arrive so do the WLF, drawing the attention of many Seraphites, leaving some of the areas you have to go through empty of people, but not all of them. The combat encounters here leading up to the mother are rather well done, including a variety of ways the player can choose to approach the combat. I won't go into too much detail since we've covered mostly everything at this point, and there's not much new to add here. There's tall grass, but not covering a large area. There's water to move around the level undetected. Lots of enemies, you know, all that stuff. It's an endgame level, and has pretty much every environmental combat mechanic in it. On a side note, I really like this look into the Seraphites' living conditions. They are a hunter-gatherer society, and really seem to have their shit together. We get to see that they too grow lots of crops, they keep sheep, and in notes it's told that they hunt for food too, and with that they trade between each other, really living off the land as they claimed. Visually it's also very welcome, as we've been in the city now for days, and that can get tiring. Coming out here to the wild was a good decision to mix up the surroundings. There are some notes that can be found here that are relevant to the game's overarching theme. More so to Ellie's journey than Abby, but it certainly also applies to her. Moving on to their mother, we find her dead and Lev shaking in the corner of the hut. He tried to talk to her and explain everything, but she wouldn't listen. She got violent and Lev ended up having to kill his own mother in self-defense, increasing the patricide-matricide counter from 2 to 3. Although it might seem like on first look that there's supposed to be a connection between Ellie, Abby and Lev, with all of them now having lost their parental figure one way or another, that's not really the point, or so I think at least. The point is the trauma they're all suffering, and eventually how they deal with it. It is still a little bit premature to talk about this though, so we will circle back to this a little later. The three of you now reunited need to find a way off the island before all hell breaks loose here. In Haven, the place you likely saw on the way, there are lots of boats, and that's their best chance at escaping. On the way you have to get past groups of WLF that are raising the towns. There isn't really much pressure on the player here as you cannot get spotted. The game doesn't allow the player to turn on the flashlight or shoot the gun to get spotted, in case the player wants to shoot the WLF soldiers. I think a better solution in cases like this is to have the WLF soldiers spot you, overpower you, and trigger a game over, and restart at last checkpoint, instead of taking away the player's control. But that's just in the interest of keeping the player on the stick most of the time, which the game does, but the more the better of course. And as we know, this game clearly values its realism and story over gameplay at times. Anyway, as you move on, you do eventually get spotted, and Yara gets shot in the stomach by a WLF grunt. Abby in turn beats the piss out of that man, who turns out wasn't alone. He was part of Isaac's group here on the island, and seeing Isaac, Abby puts her gun and her guard down, and pleads for Lev's life. But all Isaac sees is the scar behind Abby. He gives her to the count of 3 to move away, or he'll open fire. It looks like Isaac is actually about to shoot Abby over this disagreement, until Yara, not quite dead yet, shoots Isaac, giving Abby and Lev an opportunity to escape. Lev just lost his mother and his sister in the span of a couple hours, and doesn't have much time to process these losses since they have to move. Abby gives him a word of encouragement that I think makes all the difference in the world to him at this moment, while also showing lots of Abby's character.
Those were your fucking people. You're my people.
To draw a parallel, it's the equivalent of Joel and Ellie's moment at the end of the Winter chapter, where Joel figuratively adopts Ellie in her time of need. And from there, the player picks back up. This first encounter is a beautiful mess. The whole floor is flooded. There are enemies above you, around you, pretty much everywhere. It's a really fun section, and symbolically, this segment going on forward also shows Abby's change from being a wolf to becoming something else.
Abby, you killed those wolves.
It doesn't matter. I'm getting off this island.
She slaughters her past comrades with seemingly no remorse. It's her and Lev versus everyone else now. To get to the boats from here, you have to get through a fire zone between the wolves and the Seraphites. You can't really pin the two factions against each other like you did with the Infected, which would have been really cool, but patience and waiting for an opening is rewarded here. Thereafter, you find a horse and ride it towards Haven, getting a first-hand look at the atrocities that come with a war like this. It's a spectacular yet horrific view of the culmination that is the war between these factions. The last 100 meters or so you have to fight your own way through though, after the horse gets scared off by the fires. Gameplay-wise, from here on it's nothing special, but the spectacle is everything here, as you can probably tell from just watching this. It looks absolutely amazing, and it's fun just having some target practice while the wolves and the Seraphites are busy killing each other. It all climaxes in a 1 versus 1 against a beefy Seraphite boy after you lose your weapons. He has a big pickaxe looking tool and you have a sickle, cue the communist music. It also is nothing special outside of the presentation. The gore in this game is usually not too much for me. The death animations can at times be pretty horrific, making me cringe, but they do serve a purpose to really show how brutal this world is. You don't just lose and restart when you die, you get to witness how you die in wonderfully horrific detail. Here though, the gore contained in this section gives me this visceral feeling inside me that is usually only reserved for the death animations. Only that now it lasts for a whole lot longer than the normal death animations, where it's usually over after a second. So if you easily get queasy watching gore, I'd suggest you look away for a little bit now, because this is how you kill this brute of a man. I do understand how people are put off by this, and maybe would have wished that the game was less gory. The first game even had an option to turn off the gore in that game, and this game does very purposefully not have that. It actually leans further into it, and now forces the player to experience it in all its hideous gory glory. Once again, because for this game, it's an integral part of the story, much more so than in the first game. That violence that the characters inflict for each other and on each other. To a degree, it reminds me of the discussion that was had when Sekiro Shadows Die Twice and really every Souls game prior and post it was released, and people started asking for an easy mode to the game, which is the point of the game. It is supposed to be difficult, so that when you overcome a hurdle, you really feel a sense of accomplishment. Removing that by making it easy would be to remove part of the core of the game. Now the same can be said for the gore in The Last of Us, but the argument doesn't really hold water, to me anyway. The gore is not that important to this game as difficulty is to the Souls games. The Last of Us is still The Last of Us without the gore. The player can still get a feel for the world and how gritty and violent it is without having to witness this. Gore is just one of the many parts that contribute to this story, but it is not a deciding factor. And I therefore think that there should be an option for people who dislike gore to turn it off. And it's frankly a little weird considering how many accessibility options are in the game. Turning gore on or off is not one of them. But moving on from that encounter, Lev and Abby find a boat and manage to sail away from the island. I cannot believe that they are just sitting like this in the boat when there are people with guns behind them who we know want to kill them. How are they not ducking down and trying to hide while the boat drifts out? It seems reckless to me, but I guess they're in a hurry, which in all fairness I would be too to get off the island, but how would that make me forget to duck? I don't know. It's just weird and stupid. I don't know. Sorry, I'm going off script. You get back to the aquarium a little after you arrived there as Ellie. You already know what's in store for Abby here, and the game has you control her walking into that revelation. Abby's reaction to finding Owen and Mel lying in a pool of their own blood is gut-wrenching, and once again believable thanks to the incredible performance here. Much thanks to Dina and Ellie's stupidity of fucking circling their hideout on the map, Abby knows exactly where to go to find the ones responsible for this. Throwing caution to the wind what this might mean for her later on, having learned nothing from what she did to Joel and how that didn't fulfill her in the slightest. If I was to guess, I would think that the player probably feels kind of weird at this moment, sneaking in on Ellie with intent to kill her. I sure know I did. She has just spent the last 3 days systematically murdering Abby's friends after all. But she is, or were, the protagonist of the story though, and she's a good person, right? Okay, well, that's not all she is at least. There is more to her character than her recent behavior.
Okay.
Abby is the protagonist right now, however, and she's good, right? Well, there's more to her character though than just that. Don't worry, it's gonna get a whole lot more confusing in a second as we get closer to where we left off with Ellie.
You gonna kill me like a coward?
We've seen this before. Abby takes Tommy hostage, Ellie and Jesse barge in, Jesse gets shot and killed, Ellie pleads for Tommy's life as she did for Joel's.
Please stop!
And that's where we left off last time. What comes next is unknown. What is different about this time is that the player is likely confused as to who to root for in this situation. You've been presented both stories now, and what's clear is that neither one of them is really in the right. The player has also witnessed that this self-righteous justice that both Ellie and Abby are pursuing doesn't do anyone any good. The outcome can have no winner in this situation, only two losers if they proceed. This point is accentuated even more of what's to come after this cutscene, because the player doesn't just have to witness this shit show go down, but has to play through it too. Controlling Abby, the player has to hunt down and try to kill Ellie, like any other enemy in the game. Ellie has 3 phases. The first 2 are quite regular. You hide and try to find an opening where you can approach and hit Ellie. Pretty much the David fight all over again. And then in the third phase, Ellie will also hide and try to get the upper hand on the player, also like David. This is cool and works well as it did in the first game. It makes the encounter so much more tense when you're looking for someone you cannot find, and you know that they are looking for you at this very moment. But what makes this encounter not just fine, but great in my opinion, is that Ellie will use the tools that you had available to you when you played her. She will craft Molotovs and will put out mine traps to use against the player. I still remember playing through this my first time and feeling confused and torn and hesitant to continue. You do not want to hurt or kill Ellie, and hopefully if the game has done its job well, the player also doesn't want for Ellie to kill Abby. It's a dilemma where the only way forward that the game provides is to hurt Ellie. If the game hasn't worked for you and you still don't understand Abby and hate her guts, then I think this encounter falls flat for you. That person is likely to just feel a hatred towards the game for making that person hurt, with intent to kill the character that they connect with. To that person, I imagine this feels just sadistic and pointless, and there are undoubtedly a lot of people who feel this way, who the game failed to reach, which I can frankly understand. The way that the game presented Joel's death at the hands of Abby is something that to some people is absolutely unforgivable, and past that point everything Abby does in her redemption arc is pointless to that person. If the game worked for you on the other hand to empathize with Abby, as you do for Ellie, then this encounter is nothing but great. There's a repulsion to be felt when seeing Ellie and Abby fight to what may be the death of one or both of them. They are both in the wrong and are incapable of seeing each other's side, leading to this fight, and no one but the player, who is probably screaming at the screen for them to stop, knows that this is only going to cause them more hurt. I am not pretending like I would be any different in their shoes. Going through what they have, I think it's understandable to feel that kind of anger towards each other. I've seen criticism directed at how if Ellie and Abby just talked, none of this would have to happen, which I think is definitely true, but I wouldn't find that believable at all. I mean, Ellie did her best job at explaining to Abby why everything that has happened.
I know why you killed Joel. He did what he did to save me. There is no cure because of me. I am the one that you want. Just let him go.
Neither Ellie or Abby is in the mindset of having a discussion about why they did what they did while the other one is holding a gun to them. It's just wishful thinking to me that they would just talk this out. I think the reality for many would actually be this ugly if society had crumbled and people had the opportunity to actually act on their feelings in a scenario like this. The loss of someone you love at the hands of someone else can be earth-shattering. I've never witnessed anything that horrific, but none of us are any stranger to man-made tragedy, and just seeing or hearing about the appalling things people have done to others can at times be enough to make my blood boil. That's a feeling I think few people are a stranger to. Now, moving on, I'll just let the gameplay show what happens when the player manages to catch Ellie in all three phases.
Stop! She had nothing to do with this. She's pregnant. Good. Abby.
Abby lets Dina and Ellie live, but not by her own volition. She still does not see the mistake she would be making. It's actually Lev who stops her from losing her humanity. Knowingly killing an unborn child would certainly have been Abby's lowest point, and I don't know if there's any turning back from that. But she stops for Lev. He makes her want to be better, to put her past behind her and move forward. Because he is her people now, and she is no longer who she was with the wolves. So she leaves Ellie and Dina in the mess they've created for themselves. It cuts to black, and then to an idyllic farm. An unknown amount of time later, Ellie is there. She's looking at Joel's broken watch, presumably still missing him, and having troubles coming to terms with his passing. She puts it in a drawer, hiding it for now. She has a baby now, with Dina, and the player can walk through their farmhouse to see how perfect it is. Ellie can express herself through her drawings and paintings. They have a kitchen to make food in, a playroom for the baby, music to listen to, sheeps and crops to live off of. They dance together, laugh together, the whole 9 yards. A little later, Dina wants you to go fetch JJ, the baby, and its toy on the tractor outside. The two of them sit down, looking at the scenery. Ellie's gotten a second chance at having a full life without Joel, now with Dina and JJ, and she seems to be enjoying every second of it. Afterwards, you herd some sheep, living the good old farming life. But a little lamb didn't go into its pen, so you have to go pick him up and carry him back. Oh, so cute he is. Oh, wow. With the intercutting of Joel with the sound of the shovel hitting the ground and the rising of the wind, the mood has substantially changed. It's painfully clear that Ellie is still struggling with her loss and what she went through in Seattle. The wind slams the barn door shut, and in the darkness, the player is transported to the Outlook where Joel was murdered. His screams can be heard from down in the basement, so you run down to open the door, but it won't open while his screams get louder. This is Ellie's inability to help Joel. Then, back to the farm again, Ellie is sitting on the barn floor screaming with JJ in her hands. Dina comes to calm her down, which helps, but they both know that something is very wrong. This PTSD,
post-traumatic Down syndrome,
that Ellie is suffering from is crippling and follows her despite her and Dina and JJ now may be living in what could be her redemption, her second chance, if only she could learn to live with her actions and losses. And it then cuts to black again. And we return sometime later when Ellie's caught a rabbit. The transition from the last scene into this one, with Ellie throwing cold water in her face, makes me think that she suffered another panic attack right before we entered this scene.
That's the cutest fucking thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
She's getting her shit together before walking back to the farmhouse so that she can seem normal to Dina, all the while she's anything but. The trauma is eating her up from the inside. Walking up to the house, you can see there's a horse tied up outside. A visitor, perhaps, but who? Well, Tommy, of course. He was only shot in the head, and people survive that all the time. No, but seriously, people actually survive that sometimes. Although it's very unlikely, but it's apparently happened. What I'm more surprised by isn't that he survived the impact of a bullet through the head, but that Ellie and Dina managed to nurse him through surviving the resulting blood loss from it, and then travel all the way back to Jackson. But that's a whole nother story. Tommy didn't come to the farm just for a cozy visit. He brings news.
So I've been putting out feelers for months now. And this new guy heard my story. He told me about a woman that he traded with while he was moving through California. Described her as built like an ox, traveling with a kid with scars across his face.
Ellie's reaction to this information is harrowing. It looks like she's shaking, not knowing how to properly react. It likely brings up a lot of emotion to get another chance at bringing the one responsible for Joel's death to justice in her mind. But also what she had to go through the last time to even get that close to Abby. Dina interjects that they are done chasing Abby, but Tommy isn't finished. In an incredibly ugly display of his obsession, he then tries to guilt Ellie into doing this for him and her.
Reckon it's easy. Forget about her. You sitting all comfy way out here?
Hey.
I'll make her pay.
Tommy.
That's what you said when we got back to Jackson.
Tommy, for the whole run of the game, has been so good and has been trying his very best to protect Ellie since they lost Joel, even putting his own relationship with his wife at risk for this cause. And now he's lost everything. He can't walk, he can't patrol for Jackson anymore and do his part to protect the community. He's lost his purpose in that way. His wife even left him, and in his mind, he's likely holding himself responsible for Jesse's death. He can no longer go after Abby himself, so he needs Ellie to carry on his obsession to Santa Barbara to find her and bring her to justice. He has nothing else but finding Abby now, and he still cannot let this go because his ego is so wrapped up in this mess. In a way, this scene is the mirror of the start of the game. Right after Joel dies, Tommy comes to Ellie's house to try and convince her to not go after Abby, and in this scene, that is flipped on its head. Dina goes out to have a talk with Tommy about bringing up that stuff to Ellie. She knows how much it pains her. And while they're arguing outside, Ellie stays inside, and after a while the camera pans down to the map, which aptly conveys Ellie's headspace after hearing this. Like Tommy, her ego is also tangled up in bringing Abby to their sense of justice, that she also just can't let this go. That whole journey they went on to Seattle, it can't be for nothing.
Everything that I've done. It can't be for nothing.
It cuts to what is presumably later that night, when Ellie can't sleep. This something is on her mind. You control her walking through the house, and if you go into her painting room you find her journal. Inside it, it becomes all the more evident how big of an issue this is. This kind of trauma that Ellie is suffering from is so impactful that it bleeds into every part of her life. Downstairs you find Ellie's guitar, and on it she plays the Crooked Still song that was played earlier on the vinyl player. This segues into a scene that happened back in Jackson the day before Joel's death. Everyone is having fun until Ellie and Dina dance together. They end up sharing a kiss to someone's dismay. Can't have that at a family event. The kids might see it and end up godless heathens. So he ends up going too far, calling Dina and Ellie
another loudmouth dyke,
which angers Ellie, and at which point Joel barges in as if the dude is trying to make a vaccine against the virus. Luckily, that's not needed, and the man's just sent out to get some fresh air. Remember that Ellie and Joel are not on good terms in this cutscene, so still being angry with him, she berates him for coming to her rescue.
I don't need your fucking help, Joel.
It's pretty hard to watch, but I completely understand her anger being directed at Joel. And then we're back to the present again. The point being that she regrets laying into Joel that much. Ellie regrets not showing Joel that she loved him before he passed, and that's something that she has to live with now. But maybe if she can find and bring who's responsible for this to justice, she will feel better. So she packs her bags to go check out the lead Tommy had about finding Abby out in Santa Barbara. Dina comes down to make Ellie go back to bed. They can talk about this in the morning, but all Ellie has to say is that she has to finish it, meaning Abby. This is what Dina was afraid of. She tries to convince Ellie to stay, but Ellie's mind is made up. She says she loves Dina, but she can't stay here while there's still a chance of finding Abby. In some messed up way, she is more important than Dina, than JJ, than this whole life she could have had. The trauma she's suffering from is so overwhelming that Ellie is willing to leave her family behind because she can't manage to deal with it. It is absolutely heartbreaking to see Ellie make these bad decisions time and time again. So, out she goes, yet another time after Abby. This could have been the end of the game. It does have that feel to it. Ellie and Dina on a farm living a good life, Ellie having learned her lesson, and now knowing that going after Abby will not bring back Joel in any shape or form. But no, this rabbit hole goes even deeper. Before we move on to the actual end of the game though, I want to talk about a small thing. We won't spend too much time on this since we've already touched on the subject, but had to wait until now to talk about this. In the middle of the conversation with Dina, Ellie mentioned that she's not like Dina.
Not like you, Dina.
Meaning that she, unlike Dina, can't just let go of someone that she loved and pretend like that never happened to try and live a normal life.
You think this is easy?
To which Dina replies,
For you and for him, I deal with it.
You see, because Dina had a sister growing up that was sort of her parental figure. Like how Ellie lost Joel, Dina lost her sister. She also wishes she could have caught the people responsible for that, but she never did.
If I had my sister's killers tied to a chair, I'd do worse.
So she and Ellie are coming from the same place, which is partly why Dina joins Ellie on this journey of bringing someone who has committed a horrible act to justice. Dina lives vicariously through Ellie like this. The difference between them has been hinted at several times in the game. Ellie has a tendency to go too far chasing Abby, and it has put a strain on their relationship before, and now at the farm, it ruins it. Ellie doesn't know how to stop it. Dina, on the other hand, has arguably suffered an equal amount of trauma as Ellie, but she, as she says for Ellie and for JJ, deals with it. She learns to live with it because she loves them. It's worth it for them. That's at least how I look at it. It could very well be that she, for whatever reason, has figured out how to live with that loss and still be a good partner and parent. Like how Manny, Mel and Owen's purpose were to pull Abby towards differing opinions and ideologies about the Seraphites, Dina's purpose is to show that there is no one way to deal with trauma. People deal with challenges like this differently, and showing that Dina has found a way to live with her loss and still be present emphasizes Ellie's incapability to do so even more, and it makes this scene all the more heartbreaking when Ellie decides that finding Abby is more important than a chance to live a good, safe life with Dina. The issue is though that I completely overlooked this on my first playthrough. Not enough time is spent on making the player aware of this in my opinion, which is quite important as this is a big part of the game. How these characters all deal with trauma in different ways. She and Abby are Ellie's counterparts that we look to see how they deal with their traumas. And not knowing that Dina has gone through something similar retracts a whole lot from the story. And lastly, as we're on the subject, Jesse's purpose is to draw the player's attention to the fact that by you hunting down Abby is only perpetuating the cycle of violence.
I mean, we're going through a lot of their people. In their city.
Because of what they did.
Didn't Abby and her friends come to Jackson because of something Joel did?
What would Ellie achieve by finding and murdering Abby in the fashion that she murdered Joel? That is explored more as the player plays as Abby and can see that it did nothing for her. Just like with Dina, not enough time was given to Jesse to explore this. He literally only had one chapter to convey this, so a couple lines of dialogue. It's not as bad though, as it is something that can be picked up in Abby's story, and it was. It acted more as a foreshadowing to what Abby is going through after having killed Joel, which she thought would fulfill her, making it less of a big deal that Jesse got so little time to develop that story thread. Before getting into what is without a doubt the ugliest part of the game, although there is a lot of beauty to be found there depending on how you look at it, I want to take a moment to gush my brains out about this game's environments and attention to detail. And in the same vein, I'll also be pointing out some of the more annoying flaws that I noticed. Some of the things I'm going to mention might seem a little odd, as this part of the video is pretty much solely based on me and what I consider to be a worthy detail to add, so it will differ from anyone else's Watch Mojo Top 10 The Last of Us Part 2's Most Awesomest Moments list. It can, for example, be something as small as Abby saying
Scooch
to Lev, which might seem like a whole pile of nothing, and you could likely say that is just me reading too much into the game, to which I would say that you're probably wrong, and I intend to show you that through how much thought has gone into pretty much every part of this game, to the point where you could think that Abby having the same gun as Joel and saying
Scooch
is by design to point out how much her arc mirrors Joel's. So let's just get into it. Joel leaning down when going under the garage door, and Ellie doing that too when entering the abandoned library. These are such small details that are so easy to just overlook when making a game, and goes a long way in making both Joel and Ellie feel like real people in this world right off the bat. Those are two examples that all players will encounter. What's even more impressive is that they even take this a step further, making Ellie react in the same manner when going under something that the player has fiddled around with, such as the extension cord in an electrical puzzle. A lesser game would just have Ellie's character go straight through that cord. Jackson this time of year looks absolutely stunning. The snow physics, both on horseback and when walking, are great, even the snow particles in the hair. The vertigo effect added to Abby when playing her is a neat detail that really helps the player get into her fear of heights, if you need help being scared of heights, that is. The game intercutting Ellie smoking addictive substances while Abby is working on her next addiction. This one, I'll admit, is a bit of a stretch though. The handshakes, and the handshakes, and finally, not the handshakes. Visually showing Ellie coming to terms with her trauma. Just really, yeah, good stuff. The Fedra stages of infection note, really cool. Dina's pregnancy coming out in very small ways.
You okay? Yeah, sorry, it's just a smell. For the new year, my sister used to give me an apple dipped in honey. Ugh, now I'm craving it.
The dynamic dialogue system is awesome and should be implemented everywhere.
So what's Owen's... Hold on. All clear. Anyway, what's Owen's plan once Mel gets that arm off?
The underground environment looks absolutely stunning, bathed in the red light. Abby's finger not being on the trigger when entering the hideout, where she left Lev and Yara. Yara whistling when looking for Lev in the aquarium. It would be so easy to forget that's how a lot of the Seraphites' communication is done, and just have Yara yell out for Lev. Really nice attention to detail there. The guitar mechanic is all around pretty amazing. Yeah. Abby's neck, days later, still showing the markings of her hanging, fucking veins on her forehead popping out, the visuals from the knife on Abby's stomach. Jesus Christ, this game looks good. The farm, oh my fucking god, the farm, this place is just stunning, and flipping that on its head, it's amazing how that can change too, as we'll see a little later on. Go dumpster physics! Now, as for the nitpicks, I have a couple as well. The bloater spore bomb effect seems to have a graphical downgrade. It looks much worse in this game than what it did in part 1. Both visually, it looked better in the first game, and it really feels like a spore bomb in that game, as one can very clearly see the spores. In part 2, it just looks like an ominous mist. A question I had coming from the first game was, how is Ellie being hurt by the bloaters and Chambers' spores when she can breathe them? And the game has supplied an answer to this, I think, being that it's very corrosive, probably much more so than just the common spores that are hanging around in the air. Ellie going a little crazy after Joel died, shaving her head. Not a good look. This is not even a real fact, just a bug. In the game it is said, I don't even know how many times, that the chance to make a vaccine died with Abby's dad.
It made no difference. Because the only person who could develop a vaccine is dead.
However, Jerry was teaching students.
For what it's worth, my dad always said you were his best student.
Then why wouldn't he teach them how to make vaccines? Why did the last hope for making a vaccine die with him? This seems like such a dumb oversight. If I was the only person with the know-how and knowledge for how to make a vaccine in the post-apocalypse, then teaching other people what I know would be a pretty high priority. Not just in the event that I die and humanity's hope dies with me, but also just to have a helping hand if or when we get the chance to develop said vaccine. The whole chance to make a vaccine died with Jerry thought also completely neglects the idea that anyone could study how to make one and then make an attempt in the future. The dodge mechanic can be janky as all hell, as we've already seen in this video. Abby's coins are way too small, I think. I have to literally walk up to every place in an environment to know whether a coin is in the environment or not. I kinda hate it. I hate wondering if I missed a coin somewhere just because I didn't walk literally everywhere. The same can sort of be said for Ellie's trading cards. They're bigger and way easier to spot than the coins, but the same problem still stands. That's the kind of shit that eats into my enjoyability of a game, when I just end up walking forever in hopes of finding something because I have a hunch something is here, but it ends up being just a big waste of time. There's definitely lots more that could be said about the game, both positives and negatives, but we have to move on. There were just too many things I had to get out, but that I couldn't fit anywhere else in the video. With that out of the way, let's get started on the end of the game. After seeing Ellie walk out the door, the game cuts to a sunny Santa Barbara, Constance Street, only we're back with Abby and Lev. They got a lead that the Fireflies have been grouping out here at 2425 Constance. You find the house, and in the basement you find beds, showers, and resources indicating that the Fireflies were actually here. But looking at the conditions of the place, it seems like it was some time ago. The house is powered by solar and has a radio, so Abby tries to reach someone on some frequencies that are written on a paper. Most of them seem to not be in use, but one of them are though. They get an answer, and Abby verifies that she used to be a Firefly to the man on the other end of the radio.
I'm a Firefly.
He gives them instructions to get to Catalina Island, where they are stationed, about 200 strong now, with a couple more joining in every month. It wasn't just a shitty pipe dream after all, the Fireflies really are regrouping. So the two of you head back out, but before you know it, you're knocked to the ground, pummeled and tied up. We then return to Ellie. She has found the boat that Abby and Lev has been camping out in, and from there she can see the last place they headed out to, so she knows where to look for them. Using a map and looking at signs, we work our way forward. There are some encounters with some infected, but nothing out of the ordinary. That is until you squeeze your way between two cars, and this happens. Ellie hangs there until sundown, when the same people who captured Abby arrive to check on their traps. They are apparently the two biggest fuck-ups that somehow, by what must have been pure luck, managed to survive 25 years in this world. Because they managed going from having literally all the leverage in the world in this situation to dying within 10 seconds. All because Ellie hurt the frail masculinity of one of them.
Oh, bitch. You like funny, huh? Get up. Come on. Get up. We don't need this. No, man, she's fucked up anyway, man. Come on. Yeah, it's funny, right? It's funny. Serious? Come on. Laugh.
Before killing off the bigger one, he gives Ellie information about where Abby is, in hopes that she will spare him.
I swear.
Which she won't. Before pumping him full of bullets, he revealed that a lady that fits the description of Abby, who's traveling with a boy who fits Lev's description, is being held in their camp. A tall, round building in a resort just past the train tracks. Here you meet a new faction of people, the Rattlers. Unlike the Seraphites or the WLF, these guys are just assholes. Well, assholes that love their moms. Out of all things in the post-outbreak world, they thought, what's missing in the world today? Oh, slavery, of course. So they enslave other people to work the fields for them and do other handiwork. They also capture and chain infected for use as something akin to guard dogs, which is absolutely terrifying as a concept. In terms of gameplay though, it's a joy. The Rattlers keep them chained up all over the resort's yard, either by sneaking up to them and releasing the chains, or by shooting the chains. You can set them loose on the Rattlers. It's a new way of using the infected against humans that's very fun. The encounters leading up to the tall round building are split into two separate ones. I like how in the second area the Rattlers are blasting loud music, which would explain why they didn't hear you murdering their friends just 50 meters away.
See ya.
It's nice to see that the game took this into account for once. The second encounter is really quite difficult, as it is the last normal combat section in the game. I don't have much more to say about it other than, unlike in part 1, where the biggest jump in difficulty was early on in the game, in part 2 there's a much better difficulty scaling, where the hardest encounter, this encounter, is at the very end. That doesn't always have to be the case for every game, but it's fitting to the story, since at this point Ellie is mentally and physically fatigued. Inside the tall round building you find a cage with all the slaves. They tell you that Abby tried to escape, which means that she's now down at the pillars, but that she's likely already dead from the punishment. This last section is a walk down to the beach. Exhaustion has taken over Ellie, the wound made from earlier has opened again, and just walking has now become a chore, but you manage to push onto the shore where you find the pillars. They are wooden beams that are erected in the sand where people are strung up to die from exposure and the elements. It's hard to imagine a worse fate than that. The game is a little clever in drawing the player's attention to the woman with a braid strung up in the middle of the beach. She looks just like Abby, or what she used to look like, but it's not her, which contrasts nicely to when you see her. She now has short hair, less muscles, and looks just about half dead already. Her character has undergone quite the change since the player first saw her standing over Joel, both physically and mentally, as we'll see in a second. Ellie pulls out her knife and cuts her down. Abby's first instinct after being cut down is to check up on Lev. Seeing he's okay, she carries him to the water where there are boats. She even tells Ellie this, inviting her to come with them, offering Ellie the proverbial olive branch to squash their beef once and for all. And here are the boats. The very same as the starting screen of the game. It's Abby's boat we've been seeing this whole time, and the other one is Ellie's. She seemingly accepts that this is a fine way for them to part ways, taking one boat each and never seeing each other again. But noticing the blood on her hand, she's once again reminded of Joel and why she's here.
I can't let you leave.
And what she has to do. Abby refuses to fight back until Ellie puts the knife to Lev's throat, forcing Abby's hand. This fight lasts a long time, and it's only hand-to-hand combat with some QTEs sprinkled in there. Very simple stuff so that the player doesn't really have to think about anything else than how wrong Ellie's actions are in this moment. It goes on until Ellie gets the upper hand, throwing Abby to the ground, submerging her in the water. She gets on top of her and pushes her head down. Abby bites her fingers, ripping two of them off. Those are some really fucking sharp teeth. She must be using wolf toothpaste or something, or maybe she is a wolf, but that doesn't stop Ellie. She pushes back and holds her under the water. The heavy alarm sound that has been ringing throughout this encounter is now exchanged with a more somber orchestra. And in the end, Ellie lets Abby go with Lev. The two of them take the boat and drive away to be lost in the fog. And that's the last the player sees of Abby. Before getting into the details about what just went down, I think we should see the very end of the game first, as it is very relevant to what just transpired. A month or so later, I reckon, Ellie is back at the farm, which no longer has the idyllic properties it had before. It's autumn now, the trees are naked, the sky is grey, the farmhouse now looks dilapidated, and the wheat has lost its golden glow. Ellie walks inside to find no one and nothing there. The only room that still has anything in it is Ellie's study. The paintings are still there, together with her guitar. She picks it up to play Future Days one last time, but without her fingers, it sounds all wrong. She looks longingly into the distance, and the game cuts to Joel sitting on his porch playing his guitar. It's later that same evening Ellie berated Joel for coming to her help. She's come to speak her mind about Joel's helicopter parenting style. He needs to let her do things by herself, but that's not really why she's here. Or that's just adjacent to what the real issue is. He robbed her of her purpose, and she's angry about that, understandably so.
You're such an asshole.
She's been told for years before this, at a very young and impressionable age,
I was supposed to die in that hospital.
that was her purpose in life,
My life would have fucking mattered.
to save the world.
But you took that from me.
What a fucking weight that must be to carry. And now, by Joel's hand, that is no longer an option for her. She must feel lost after something like that happening. With no purpose, just feeling like she's failed everyone. So she kind of hates Joel for this. But she also loves him. He's her father, and they've been through hell and back together. Then imagine the very next day, after finally reconciling with your mom and or dad, you're robbed of the chance to rebuild the relationship with them. All these years you've been unable to show your love for them, and now you'll never get that chance. I can only imagine how she must be filled with regret after something like this, which in turn manifests itself into anger towards the person that made her unable to right her wrongs. Abby. That is where this obsession derives from. Looking at it like that, it makes more sense why she, unlike Abby and Dina and Lev, is unable to move on from her loss. That's not saying Dina, Abby and Lev didn't also lose a lot, they did of course, but Ellie's loss stings a little more, since she also lost her chance to regain that magic we saw them have in the first game, something that anyone playing this game is likely to have enjoyed a lot, and maybe even longs for that. Because Ellie didn't just lose Joel, she also lost the opportunity to forgive him, and the opportunity for them to have a good relationship again. That's a lot of lost potential. I think this is coupled with Ellie being a very emotional person who lets her emotions drive her. This can be seen all the way back to the first game.
Stop! Stop!
Fucking touch me!
It's okay. It's me. It's me. It's me. Look. It's me.
She's not like Joel. He's always killed out of necessity. There is never anything personal to anyone he's killed. Well, for the most part.
You just come after her.
They were simply just dangers to what he held dear. His violence is very practical in that way. When he lost Sarah, he didn't go after the person responsible for that. He was never about that. What was done, and he had to find ways to move on from that. It's hinted at that he struggled a lot in the first years afterwards.
I got nothing but nightmares from those years.
You survived because of me.
It wasn't worth it.
But he pulled through by closing himself off to the world. That was Joel's way of coping with his daughter's death. Ellie stands in stark contrast to this. She kills with her emotions in the driver's seat, often letting them make the decisions, leading her on this wild goose chase around Seattle to find the person responsible for Joel's death. When she lost Joel, that affected her heavily. She still suffers from that loss, and having to witness the person she maybe loves the most in this fucked up world go out like that, her way of coping with that was to try to get some misguided sense of justice for him. So Joel closed himself off to others in the face of trauma, and Ellie lashes out at the people responsible. Joel would of course be angry too, I think, just like Ellie, but he wouldn't risk Dina's life, or after finding out that Dina is pregnant, he wouldn't keep going risking the baby's life too. He would go back to Jackson and eventually move on. But as we know, Ellie is obsessed with this idea that if she could kill Abby, her traumas would disappear, and only then could she finally move on from Joel's death. Like we've seen, this obsession eats at her to the point where Dina leaves because she sees this addiction that just can't quit. We can see Dina several times disappointed at Ellie's decision to keep going.
Ellie, we should go. Somebody would have heard the gunshots. Come on. Look at that later. I don't fucking know. Come on. Fuck, Ellie.
Wait, you're gonna go now?
Yeah, we have a lead.
Like, at least just wait for Jessie to rest up.
She could be gone by then.
Ellie.
We know her location. Maybe Tommy does too. What?
Nothing.
Good.
I'm not gonna do this again.
That's up to you.
These are red flags that Ellie won't stop until she gets Abby at any cost. Meanwhile, Dina, every time this happens, is probably hoping that this is Ellie's rock bottom. She can't possibly stoop any lower than this, but it ain't. And she can. It doesn't look like she's going to hit rock bottom anytime soon. In fact, her horrific acts just keep escalating, until she and Dina are forced to leave Seattle. They get a chance at living a good life together, but her traumas haven't left her. They've only gotten worse. Going on this journey, Ellie just ended up fucking herself up more and didn't really resolve anything. She's still not over Joel, and now she's even more traumas from the shit she did to try and resolve it. This compels her to almost any length to find and kill Abby, that no matter what she does, it's worth it, as long as she can get to see Abby die at her hands. And at the first chance to pick up on the search for Abby again, she jumps at it. Already the first time through, she nearly lost herself and the people close to her to this obsession, but her ego is so fucking wrapped up in doing this that Ellie follows this obsession to where she then loses everything she holds dear that she didn't lose the first time through, which is this life with Dina and the child. It was her chance at creating something new for herself and move on from the past. She loses that. What might be even more important is that this time through, she gets to the very brink of losing herself, of becoming that very monster she's trying to kill. By putting the knife to Lev's throat, she's at the tipping point of becoming that monster, and if she kills Abby, she in a way would become that thing she hates the most. But she brings herself back from that point, which at this point in her life is probably worth more than anything else to her. If she killed Abby, she would be no different from how she was at the beginning of the game.
I'm gonna find. And I'm gonna kill. Every last one of them.
So the fight between Ellie and Abby is essentially the same fight all over again. Only this time their standoff has a very different feeling. Because Abby is done here. For her, this fight is already over. She may not have forgiven Ellie for killing her friends, but she has learned to live with it and move on. Lev is her people now. So unlike the last fight, this isn't as confusing. It's more infuriating and difficult to go along with though, because this is going way too far. I remember playing this my first time and being hesitant to attack Abby. When they were both aggressors and wanted to kill each other, a fight did at least make sense. Now it's just goddamn sad. Ellie is forcing this fight because that's the ending she thinks she wants, that she has envisioned for all this time, of her finally getting that sweet, sweet revenge and triumphing over Joel's killer to silence her traumas. But in the end, she decides to not do that. Discussions about whether Abby deserved to die and if Ellie should have killed her are of a completely different nature. To Ellie, not killing her means that she didn't lose herself to this obsession. She still has some humanity left in her. At the same time, Abby tortured and killed someone. She's also killed countless other people in her life. All of this can of course also be applied to Ellie, who has tortured someone now and even killed a pregnant woman. In some ways, that's even worse. The way I see it is that there is no finality to this question. People who think Ellie should have killed Abby can be right, for them, and people who think Ellie should have spared Abby can also be right. Now, as we've gone over, this event that happened because Abby turned Ellie's life upside down, it completely fucked up her life. And Ellie's whole journey is her coming out of that, and learning to move on. That is what Ellie sparing Abby means. In Abby's journey, we start from where Ellie would have been if she would have gone through with killing Abby. She also had a journey similar to the one we played through with Ellie, but we start at the end with her, and move on from there. Before that, her dad died together with the rest of the Fireflies, and her purpose in life died with them, just like it did for Ellie. Abby was a hardcore believer in the Fireflies. They were going to bring back order to the world, something you can argue that they went about doing in the wrong way, but that was their goal at least, and Abby's purpose. They thought they were the good guys. That was ruined by Joel, and as a result, her ego got wrapped up in finding him and bringing him to justice, to the point where she neglected anything other in her life than finding Joel. Sound familiar? It should. By killing Joel, she believed that she could reclaim her sense of identity, but that's not at all what happened. She didn't come out the other side of this, back where she was 4 years ago when her father died. Everyone else had already moved on. Her love, Owen, is now in a relationship. Instead, Abby then perceived others of seeing her as a monster for what she did, and it didn't fix anything. She still had nightmares every night of her dad dying. She didn't suddenly regain her purpose either. Her journey instead became one of redemption after committing that act, by saving 2 children her tribe was at war with, and forming a genuine connection with them. Now she's actually doing something meaningful again, after she thought that was impossible. And the player goes through that and sees that this is how you come out of this vicious cycle of violence to regain your purpose in life again. It's a quite similar arc to Joel's, who also has an arc of redemption, or finding his humanity again. And at the end, in this fight with Ellie, Abby has really earned the position for her to say,
I'm not gonna fight you.
She's earned the right to move on.
Yes, you will.
Even though the player experienced all of that, Ellie never went through any of it though. So why did she decide to stop? She doesn't have Abby's angle of actually finding something meaningful to her life to help her move on. Ellie also isn't privy to the player's knowledge, making her have any empathy for Abby in this situation. To her, Abby is still the woman who mercilessly murdered her father and nothing else. At this point, Abby has spared Ellie's life twice over. The first time, it resulted in Ellie coming back and murdering her whole crew, and the second time, it saved Abby's life. If Abby didn't spare Ellie the second time, she would still be strung up on the beach waiting to die. But I don't think Ellie puts much value in Abby's 2 acts of mercy, at least not a lot. Especially when one of them was solely because of Lev. What it seems like the game is trying to sell the player on is that Ellie, while on the brink of killing Abby, realizes that her going through with it would not bring Joel back. It wouldn't silence her traumas, and so she stopped for that reason. That's why Joel's face flashes before her eyes, and that would be great. The problem is that Ellie didn't experience anything that would make her aware of this. Only the player knows this, and the only reason the player knows this is because Abby went through with it, only to figure this out when coming out on the other side. Ellie hasn't learned this or even knows anything about Abby's journey. This is not okay. I don't know if this is an oversight or just bad storytelling, but from this perspective, Ellie has no reason to suddenly realize that killing Abby would accomplish nothing. She's seemingly just doing it because, well, I'm not entirely sure. From this view, Ellie's position is unearned, and this whole scene, and frankly a large part of the game, just falls apart. It makes her whole journey and experiences worthless. She apparently knows what the player knows, so only Abby's part of the game had any significance on the ending, since that's where we learned the context and to empathize with Abby, which affected the ending and this change in her. Looking at it like this, Ellie's journey is reduced to 32 short films about Seattle and the horrors we inflict upon each other, which just stands next to Abby's part without contributing anything to the game as a whole. That might sound a bit harsh, but that's basically how it is. And part of me thinks this about the game at times, but as you may be able to surmise from what I've been saying in this video, is that I don't really hold that opinion of the game. Despite Ellie doing absolutely horrible things from the start to the end of the game, the player is in alignment with her most of the way. We see that the acts she's committing are very much affecting her. She, with the player, is doubting her actions along the way, but that changes somewhere along the way after she leaves Dina and JJ to go after Abby for the second time. I'd say for me, it's when she puts the knife to Lev's throat. I wouldn't even do a fraction of what Ellie is doing, but I get what she's doing and why she's doing it, and for that reason I'm with her on the journey. But when she threatens Lev, that's where she completely loses me. I still see her reasoning for doing it, but unlike with Nora, Owen, Mel, or anyone who are in some sort of way connected to the conflict, I cannot get behind this in any shape or form. It's where the player gets to see the monster she's in danger of becoming if she cannot let this go. I think this is simultaneously brilliant and also something the game maybe should have executed better, because as we've touched on before, the expectations going into this game were kind of muddied for several reasons. This game was advertised as being a game about revenge, and somehow people got the idea that Ellie would in the end catch the person responsible and get justice for how she was wronged. With Ellie catching the person responsible but deciding to let her go because, well, we'll get into that, is kind of a slap in the face to people who went into this expecting a revenge story. I don't blame them for feeling a bit robbed when the game set itself up that way. That's the issue though. The game is sort of a revenge story, at least part of it is, but the overarching theme is not about Ellie getting revenge, or in response to Ellie letting Abby go, that revenge is hollow or violence is bad, but when that's the mindset people go into this game with, then that's what people get out of it. The marketing or misdirection going on behind the scenes to make it so people wouldn't be able to know what the story would be really backfired for a lot of people. So there are lots of people going into this experience expecting a straightforward revenge story. This is in addition to the change of alignment happening at the very end of the game. At the very beginning of the game, the player may be in the same place that Ellie is in when she takes the knife to Lev's throat. If the game was to jump straight to Joel's death and to that, without much of the context provided from Ellie's actions and consequences following that, and the context provided in Abby's part of the game, then the player may still have been on board with Ellie in doing this. But that's not the case. The player knows something that Ellie doesn't, that killing Abby is fruitless. So when Ellie decides to do so, it's only natural that the player puts their perspective onto Ellie's as you're used to being in alignment with her. Usually that's fine, but it doesn't work for this end. So based on all this, and a lot of other things in the game, what I think the game is actually going for that makes a whole lot more sense is this. Ellie throughout the game is constantly questioning what she's doing.
Stop.
Logically, she knows that what she's doing is crazy, but her emotions keep winning in this battle of reason versus her emotions. Jesse's role in the game symbolizes this to a degree, in drawing attention to Ellie's acts and what her acts will beget, pulling the cyclical nature of violence that is always in the background of the game to the forefront. Killings beget more killings. Ellie is aware of this. Every time Ellie murders someone in a cutscene when it's canon, she regrets it. Yet, she can't stop doing this, like I've said time and time again now, because her ego is so wrapped up in it, in bringing these people to justice, that she just can't stop. That's part of the tragedy. Then, when she finally finds Abby again at the beach, she's close to letting her leave, but seeing the blood on her hand triggers the trauma she now lives with, and brings up these emotions in her again. So in she goes once more.
Oh shit, here we go again.
About to make the same mistake she's made countless times, just one more time. In the grand scheme of horrific things she's done, one more time doesn't matter, does it? Well, this time she's involving someone that she knows to be completely innocent in Joel's death, going to a new low even for her, and that's where she hits rock bottom. Her rock bottom is threatening to kill someone innocent in this mess that Abby loves, just so that she could have the satisfaction of killing Abby the way that she imagined. It takes a little while, but Ellie realizes the gravity of what she's doing just before it's too late to turn back. She sees herself becoming this monster that she's tried to kill if she keeps going now. And through decoupling her ego from this violence, she sees that killing Abby wouldn't accomplish what she's after. And what is Ellie after? It's what Abby robbed from her when she killed Joel. A second chance with Joel. Killing Abby won't give Ellie the chance to forgive Joel again, which is why that flashes before her eyes when she's on the verge of killing Abby. Ellie isn't realizing that killing wouldn't satisfy her, she's simply finally becoming aware of the fact that this won't give her a chance at forgiving Joel, and it took pretty much hitting rock bottom to realize that. This is much more coherent than what we went through earlier. The whole game has just been building up to this, well, the whole game involving Ellie at least. It's just obscured a bit, partly by the complexity of the story, and partly because of the expectations going into the game. Having a look at the journal when you get back from the beach and return to the farm complements this way of viewing the ending. Ellie didn't just suddenly realize that killing Abby wouldn't accomplish anything, as if she, like the player, had seen what Abby had been through. She has actually gotten further in processing Joel's death from where she was at the beginning, and has also seen the error in her choices about leaving Dina and Potato for this journey. It's showing cracks of what she might have done had she not had this weight on her shoulders. I doubt this means she's over Joel or even close to being over him. It's something I think she has to carry with her for a long time, but at least now she can draw Joel without his death being the first and only thing that comes to mind. I think it's quite evident that this is what the game is going for. Not that violence is bad or that she just forgave Abby all of a sudden, but it also isn't as complicated as some people will have you believe. It is, however, also not your conventional game story, like the first game. Santa Barbara is Ellie coming to her senses, of her triumphing over her emotions, eventually, to see with eyes unclouded by hate what she's doing. It's a beautifully tragic ending to her story, and what's great is, if there will ever be a sequel to this, is that there is nowhere but up from rock bottom. Back at the farmhouse, Ellie puts down the guitar and walks back outdoors. Where she's going, we don't know. There's really only two options in my mind, either going back to Jackson for Dina, or out on a new journey. For what purpose, however, is uncertain. All we know is that Ellie left the guitar behind her for the journey she's going on. I think a common interpretation of this is that Ellie has lost 2 fingers and can no longer properly play the guitar. She can therefore no longer connect with the music she shared with Joel and has effectively lost Joel. She even lost her connection to Joel on her journey to get justice for him. This is a very dark interpretation, but one I think holds water. That was even my impression on my first playthrough, but my view of the ending has changed a bit since then. We know that the guitar and the music from it is Ellie's connection to Joel. Joel taught Ellie to play the guitar, but that was never her way of expressing herself, it was Joel's. She only picked it up because of her love for him, just like Joel picked up interests because of his love for Ellie. Ellie's form of expression is through drawing and painting. In the prologue, she's seen drawing animals in her journal. Throughout the game, she draws scribbles in her notebook all the time. At the farm, she's dedicated a whole room to just her paintings and drawings. Illustrating is also something that Ellie was naturally attracted to. It wasn't something she picked up because of Joel's influence. She just naturally gravitated towards it. When expressing either her love or hate for something, she most often illustrates it. That is something that is present throughout the whole game's run. Meanwhile, there are only a handful of songs. The farmhouse is filled with her drawings and paintings of Dina and JJ, not with songs and lyrics about Dina and JJ. Granted that music is a big part of her life and she will express herself through it, she'll dance to music with Dina and at times even play for her, and express her longing for Joel through the guitar, but it's not the only way that she expresses herself, and it's certainly not her main creative outlet. That's illustration. So Ellie leaving the guitar behind symbolically is her coming to terms with Joel's death. She never got the closure she wanted with Joel. The funeral and walk through his house didn't provide that for her. But this sort of acts as Ellie herself putting Joel to rest in her mind. Ever since Joel's death, Ellie has barely been able to play Joel's song, Future Days, and now she can't even if she wanted to. At first glance, it might seem like Ellie has lost part of her connection with Joel because of this. That Ellie went too far in her obsession to get justice for Joel, and as a result she ended up losing him. And there may be some validity in this, but I think that might be missing the point. Because what's more significant is that she doesn't have to play the song anymore. Like we said, Future Days was Joel's song. It was never her way to connect with him. It was his way to connect with her.
If I ever were to lose you, I'd surely lose myself.
That last look into the journal we saw when returning to the farmhouse shows Ellie's drawing of Joel. It shows that she's started to move on. Since Joel died, Ellie hasn't been able to draw his face, with the only thing coming to her mind being his beaten and bloodied appearance. But now she's completed this drawing of him, and it talks volumes about her mindset and her having started to move on. She no longer needs to play Future Days on the guitar in order to express her loss, or yearning, or love, or connection to Joel in any way. The connection between her and Joel isn't severed because she no longer can play that song. She's always had the means to connect to Joel without the guitar. So now she can leave it behind and finally start to move on. This can be seen as ending her whole journey pretty much where we started the journey with Abby. The game really is one revenge story told from the front and one told from the back, looking at it like this. The same story told at different points. It's hard to say specifically where Ellie is going when she walks away. Despite this, I think the argument can be made that, like Abby after killing Joel, she sees that the journey she's been on through the course of this game hasn't done anything for her. It didn't help her cope or get over the loss of Joel in any meaningful way. So here she goes out to find something else that might help her in a more productive manner. Hopefully, at least. And in that way, it might be a start to Ellie's redemption journey. Lastly, to tie up the loose ends surrounding Abby, after she left the beach with Lev, the title screen has changed after all this, from being a gloomy picture of what we now know to be Abby's boat, to a scenic and colorful beach with the boat stranded, heavily implying that Abby made it to Catalina Island, and this is now also confirmed by Neil to be the case. In some ways, The Last of Us Part 2 is thematically the opposite of Part 1. That game and its story was about love, the blossoming of a relationship from ambivalent to loving, and then the wonderful lengths these two characters go to for each other. And no, I don't mean to say that Part 2 is about the opposite of love being hate, although I can see how people would get that impression, both from comments made before the game released,
the story's about hate,
and also from how the game opens.
You're gonna fucking die!
I don't have any issues with the developers not wanting to literally spoil the experience though, but upon closer inspection, there's not really all that much in this game that points to hate being what ties the plot together, because this game, just like Part 1, is also about love, but not about the wonderful things we do for it, but the horrors we commit in the name of love. This is the backdrop the game uses to tell its story about empathy and traumas, together with the cyclical nature of violence, and what's needed to break that cycle. The game has 3 answers to this question that it poses. How do you rise above the cycle of violence?
Joel, get up. Joel, fucking get up!
Abby finds fulfillment in doing something meaningful, regaining the purpose she was robbed of by Joel, and finally starting to cope with her loss in a healthy way. Dina rebuilds her family together with Ellie after having lost her family to a tragedy. She's sort of vicariously lives through Ellie, bringing these people to justice, and that was in her own way bringing the people responsible for the death of her family to justice. And as we know, they didn't achieve that goal, but finding purpose in family and forming connections is how she copes with her loss. It's not easy, but she does it for her and JJ. And Ellie, at the brink of losing her humanity, finally realizes, after making the same mistake so many times throughout this journey, that killing Abby won't give her another chance at forgiving Joel. And so, she at last breaks the cycle. What connects all 3 of the characters is that they all break the cycle by finding purpose in something else, or realizing that it won't give them that purpose back, as Ellie hasn't quite found her footing yet when it comes to finding purpose somewhere else. And then there's Tommy, who embodies the tragedy that Ellie almost became. He is truly lost to this obsession, to the point where it's eaten away every last bit of his humanity, and in the end, he's left with nothing. As for the companions and supporting characters, there were some that worked very well in assisting the progression of the game's story, either pulling or pushing Ellie and Abby on important choices in the game. However, too many of the characters did not live up to their potential. This was both due to major characters being written very questionably.
It means fucking up scars.
I don't think so.
It's so much better than getting drunk and watching anime.
Absolutely undermining Abby's choice to help the Seraphite children, instead of just going on like Manny as she has always been. In other cases, the characters were lacking because too little time was spent exploring them, which is doubly strange considering Part 1 did a pretty brilliant job in this department, and Part 2 is almost twice the length of that game, so there's really no excuse for how lackluster some of the characters were in this game. Some time could have been taken to flesh out these very important characters to a point where they either didn't completely sabotage the value in a character's choice, or gloss over extremely central themes in the game. These themes of how to move on and traumas and the cyclical nature of violence could have been emphasized even better if half of the companions were given more time, and the game would have undoubtedly benefited greatly from this, making it much more clear what the game's intentions were. As is, many of the characters fall short of their potential. The mechanics and systems introduced in Part 2 made it way more enjoyable and immersive and interesting to play around with than in Part 1. But the brilliance of the first game lies in how the combat and the AI systems complement the story. They go hand in hand and make each other stronger. That's not me saying Part 1's combat was perfect. That game had its own host of problems in trying to achieve what it set out to do, but in the end it did a good job. The same can't be said to the same extent for Part 2. The combat is pretty much the same as Part 1's, just improved with some flashy new mechanics and some new systems. There are no major alterations made to the core combat loop to help this game's story to the same degree as the first game. There are just instances where the combat complements the story. The horrors of the player's actions were emphasized pretty much the same amount in both games through the combat, the main difference being that NPCs in Part 2 literally scream a whole lot louder. It's two different stories with essentially the same combat. This combat does to a degree complement the story in Part 2 though, by putting even more emphasis on the violence, making the player question even more the reasoning behind the violence. But gameplay wise, it just doesn't reach the heights of the first game, which is disappointing. Interestingly, the game was originally supposed to end with Ellie killing Abby, which would have made for a very different game thematically.
But the final beat was that Ellie would kill Abby.
Oh wow.
It's interesting to think about how this one change of Ellie deciding to kill Abby in the end would have sent echoes throughout parts of the rest of the game that would come before it. The supporting characters may have been very different. Maybe they would pull Ellie to an even darker place. Maybe there wouldn't have been a farm life with Ellie and Dina at all. Or maybe that chance at a peaceful life could have been robbed from her as well on the journey in Seattle, making it even harder for her to snap out of her mental state and separate her ego from bringing these people to justice. It would mean that at the end of the game, you could look at it as Ellie having lost her last ounce of humanity, that there's nothing of the old Ellie left in her, that this journey took everything from her and left her with quite literally nothing. In this version, she would be the same person as she was at the start of the game when she witnessed Joel horrifically die, having learned nothing. We now already know that there is a possibility of a sequel coming years from now. If, let's say, the game actually shipped with Ellie killing Abby in the end, Part 3 would have to deal with the fallout of that, like Part 2 did, with Ellie learning to live on with Joel's loss. It would make this game, well, kind of pointless. Ellie wouldn't have had much of an arc at all in that version of the game. She would have been the same person at the start of the game as she is at the end, so I'm glad the game didn't run with that. Now, there's an even brighter side to this, which is, and we're venturing into speculation now, so keep that in mind, as the game ended with Ellie sparing Abby, and Abby sailing out for Catalina Island to find the Fireflies, the next natural step in the plot, as I see it, would be for Abby to once again regain her stolen purpose together with the Fireflies, with there being one difference, being that she now knows about a certain person that could change everything and realize the Fireflies' goals of returning humanity to the world. Now again, it's up for debate if the Fireflies go about that in the right way, but you know, that's their intent at least. And in this speculatory version of the game, I do also think that Ellie, after what she's been through, does not consider her life's purpose to be a sacrificial lamb for the world's greater good anymore. At the end of Part 2, she's going out on what's probably her redemption arc, after the events that occurred in this game. I don't think this will involve creating a cure or anything of the like. By the time Abby finds her, or whenever she hears the news that the Fireflies are once again attempting to make a cure, she will have moved on from this notion of wanting to give her life for the greater good.
I don't think I can ever forgive you for that.
She has found purpose in something else, something that she has found herself. Not a purpose that is pushed onto her by others due to her fortune or misfortune of being immune.
I would like to try.
A part of her coming to terms with Joel's death and learning to posthumously forgive him is to also honor that he saved her life.
I like that.
Giving up her life in pretty much the exact same situation where Joel saved her life would be to sort of disrespect his decision.
Okay.
But like I said, this is just me speculating, so please take all this with a big grain of salt.
I'll see you around.
Yep.
For me, the story in Part 2 was an improvement from that of Part 1. It is a whole lot messier than the first game, but also a whole lot more ambitious, and largely it manages to stick the landing in regard to what it set out to do. Oddly enough, where The Last of Us Part 2 fell short is in its gameplay and the companions. This is strange because in both these cases, the game fixed the issues the game had with gameplay and companions in the first game, but encountered different ones in doing this. what's clear is that this game puts a lot of resources into the crafting of its narrative. That's what mattered most to this game. This incredible risk Naughty Dog took by deciding to run with a narrative like this, really putting all their eggs into this basket. For this game, narrative was more important than the gameplay, or the player's comfort, because through telling a risky story like this, you can say something that cannot be said otherwise. This game is special because of how it presents its story, first giving us Ellie's story and making the player get on board with her, while slowly showing us the ugly side of her story. Then to make us play as the person we hate the most, to see and feel and empathize with her side of the story. An absolutely insane idea, and the incredible thing is that they pull it off. Not for everyone, mind you, but for me at least. The Last of Us Part 2 could have chosen to not take any of these risks. They could have released a game where Joel lives and together with Ellie they continue their adventures, and I probably would have liked that too, but it wouldn't have felt true to the first game and how that game ended. They could have made a run-of-the-mill revenge story where we get to feel good about Ellie catching the killers and getting justice for Joel, but it isn't. Instead, it takes the time to craft a narrative about the futility of revenge and the cyclical nature of violence. It dives in headfirst into this world, shedding light on the consequences a story like this really carries, how ugly things can get, tearing down our preconceptions of characters, showing us that no one really is good or bad, that no one really is right or wrong, and no matter how much you yell at the screen, there is no changing this. Despite what you might think from looking at my absolutely staggering filmography of two too-long videos on The Last of Us, this channel is not singularly devoted to making content about these games, and this video is the final one on the matter, unless a new game in the franchise is to come out in the future. As for now, I will be setting my sights on other games, or maybe a totally different subject. I'm not really sure yet. If you've liked or at least found this video to be somewhat entertaining, then you could consider subscribing to this channel to see what I cook up for the next project. It helps a lot. Thank you for watching or just listening. I hope I'll see you again next time.